Chapter 151, Taoists, Listen Up. Chapter 151, Taoists, Listen Up. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. While the audience in the outside world was heatedly discussing about what had happened, Lu Zihao's competitor, the Combat Pavilion disciple, also admitted defeat, depressed. There was no way that he could win. Fighting Lu Zihao was already a challenge. He was no match for him. Not to mention Wang Baoli with his strange dharmic artifacts. It left his scalp tingling. That was especially so since his assistant was all tied up with her hands behind her back. Forcing a smile, this Combat Pavilion disciple could only admit defeat. At the same time, many of those in the sky platform had expressions of interest. Although they were learned with lots of experience, in their eyes, this subtle gimmick had its merits. However, the elder of the Combat Pavilion was in a fit of rage. A perfectly good Combat Pavilion tournament was single-handedly being ruined by Wang Baoli's advertisements. If it were any other disciple, they would have long been afraid of the serious repercussions, but Wang Baoli had the elders of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion putting in a good word for him. Furthermore, he had made great contributions to Ethereal Tao College. The former was a favor that he could not ignore, and the latter was the reason Wang Baoli had special treatment in the first place. Quickly, after the elder of the Combat Pavilion expressed his displeasure, Wang Baoli was given a lenient punishment. He was only given a warning, which came from the direction of Ethereal Tao College and could be heard from the sky platform. Wang Baoli, disciple of the Dharmic Armament Faculty, focus on assisting. You must stop intentionally promoting your Dharmic artifacts to the public. This warning spread far and wide, throughout the entire combat area. Many disciples who were engaged in combat heard it and were surprised. Some of them had noticed the fireworks previously and deduced what had happened. The whole audience on Upper Academy Island heard it. Those who had considered following in Wang Baoli's footsteps immediately abandoned the idea. Wang Baoli retracted his head. He had initially been full of excitement, but upon hearing the warning and knowing that he could not continue, he was depressed and wistful. What a pity! I lost such a good advertising opportunity, Wang Baoli lamented, anger bubbling within him. He had neither cheated nor interfered with their combat. What right did they have to ban him from advertising his Dharmic artifacts? Standing at the side, Lu Zihao became agitated. Truth be told, he had thought that this tournament would allow him to shine, but Wang Baoli had stolen his limelight. Once was enough, but a second time? The thought made him uncomfortable. Seeing that the Tao College had banned Wang Baoli from advertising, Lu Zihao felt that the Tao College had handled it brilliantly this time. Although anger festered within him, seeing the depressed look on Wang Baoli's face, he looked away with a snort. This is unfair. Wang Baoli, if I were you, I wouldn't take this lying down. The Tao College is obviously targeting you. If you want my advice, you should fight it out with the Tao College. They won't be able to do anything to you. After all, you weren't wrong on this matter, and you've contributed so much to the academy. Lu Zihao whispered in Wang Baoli's ear, egging him on. He really did want to see Wang Baoli fight it out with the Tao College. Only, Lu Zihao was too young and inexperienced at this. When Wang Baoli heard this, he observed Lu Zihao through the corner of his eye. You can't take this lying down. Why don't you do it then? Come, my son, come. Daddy will help you set off the fireworks while you fight it out with the college. As long as you can take down the elders, I don't care if you call me daddy or not. Wang Baoli exclaimed, lifting his hands and producing a small wooden bucket. What a scaredy cat, it's so embarrassing to be seen with you. Lu Zihao cried out angrily. He was shocked to see the small wooden bucket in Wang Baoli's hand. Snorting, he quickly backed away, making his way toward the third meeting point. Look, if you're so brave, why don't you do it? Quit playing mind games with me. Wang Baoli retorted, rolling his eyes. Still depressed, he walked forward. When Lu Zihao heard this, he spun around in anger and glared at him. Wang Baoli, listen here. The first 2 times, I let you off, but if there's a third time, if you dare steal my limelight again, I'll fight it out with you. I'm not kidding. Lu Zihao warned in a low growl, his eyes bloodshot. This time, I don't care what you give me. Don't even try to bribe me. I, Lu Zihao, am a man of principle. This is my tournament, Lu Zihao declared. He glared at Wang Baoli, then turned around and sprinted toward the third meeting point. What's there to be worried about? The Dao College doesn't let me advertise anymore. Don't worry, I definitely won't attack, Wang Baoli said, waving his hand. Deep in his heart, he was still regretful that he could not continue advertising and was too lazy to launch any attacks. By now, the two of them were not far from the meeting point. They could vaguely make out two figures standing at the end of the small road, the meeting point, waiting for them. One of them was short, and the other was tall. Both of them had calm expressions, but their eyes were full of vigor. As they stood there watching Wang Baoli and Lu Zihao, their gaze seemed to harden. The duo did not attack, and they could not tell who the combat cultivator was or the background of his assistant. The moment he saw the duo, Lu Zihao's eyes instantly brightened. Although Wang Baoli had already promised that he would not attack, Lu Zihao was still worried that he would steal his show once again. Hence, he picked up his speed. Roaring, he went straight for the two figures. Seeing that Lu Zihao was so eager, Wang Baoli simply stopped in his tracks, but in a flash, his expression changed. He observed that there was something amiss about the two figures standing at the meeting point. Wait! He should have kept quiet. The moment that word left his mouth, Lu Zihao increased his speed, as though someone had stepped on his tail. He went all out with a loud roar. But, he was sprinting too fast. At the same time Wang Baoli let that word out, the short figure's eyes flashed. At breakneck speed, he retrieved a compass and aimed it at the floor, pressing the button fiercely. Suddenly, a windstorm arose from all around, turning into a prison cage, exploding directly in front of Lu Zihao. No! Lu Zihao cried, his mind whizzing. His eyes were full of sorrow, and his roar reverberated across the area, but he simply could not hide from it. Instantly, he was captured within the windstorm. From afar, it seemed like he was trapped in a gigantic windstorm ball, effectively muting him and cutting him off. Even his growl had ceased. An array cultivator? Wang Baoli questioned, showing a weird expression. Deep in his heart, he felt sympathy for Lu Zihao. He knew that he was just anxious to the point that he lost all sense of propriety, allowing him to fall for the array formation ambush. This unlucky child, why were you so anxious? I already told you, I won't attack. Look at what has happened, Wang Baoli sighed. He blinked and observed that the duo was coming for him with wry smiles. Evidently, their plan was to take the assistant down first before working together to defeat the competitor. Watching the duo come straight for him, Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. He pondered that this would be a good opportunity for him. Although he was banned from advertising, nobody said that he could not set off fireworks. In fact, that wooden bucket of fireworks was also a dharmic artifact in itself. While the duo was charging straight for him, Wang Baoli lifted his right hand. Instantly, a wooden bucket appeared and flew skyward. It exploded with a loud boom, setting off resplendent lights that spread across the sky. Once the fireworks exploded, all in Upper Academy Island could not help but turn their heads toward the scene. The duo was shocked by the change in colors of the fireworks. At the same time, before the duo could reach him, Wang Baoli's eyes brightened. In his excitement, he waved his right hand. Immediately, 3 flying frost swords flew out from his storage bracelet. My two Taoists, listen up. That was just a shocking explosion of my first-grade dharmic artifact. What I now have is my perfect second-grade dharmic artifact. These swords are indestructible. To top it off, they have rainbow spirit stones at their cores, equipped with formidable might. Wang Baoli roared. The moment those 3 swords appeared, the coldness spread, and they went straight for the duo. They were so quick that they seemed to have broken space. This changed the duo's expressions. Immediately, they tried to block them, but just as this was happening, Wang Baoli waved his hands and out came 3 big seals. My two fellow Taoists, listen up. This is my perfect second-grade dharmic artifact, the Mountain Seal. This seal welcomes the wind and has strength inscriptions inscribed internally. It's akin to having a mountain crush the opponent. My two fellow Taoists, look out for my dharmic artifact, the deity immobilization rope. It can tighten or loosen, and it even has potent burning inscriptions. Both of you, this is the baton of abolition. Even rocks shatter in its presence. Never ever touch it, for it will explode. This is the sky destruction whip. Once it explodes, blood will fill the skies. This is the blinding soul mirror. You will lose your soul once you look at it. As Wang Baoli continued to speak, dharmic artifacts started popping out from his storage bracelet one by one until the entire area seemed to be covered. They whistled toward the duo like an overwhelming tidal wave. The place was so densely packed with colorful artifacts that the whole land seemed to be taken over by dharmic artifacts. All the artifacts within a glance were different, and to add to it, Wang Baoli explained how every dharmic artifact worked. The duo was struck dumb in amazement at its sheer absurdity. What is he trying to do? What kind of habit is this, giving such detailed explanations? Damn it, why does he have so many dharmic artifacts? The duo was angry and sorrowful. They wanted to retaliate, but they simply could not because Wang Baoli had thrown out too many dharmic artifacts. Furthermore, his explanations added on to the stress that they felt. To top it off, the dharmic artifacts were extremely fast. Everyone in Upper Academy Island and the sky had weird expressions as they watched the two cultivators, instantly, drown in the sea of dharmic artifacts. Chapter 152, The Grand Supreme Elder's Personal Disciple. Chapter 152, The Grand Supreme Elder's Personal Disciple. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The artifacts surrounded the duo without attacking. Although this was not as effective as an attack, simply being surrounded by dozens of different dharmic artifacts and watching them flash was enough to suggest their swift and forceful effects, as though a mere touch would trigger an explosion. This feeling was like having a knife suspending behind their neck, not knowing when it was going to chop their head off. The duo was about to go berserk. If they had not known the effects of the artifacts, they might have taken a gamble, but Wang Baoli had explained the effects of his artifacts to the finest detail. And watching the artifacts floating all around them, the images of their effects and the consequences of touching them surfaced in their minds. They could not help but panic. As their hearts pounded with fear, they were also sad and angry beyond belief. Deep down, they believed that they had been tricked and were full of regret. They should not have trapped Lu Zihao but his assistant from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. I know that Lu Zihao, he's always playing mind games. When he came straight for us just now, roaring so loudly, it must have been on purpose. He was trying to divert our attention to make us trap him. We've fallen for their ruse. The duo looked at each other, turning their heads to glare at Lu Zihao, who was still trapped inside the windstorm, fighting and kicking vigorously, totally unaware of the happenings in the outside world. This asshole is too crafty. He's still acting, the duo commented, gritting their teeth as they had no choice but to admit defeat. Following this, the audience from Upper Academy Island was intrigued by the Dharma treasures that Wang Baoli had used. Amid the many gasps, an uproar erupted. He's changed his methods. He's using soft advertising this time. I've seen fighters shouting out their moves and the names of their dharmic artifacts, but I have never seen someone give such detailed descriptions. The tens of thousands of people on Upper Academy Island had originally thought that Wang Baoli would stop after receiving the warning. Never did they imagine that he would still continue advertising his artifacts. Although everyone could obviously tell that he was advertising, they could not say anything about it. He was not as deliberate about his advertisements as the previous times. He had only shouted out when he was attacking. His actions were ambiguous. He could say that this was a habit of his or claim that he was reminding his competitors of the effects before he attacked out of goodwill. Truth be told, he was not the only one to do such a thing. Others had done similarly, except none as obvious as Wang Baoli, who even set off fireworks before the whole show. As for the audience on the sky platform, they did not know whether to laugh or cry at Wang Baoli's attempt to push the envelope. Watching Wang Baoli with eyes of interest, General Zhu could not help but howl in laughter. Seeing that Wang Baoli had succeeded in gaining the interest of General Zhu, Zhu Lu, who was standing at the side, smirked in excitement, thinking that her act of revenge was about to be complete. Humph, Wang Baoli, I, Zhu Lu, am not one to abuse public power to settle a personal dispute. Indeed, you are the most suitable candidate to carry out this mission. The elders of Ethereal Dao College also pondered over what had happened. The middle-aged man in a red robe sighed, sneaking a glance at the combat pavilion elder whose face was as black as coal. He coughed, then sent his words reverberating for the first time. "Wang Baoli, you're not allowed to set off fireworks anymore." This voice was filled with a suppressive force, immediately echoing around the combat area. Everyone in the combat pavilion tournament was alarmed. Within this short amount of time, they had heard Wang Baoli's name twice. Wang Baoli was satisfied. Even if he was singled out, he had no regrets. He had already introduced all the dharmic artifacts that he wanted to sell. He was in a flurry of happiness. Seeing the duo admit defeat, he lifted his right hand, and with a wave, all the dharmic artifacts instantly flew toward him. From afar, this scene was shocking. Under the lights emanating from the dozens of Dharma treasures that were surrounding Wang Baoli, he seemed to glow. This scene was etched in the minds of the tens of thousands of people on Upper Academy Island. It was also at this moment that a loud sound ensued. Lu Zihao had finally escaped the windstorm. Roaring, he rushed out with great force. "Come, fight me," he exclaimed with imposing might. The flying frost swords around him lost their chilliness. After taking a few steps, he stopped in his tracks, staring dumbly at the duo who were now glaring at him. He observed the dharmic artifacts surrounding Wang Baoli and came to a realization. His body started shaking, and his eyes became even more bloodshot. "Wang Baoli! Didn't you say that you wouldn't attack? You stole my limelight again!" Lu Zihao roared, anger and sadness bubbling within him. Wang Baoli glared at him. He was about to say something when the duo snorted coldly. "Lu Zihao, stop acting already." As if all this wasn't an act, the duo exclaimed, glaring at him. They turned to Wang Baoli, cupping their fists to salute him. "Senior Wang Baoli, we accept this defeat wholeheartedly," the duo declared, having calmed down. They thought of the attacks that Wang Baoli had executed earlier and were deeply moved that Wang Baoli did not embarrass them. All of his dharmic artifacts were very amazing. After the salute, the disciple from the array formation pavilion could not help but ask, "Senior Baoli, are you selling the dharmic artifacts that you used just now?" "Yes, I am," Wang Baoli replied, his eyes brightening. Hurriedly, he went forward to exchange voice transmission numbers with the duo, happily offering them discounts. In no time, the three of them hit it off. Wang Baoli even walked a few steps with them as he sent them off, waving as he did. Lu Zihao was raging at the sight that unfolded before him. His brain was about to explode. Feeling very wronged, he let out another roar. "Wang Baoli, you! I'll give you 2 of the 5 flying frost swords that are beside you." Wang Baoli interrupted, waving his hand with great generosity. He knew Lu Zihao's character. He refused to lower himself to a child's level. The matter could be solved with a few pieces of candy. I, Lu Zihao, am a man of principle," Lu Zihao exclaimed, his eyes widening. In an instant, his vigor dwindled uncontrollably, but he became angrier. "I'll give them all to you," Wang Baoli offered, raising an eyebrow. Lu Zihao took a deep breath. Since it had already happened, whatever he said would be of no use. Besides, the assistant could only help out in 4 battles. As of now, there was only 1 battle left. Once it was over, it did not matter whether it was the final battle or the second stage of the competitions, he would not have to see Wang Baoli again. Most importantly, when his principles were being tested, he did not fall for Wang Baoli's Trojan horse. Once these thoughts flitted through his mind, Lu Zihao felt his anger dissipate. He wanted to snort, but recalling Wang Baoli's earlier reminder, he only snorted internally. With a gloomy expression, he whirled toward the 4th meeting point. This 4th meeting point was his assistant's last battle. The tournament that took place there would determine the strongest competitor of each of the 4 sides of the mountain peak, and only those 4 competitors would be able to step onto the mountaintop for the Battle of 4. The last competitor standing on the mountain peak would then enter the second stage of the Combat Pavilion tournament. Basically, those who could make it to the 4th meeting point were definitely not weak. Even as Lu Zihao approached, he tried to calm himself down, forcing himself to keep the utmost focus. From the perspective of the purpose of an assistant, in actual fact, Wang Baoli had been very reliable, completing his tasks almost perfectly. Lu Zihao did not use many resources within the first 3 tournaments. In terms of energy and materials, Lu Zihao was at the peak. Lu Zihao was obviously not paying attention to Wang Baoli. One after the other, they walked toward the 4th meeting point, the region near to the mountaintop. Following the merging of 2 roads, the end of the road was visible. There was a curtain of light, and beyond that was a road that led straight to the mountain peak. Wang Baoli was in a good mood, so he did not pick a fight with Lu Zihao. He felt that he had accomplished his mission already and was very relaxed. His mind was filled with images of an abundance of filled order forms once he returned from his assisting role. I should be able to make a killing this time. It should be sufficient to sustain my research and cultivation, Wang Baoli thought, filled with joy. He hummed a tune, strolling forward with his hands behind his back. As Lu Zihao got closer to the meeting point, he stopped dead in his tracks. It was as though every single hair on his body was standing on end. Sweating, Lu Zihao took a deep breath, making his heart pump faster. There was a serious, grave expression on his face as he saw the 2 figures at the 4th meeting point. Wang Baoli, you need to help me this time, Lu Zihao took a deep breath and stammered in a low voice. When Wang Baoli heard his words, he was surprised. As he got closer, he also saw the 2 figures. One of them was meditating while the other seemed to be a bodyguard standing beside him. The guard was strong-built, wore a purple armor, and had long hair that blew in the wind. He appeared like a small mountain standing there. The aura that he exuded was akin to the peak of true breath, and it seemed like he could surpass this level any time. Looking at him was like looking at a terrifying beast. Extremely obvious was his fierce gaze, as though he was a volcano that was about to explode. Compared to him, the meditating youth had a different aura and gave off a different vibe. He exuded an aura of peace and indifference, as though few happenings in the world could gain his attention. Although he was bald, he was still handsome. He seemed gentle and frail-looking. His eyes were closed as if he was sensing something. Gentle winds circulated around him, as though they were attracted to him. This person was none other than the nameless Tao Enlightenment faculty disciple, the one who had made a drop of water appear in an empty cup, out of thin air, just by focusing on it, back then on the peak of the mountain in the Tao Enlightenment faculty. Also, he was the only personal disciple of the former Federation President, the present Grand Supreme Elder of Ethereal Tao College. Although Wang Baoli did not know him, the moment that he saw the bald youth, his footsteps also slowly came to a halt. He realized why the proud Lu Zihao had asked for his help. In actual fact, the guard was nothing, but this meditating youth exuded an oppressive force that was like a sharp, invisible knife pointing between one's eyebrows. Wang Baoli squinted and retracted his smile. He was no longer relaxed, and his eyes instantly glimmered a keenness. In that split second when Wang Baoli looked at the bald youth, the latter opened his eyes. Chapter 153, Can you speak normally? Chapter 153, Can you speak normally? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the bald youth's eyes opened, they had an inexplicable attractiveness. His clear eyes, looking pure as water, seemed like they could suck one's state of mind into them and cause one to be thrown into confusion. They might even have the illusion that their opponent's body was exuding rays of light, as though he was a deity. The resulting feeling, wanting to worship the opponent, made Wang Baoli shudder. His cultivation within his body started circulating immediately, and right at that moment, his devouring seed rotated slightly. As his cultivation circulated around his body, even Wang Baoli himself did not notice that deep within his pupils, a purple glow flashed past. After Wang Baoli absorbed the purple light in the Spirit Breath Village, it had integrated with his devouring seed. This formed a strange light, the purple glow that flashed in his pupils. The moment it appeared, the meditating bald youth suddenly let out a soft gasp. His original calm, elegant expression also changed at that moment. When he looked toward Wang Baoli, his expression changed to one showing interest. As his expression changed, the previously formed suppressive force immediately destabilized and dissipated. This caused Lu Zihao, who was walking forward as though he could not control his footsteps and whose body was shivering, to shudder as though he had just awoken from a dream. His breathing hastened, and he had a stunned expression. "What kind of spell is this?" Lu Zihao exclaimed, caution and shock appearing in his eyes. Not caring about Lu Zihao's reaction, the bald youth tilted his head slightly, with his posture showing a nobility seemingly deeply rooted within him. The guard beside him, the contestant from the combat pavilion, immediately bowed down to listen, nodding for a moment. After that, he got up and walked toward Lu Zihao until he reached the center of the meeting point. He raised his arm and beckoned Lu Zihao, as though challenging him to a duel. Lu Zihao's expression changed, and he looked toward the bald youth with fear. Then he looked toward Wang Baoli, his eyes pleading for help. It did not matter how proud he was, he put that all away at that moment. He knew that this battle would be extremely arduous because his opponent was too strong. But in his heart, Wang Baoli was just as strong, so he instinctively looked toward him for help. You even have a guard? Stop acting high and mighty. Wang Baoli furrowed his eyebrows and let out a cold snort. He could not get used to the bald youth's posture just now, but at the same time, he also felt the suppressive force emanating from the bald youth's body. Wang Baoli felt that the bald youth was the strongest opponent that he had ever met in the same cultivation realm as him. Hence, he followed the bald youth and sat cross-legged, speaking calmly. Zihao, there's no harm in fighting. This is your big competition. If it's one-on-one, it's your issue whether you win or lose. But if it's two-on-one, it depends on whether I, Wang Baoli, agree. Hearing Wang Baoli's words, Lu Zihao heaved a sigh of relief. Although he disliked Wang Baoli and could not see eye to eye with him, Wang Baoli's words made him feel more comforted. At that moment, after he raised his head to look at the purple-armored cultivator beckoning him, fighting spirit exploded in Lu Zihao's eyes. He let out a low growl and shot toward the purple-armored cultivator. With tremendous speed, he got close to the purple-armored cultivator instantly. With a few hand seals, he sent the 5 flying frost swords surrounding him flying and threw out multiple amulets, transforming them into spells with a bang. Meanwhile, a cold smile appeared on the purple-armored cultivator's face as he strode forward and stomped with his right foot. Immediately, spirit chi exploded from under his feet like a storm, and he burst toward Lu Zihao. Obviously, Lu Zihao had the upper hand in terms of agility and speed. At that moment, he dodged by phasing his figure away and attacked again. In a flash, the two of them clashed together in the middle of the meeting point. In this battle, even though Wang Baoli did not set off fireworks, he still attracted the attention of the Federation officials, the army, and Ethereal Dao College's elders who were watching from the viewing platform in the sky. Is he that person's disciple? On the army's viewing platform, General Zhu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze landing on the bald youth. This person is named Li Wuchen-1. He's the only personal disciple of Ethereal Dao College's Grand Supreme Elder. With my authority, I can't see his background and dossier, Zhu Lu whispered at his side. Of course you can't see it. He should be 20 years old this year. General Zhu's eyes showed deep thought, and a cold glint gradually appearing in his pupils. However, he quickly suppressed it. He repeated the bald youth's name in his heart a few times and remained silent. At the same time, the Federation officials all looked toward the bald youth. Obviously, they knew whom his master was, but they did not have as weird a reaction as General Zhu. At the very most, they only paid closer attention to him. But all the elders of Ethereal Dao College had complicated expressions when they saw the bald youth. Even the middle-aged man in red robes had such an expression. Deep within his eyes, where others could not see, a cold glint flashed as well. As booms reverberated around the meeting point at that moment, Wang Baoli and the bald youth were both meditating. They gazed at each other, as though they were facing off. After a while, Wang Baoli felt a little bored and coughed. Senior brother, why do you keep looking at me? I'm looking at your past and present lives, the bald youth replied calmly. After hearing that, Wang Baoli had an odd expression on his face. He felt that this guy was crazy. At that moment, Lu Zihao's duel with the purple-armored cultivator at the meeting point became increasingly intense, and it was obvious that Lu Zihao was at a disadvantage. After all, it was obvious that his cultivation level and battle experience could not compare to that of the purple-armored cultivator. Just as he was about to lose, the purple-armored cultivator suddenly retreated. In a flash, he returned to the bald youth's side with a shake of his body and bowed toward Lu Zihao with cupped fists. It's a draw. Lu Zihao was taken aback. As he was about to speak, a strange glow suddenly appeared in the bald youth's eyes. he lifted his chin slightly and spoke softly while looking at Wang Baoli. Now, let's duel. Lu Zihao's breathing hastened, he looked at the bald youth then looked toward Wang Baoli. No matter how slow his reaction speed was, he understood that at this moment, his opponent's target was not himself at all. It was Wang Baoli. He even suspected that his opponents might have used an unknown method to him to find out that Wang Baoli was assisting him, choosing to join the competition because of that. Without a doubt, their backgrounds were extraordinary, that was why they could meet Wang Baoli and have this battle with him in the end. With those thoughts in mind, Lu Zihao had a conflicted look, but he did not say any more. Instead, he returned to Wang Baoli's side and remained silent. Wang Baoli raised his head and gazed at the bald youth. Actually, from the moment he first looked at the bald youth, he already had the feeling that the bald youth was sitting there as though he was waiting for him. But that felt a bit ridiculous, so Wang Baoli did not think much of it. However, seeing how obvious the bald youth's actions and words were, he could not help but ask, "Do we know each other?" Master said that a few people have tremendous potential and let me invite them to work together and support one another. You're one of them, but I feel that you're just ordinary. However, I thought about giving you a chance, so I looked for you to test you in a battle. The bald youth raised his head and spoke calmly. As he spoke, it seemed like a certain aura was emanating from his body. Can you speak normally? Can you stop posturing? Wang Baoli seemed speechless and raised his hand to smack his forehead. However, at the moment he raised his hand, he did not smack it against his forehead. Instead, he turned his palm over and slammed it toward the ground. With a boom, his body left the ground like a hare using the force from the slam. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he burst toward the bald youth instantly with his body almost pressed toward the ground. His actions were as smooth as flowing water, unexpected and cleanly executed. At that moment, Wang Baoli's speed was released without reservation, causing him to look like he was flying. His cultivation erupted completely, conjuring spirit chi storms around his body. From afar, he looked imposing. Getting close to the bald youth in the blink of an eye, he grabbed toward him. All this happened too fast, and the bald youth was stunned for a moment, obviously not given enough time to react. However, it was as though the sole purpose in life of the guard at his side, the purple-armored cultivator, was to protect Li Wuchen. Being well-versed in combat and constantly monitoring Wang Baoli's actions, he actually stepped out and blocked Wang Baoli at that moment. A boom immediately sounded, and the purple-armored cultivator's body shook violently. Shock appeared in his expression, and he retreated dejectedly while fresh blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Nonetheless, his block had some effect, causing Wang Baoli to slow down a bit. The bald youth's breathing hastened, using this split second to retreat backward rapidly just as Wang Baoli got close. He dodged Wang Baoli's grab, and it whizzed past his face. He raised his right hand, pressing toward Wang Baoli through the air. Immediately, a huge boom sounded between the two of them, and a strong force exploded forth. It forced Wang Baoli, raring to charge forward again, to take many steps backward, and regret appeared in his gaze. Your reaction speed is pretty fast, but it's a 2-on-1, so you can't be considered a true man. You're shameless, you ambushed me, the bald youth exclaimed angrily. He could not remain calm at that moment and retreated backward rapidly. Finally, not posturing? Wang Baoli glared at him. Everyone who saw that scene on the sky platform had pleasant looks of surprise. That was especially so for General Zhu and the red-robed cultivator. The both of them had radiant glows in their eyes. Nice. However, Zhu Lu seemed very unhappy and muttered, "That's a sneak attack. It can't be considered as glorious. Did your brain get damaged from studying too much at White Deer Dao College?" Pedantic. General Zhu furrowed his eyebrows and, in a rare occurrence, berated Zhu Lu. Chapter 154, Illusory Armament, Up to Your Imagination. Chapter 154, Illusory Armament, Up to Your Imagination. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This was the first time that Zhu Lu had experienced this kind of scolding since she enlisted in the army. In that instant, her expression changed slightly. She wanted to retort but did not dare. Hence, she could only bow her head, but the indignation and injustice in her heart kept growing. In the end, she whispered, shouldn't cultivators of my generation do things in a just and forthright manner so as to follow the great Tao? Doing things in a just and forthright manner is one's primary intention, attacking your opponent depends on means. Are they the same? What about the great Tao? Do you think that the purpose of cultivation is to follow the great Tao? General Zhu had a strict expression and glared at Zhu Lu. The purpose of cultivation is for self-protection, survival, and killing. Only when you resolve all these issues do you have the right to follow the supposed great Tao. General Zhu seemed unwilling to say too much, and he stopped glaring at Zhu Lu, ignoring her. Zhu Lu was taken aback. It was obvious that she had never heard this train of thought in White Deer Tao College. This was the first time that she had heard of it, and she was a little lost. She lowered her head in thought. Meanwhile, on the battlefield that everyone was paying attention to, after the bald youth's attack, after Wang Baoli's body flew backward and the distance between them increased, the bald youth glared at Wang Baoli. After taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down again, a golden glow appeared deep within the bald youth's eyes. He raised a finger on his right hand, putting it in front of his face, and spoke calmly. Master said that the Tao Enlightenment Faculty of Ethereal Tao College can understand the myriad Tao of the heavens and earth, choose one to fuse with, and form a world. I, Wuchen, am foolish, I only created a drop of water. Please teach me, fellow Daoist Wang. At this moment, his voice seemed different, emanating a deep persistence. Almost immediately after he opened his mouth and raised his finger on his right hand, a drop of water gathered from the surroundings, seemingly out of thin air. It was directly manifested on the bald youth's fingertip. This water droplet was clear, reflecting the light from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it seemed resplendent, and the moment that it appeared, all the light from the surroundings seemed to dim. This water droplet, unbelievably bright, became the center of attention. The moment that the water droplet appeared, Lu Zihao's expression changed completely. An unprecedented sense of danger stifled his breathing, causing him to instinctively retreat backward as though he wanted to get far away from this place. That droplet of water made him feel like it was irresistible. In fact, he felt that his state of mind would be shaken like it was struck by lightning after just one look at the water droplet. What kind of Dharma spell is that? He didn't even use talismans. Is he really at the first level of the true breath realm? He claims that he's from the Tao Enlightenment Faculty. While Lu Zihao's state of mind was shaken, Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. The appearance of the water droplet also made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. It was as though this water droplet contained some power that he could not understand. Even if it was only a sliver, this sliver of strange power seemed to be able to stir the surroundings and affect his whole state of mind. This guy is from the Tao Enlightenment Faculty. Wang Baoli stifled his breath. Originally, Wang Baoli did not think highly of the Tao Enlightenment Faculty. Right now, the moment that he saw the water droplet, he felt that impression of the Tao Enlightenment Faculty was a little different now. But, so what if they are from the Tao Enlightenment Faculty? He instinctively dodged against my attack just now. That means, as long as I get close to him, I can definitely send him flying with a punch. After that temporary shock, a keen glint exploded from Wang Baoli's eyes, and a purple glow flashed deep within his eyes. At that moment, circulating all of his cultivation and unleashing his aura, he strode toward the bald youth. As Wang Baoli's imposing might was created, he was like a sharp sword drawn from its scabbard. The moment that he strode forward, the bald youth seemed to feel Wang Baoli's force. He narrowed his eyes and flicked his right hand. Immediately, the water droplet left a resplendent mark and shot toward Wang Baoli. You have no chance to get close to me again. Almost at the same time as the bald youth spoke, Wang Baoli landed on one foot, his body shooting up and changing direction in midair. He wanted to avoid the water droplet, but this water droplet was special. At that moment, it exploded, forming a cloud of mist. With indescribable speed and tumbling crazily, it spread in all directions, enveloping Wang Baoli. As the mist surrounded him, Wang Baoli's vision was blurred. When he could see clearly again, his eyes immediately narrowed. At that moment, everything in his surroundings had changed. Lu Zihao and the mountain peaks had all vanished. Even the viewing platform disappeared from the sky. It was as though there was only the mist left in the world. Standing there was like standing in a sea of mist, as though one was forcefully pulled into an illusion. An illusion? Wang Baoli's breath hastened slightly, feeling cautious. Suddenly, the surrounding mist tumbled, and following the echoing waves of weird growls, many faces shot out from the mist. Without exception, all of those faces looked like Wang Baoli's. They all had different expressions. Some were laughing, some were crying, some were gnashing their teeth in anger, and some were crying hysterically in desperation. There were even some showing greed. It was as though they wanted to express a human's 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures through different faces, and they were all whizzing toward Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's expression changed, and he summoned flying frost swords with hand seals using his right hand. Protective beads exploded, forming a protective screen. But to the faces showing the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures, it had no effect. It was completely ignored by the faces, and they passed through it, as though wanting to devour him and bite him to shreds, destroying his body and mind. It's pretty similar to the Enduring Clan. Wang Baoli's expression changed. These faces made him think of his experiences in the Debris Mountain. Just as Wang Baoli's state as mind was shaken, Li Wuchen's voice resonated within the mist world. Fellow Daoist Wang, we from the Dao Enlightenment faculty seek to understand the myriad Dao of the heavens and earth. After I fused the water droplet, I created with a thread of alien spirit blood given to me by my master, and it went through refinement by my master's spells. I finally created this area, the ultimate transmogrified illusory armament. In the world of my illusory armament, everything is up to your imagination. You can see this place as a virtual world of your consciousness, so in here, you're free to imagine. Even if you imagine that you've become a peerless master and come to battle me, it's not an issue. However, this is my illusory armament, so no matter what you imagine in here, I'll always be stronger than you. Master once said that you have tremendous potential. So, in here, I really want to know how great your ambition is when faced with your 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. As Li Wuchen's words echoed, the faces charging toward Wang Baoli all started roaring louder. As they suddenly got close to him, a cold glint flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes, and he immediately retreated backward. Illusory armament? What's that? Fighting on the basis of imagination? You can battle like that? Seems like those from the Dao Enlightenment faculty are all crazy after all. With suspicion, Wang Baoli tried imagining himself as an unstoppable giant. As that thought arose, his body expanded in the blink of an eye. In this world, he was unbelievably massive, as though he was able to hold up the heavens and support the earth. You really can do that. Shaken, Wang Baoli felt that a power capable, shaking up the heavens and earth and destroying everything, was exploding within his body. However, at that moment, the illusory mist world expanded according. It was as though this world could contain any outrageous creation that Wang Baoli's imagination could come up with. At that moment, the whizzing faces also expanded, fusing together with each other. Finally, a huge face seemingly blocking out half the sky appeared before him. With an aura even more imposing than Wang Baoli's, it flew toward him. It was as though, in front of it, there was no such thing as an unstoppable giant. At this moment, outside of the illusion, in the sky platform for the combat pavilion's huge competition, the eyes of the army, Federation officials, and ethereal Dao College elders were all wide open. In fact, many people stood up directly. This is illusory armament. This is a self-created spell of the former Federation president, Li Xingwen, when he was trying to gain enlightenment on dharmic armaments. He once said that he would use this spell to create a huge revolution regarding dharmic artifacts in the Federation. He would use that to obtain the approval of the heavens and earth and try to break through, thereby becoming the Federation's only nascent soul expert. Li Xingwen is a heaven-sent genius. It wouldn't be wrong to say that his affinity for enlightenment is the best in the Federation. I'm surprised his disciple has the same affinity for enlightenment. He's only a true breath disciple, yet he can use this spell. In the eyes of the people watching from the viewing platform in the sky, on the battlefield where Wang Baoli and Li Wuchen were, Li Wuchen was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His lips quivered slightly, and he was chanting a mantra that outsiders could not hear. In front of him, 10 feet away, there was an enormous water ball. This water ball was turbid, as though there was mist tumbling within it. Although one could not see Wang Baoli's body clearly, he was trapped within that water ball. Chapter 155, Stop It. Chapter 155, Stop It. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli did not know about the surprise of those on the sky platform. In the mist world, he had transformed into a massive giant, producing huge rumbles with his footsteps. With his eyes showing that he did not believe in evil, he threw a punch toward the huge face in the sky. Break! This punch shook the heavens and stirred the surroundings. It even conjured a storm that seemed able to destroy everything. In no time, it came into contact with the face that was whizzing forward. The resulting boom shook the heavens, and the face trembled. Multiple cracks appeared on it, and it collapsed directly as though it was unable to withstand the blow. However, the moment that it collapsed, Wang Baoli's expression changed. He wanted to retreat backward, but it was too late. The collapsing face transformed into countless small faces. Roaring forth with a speed much faster than before, they traveled along Wang Baoli's arm and entered his body, circulating around his meridians. So weird. Feeling like his body was full of rays of auras, Wang Baoli immediately inhaled. Each ray represented one of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. They were bumping around randomly as though they wanted to burst open his body and tear it apart. How do I fight like this? This is his territory. He'll always be stronger than me no matter how I use my imagination. Besides, I really can't fight against a crazy guy in terms of imagination. There's no use even if I imagine myself as the Federation president. Wang Baoli's eyeballs were about to burst. He still could not get used to this battle of imagination. Seeing how cracks were appearing on his body at that moment, he was just about to imagine his devouring seed absorbing the crack out of panic when he suddenly had a light bulb moment. That's not right. Why am I fighting him with my imagination? I should be fighting him in terms of refining dharmic artifacts. You can't depend on imagination alone to refine dharmic artifacts. The process is unbelievably complex. If he doesn't know the basics or the principles behind it, even if he imagines dharmic artifacts, they'll only be mirages. Until absolutely necessary, Wang Baoli was instinctively unwilling to use his devouring seed in public. As for the auras within my body, I'll take them as spirit chi to refine. Wang Baoli had a vicious look in his eyes, raising his right hand. As though he was refining spirit stones and absorbing the surrounding spirit chi, he opened his right hand instantly, targeting the auras expressing the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures within his body. In a flash, Wang Baoli's body shuddered, and the bald youth's exclamation sounded within the illusory world. As the exclamation reverberated, the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures within Wang Baoli's body actually flew toward his right hand, after being guided and started gathering. In the blink of an eye, a spirit stone, formed using the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures, rapidly appeared in Wang Baoli's right palm. This spirit stone was extremely radiant, with its resplendence surpassing that of the rainbow spirit stones refined by Wang Baoli. The moment that it appeared, a dazzling glow exploded from it. This caused the surrounding mist to visibly dissipate, as though they were snowflakes coming into contact with a heatwave. Knowledge is power. Little Baldy, this is the result of you not knowing how to refine dharmic artifacts. Seeing that it was effective, Wang Baoli was instantly surprised. Laughing, he used all of his power to activate the spirit stone in his hand, causing its radiance to burst forth once more. As it spread toward the surroundings, the mist instantly thinned after tumbling and dissipating. Wang Baoli was excited, and he took a step forward. As his foot landed, cracks actually appeared in that mist-covered world, as though it was a mirror. It seemed like it was unable to withstand the impact and was about to collapse. Through those cracks, Wang Baoli could clearly see the battlefield at the mountain road meeting point outside. Whether it was Lu Zihao who rushed to one side or the viewing platform in the sky, they all entered his field of vision. 10 feet directly in front of him were the bald youth and the purple-armored cultivator, who had a different expression. This illusion realm is pretty interesting. Wang Baoli's eyes glowed, the glow of the spirit stone created from the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures exploding forth once more. His body also whizzed forward, seemingly fusing with the glow. He aimed to shatter this mirror-like world where cracks had already appeared. At that moment, on the battlefield at the mountain peak's meeting point, the purple-armored cultivator had an expression of shock. In his eyes, Wang Baoli remained where he was and had a huge water droplet enveloping his body. This water droplet enveloped him within it. Looking from afar, it was like an amber, but upon closer inspection, cracks actually appeared on the water droplet. It was as though it could not withstand Wang Baoli's sharp aura and was about to collapse. As for the meditating bald youth, he had an even nastier look. Staring at Wang Baoli, blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze showed deep indignation. Actually, when he previously spoke to Wang Baoli, he was trying to mislead him. He knew that even though he had created the water droplet through his own natural talent, and transformed it into his own illusory armament under the assistance of his master, he was lacking in ability and knowledge. He could not achieve mastery in all areas such as alchemy, dharmic artifact refinement, and array formations. That was why he was unable to control the illusory armament perfectly as of now. That was why his mislead Wang Baoli, making him ignore this point and purely depend on his imagination. That way, he could make use of the illusory armament to establish a position of invincibility. But he did not think that Wang Baoli would come to a realization that quickly. At this moment, with indignation in his heart, the bald youth's eyes glowed. Just as the water droplet was about to collapse, decisiveness appeared in his eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed toward the water droplet that Wang Baoli was in. My illusory armament world is indestructible. Seal! As his words rippled through the air, he caused the water droplet enveloping Wang Baoli to heal. The cracks on it were visibly closing up, seemingly letting the water droplet regain its original glossiness. Within the droplet, multiple faces appeared. They no longer looked like Wang Baoli, they looked even more hideous. Within the water droplet illusion, Wang Baoli saw everything that was happening outside through the huge cracks in front of him. As the cracks were closing up rapidly, he raised his right hand and laughed coldly. It's no use. A cold glint flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes. Refining dharmic artifacts doesn't only involve creating spirit stones, it also involves inscriptions and spirit kernels. As he raised his right hand, countless inscriptions at his side spread toward the surroundings as though they could topple mountains and move the seas. If it was somewhere else, these inscriptions would all have been in Wang Baoli's memories and naturally been unable to be manifested. However, since this mist world depended on imagination, the countless inscriptions manifested according to Wang Baoli's imagination at that moment. There were way too many inscriptions. Not only was their number close to 1,000,000, Wang Baoli could create more using the formula that he had mastered. There were even high-level inscriptions inside. They covered the heavens and earth, almost occupying the whole mist world. They even formed storms, sweeping across the land. While their aura shook the heavens, they kept colliding with the faces, creating loud booms constantly. I thought about this in the past. What would happen if I gathered all the inscriptions onto a single spirit stone? Sadly, that was impractical, and no one could do it, but in here, since you said this world is indestructible, let's see if it can withstand my dream. A strange glow appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes, as he suddenly realized that this world of imagination was actually a unique opportunity for him. In here, he could use his knowledge to refine a dharmic artifact in his imagination. During the process of this dharmic artifact's refinement, he did not need refinement materials, and there was no chance of failure. Hence, for Wang Baoli, the experience of this process was extremely precious. With this thought, Wang Baoli's eyes immediately lit up, and his body actually moved backward. He did not care that this world's cracks were being rapidly repaired. He had already lost the intention to leave. Instead, his eyes were full of vigor. Laughing, he raised his left hand and waved toward the surrounding inscriptions. On the spirit stone formed using the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures, he started carving inscriptions. In the blink of an eye, countless inscriptions appeared on the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures spirit stone. These inscriptions were densely packed, covering the entire spirit stone. That's not enough, I still need to continue. Wang Baoli grabbed his hair, continuing to carve inscriptions. Very quickly, the inscriptions on the spirit stone started overlapping layer after layer. As the inscriptions overlapped, a terrifying aura slowly arose from this spirit stone. In a moment, this aura rose to horrifying levels. The surroundings warped, the mist was tumbling, and the faces within were retreating backward. They had expressions of fear, not daring to get close to him. It was as though a horrifying presence existed where Wang Baoli was. It's still not enough, damn it. Make this spirit stone bigger. Wang Baoli's breath hastened, and he seemed to forget that he was fighting against someone at that moment. Only inscriptions appeared in his eyes, and he threw the spirit stone in his hand, making it float in midair. He grabbed with his right hand, grabbing all the surrounding faces that had already retreated in fear. Sharp, hysterical cries sounded. The previously fierce faces now tried to avoid Wang Baoli frantically, but they were unable to escape. Under Wang Baoli's suction force, they were all sucked toward him and sent into the spirit stone, causing it to expand continuously. At the same time, Wang Baoli controlled the surrounding inscriptions, frantically gathering the inscriptions yet again. At this point, the aura emanating from the spirit stone had already reached a horrifying level. In fact, the world had already started shaking. Outsiders could not experience it, but the bald youth's expression changed greatly, and his breathing hastened. Just as he was considering whether to end this battle or not, Wang Baoli suddenly raised his head in the mist world. This spirit stone is too small, it's not enough at all. It's not enough even if I overlap the inscriptions. Viciousness appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes at that moment. After looking toward his surroundings, a strong glow suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he smacked his forehead. I must be a fool. Why did I think about carving inscriptions on spirit stones? I can carve them on this world. Can't Dharmic armament disciples refine anything in this universe? Let me refine this world and refine it into a Dharmic armament. With this thought, Wang Baoli was so excited his body started quivering. Throwing back his head and laughing, he waved both of his hands. Instantly, all of the inscriptions in that world exploded forth. They no longer floated in midair, instead fusing with the world, and he started carving. Right at that moment, the bald youth outside was instantly dumbfounded. A bad feeling immediately gushed within him like waves, causing his breathing to hasten and his eyes to widen. Wang Baoli, stop it. I'm done playing King Hell. Stop it. Chapter 156, You Dare Command Me? Chapter 156, You Dare Command Me? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. While the bald youth was bellowing, Wang Baoli threw back his head and laughed in the world of the water droplet. All inscriptions in this universe burst with great light as Wang Baoli waved his hands, imprinting on this emptiness and this world. At a glance, countless inscriptions hung in the sky of this empty world, decorating it. Although the sky was not entirely covered by these inscriptions, they still acted as stars in the night sky that could not be counted with the naked eye. Yes, that's right. This is the feeling. Wang Baoli said excitedly. His hair was streaming in the wind, and his eyes were full of excitement. At that instant, his brain was completely filled with formulas of inscriptions. It seemed that to him, the whole illusory armament world had become his toy. Continue to imprint. The imprinting is far from complete as this world is so big, Wang Baoli muttered to himself. He looked stimulated and even quivered because of the excitement. Indeed, this kind of experience was an opportunity that came about with luck, and couldn't be forcefully attained. While he was waving his hands, more inscriptions were created out of nothing and stayed around him. With his will, all inscriptions moved around and sealed on the universe again. Soon after, as far as the eye could see, this universe was full of countless stars. They were all inscriptions. At this moment, there were too many inscriptions being imprinted, and each of them was created by Wang Baoli and contained his will. Because of this, when inscriptions spread and occupied this illusory armament world formed by the water droplet, they actually started to compete intangibly with the bald youth to contend for the control over this world. When the bald youth in the outside world saw this, his expression changed radically. He stopped sitting cross-legged, stood up abruptly, and started to exclaim. Wang Baoli, you are shameless. This is robbery, stop now. The bald youth had become agitated, and his facial expressions kept changing. His calmness had completely disappeared, and he had already been driven mad. When he roared, he started to conjure hand seals to take back his magic weapon. In his heart, he already regretted finding Wang Baoli to test the power of his illusory armament. It was because he really did not expect that Wang Baoli would be so impudent, and even want to refine his illusory armament for himself. If Wang Baoli refined his illusory armament successfully, it was the same as taking away his illusory armament. He had never thought of such a thing. This was unthinkable and ridiculous. At this moment, veins on his forehead popped out, and he moved his hands quickly to conjure hand seals. Immediately, the hand seals covered Wang Baoli's water droplet. The water droplet started to distort instantaneously and seemed to disappear. However, it was too late. In the illusory armament world, a strange gleam appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes. He raised his hands, grabbed spirit stones of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures in front of him, and pressed them down abruptly. A roar came out of his mouth. Viewing this world as spirit stones, endless inscriptions are made, condensing them into supreme spirit kernels. Those 3 sentences used to be in the technique of infinite armament transformation, and they had just been changed by Wang Baoli. However, when he roared, it was imposing, extraordinary, and earth-shaking. The moment when it reverberated in the sky, all inscriptions in the world that were like stars emitted even more brightness immediately and pervaded the whole world. When Wang Baoli's hands pressed downward, the spirit stones of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures in his hands collapsed and exploded. Countless inscriptions inside the stones burst immediately. At the same time, there was also a storm rolling in Wang Baoli's head. Ever since his introduction to Dharmic armaments, all the inscriptions that he had mastered, since he began studying Dharmic armaments, burst out in a split second thanks to the derivation from his formula. These inscriptions coalesced with the inscriptions inside the spirit stones of the 7 emotions, and 6 sensory pleasures to form a sea of inscriptions. These inscriptions were endless and stayed around Wang Baoli. They had become earth-shaking storms that rumbled and spread all around like the carpet. From a distance, people could see the sea of inscriptions spreading all around frantically. The ground of the world had been completely covered in the blink of an eye. It was not the end. With such a high speed, inscriptions seemed to reach the edge, and they actually spread upward. In this process, as there were already inscriptions like stars in the sky, it seemed that the sea of stars and sea of inscriptions attracted and merged with each other to make the sea of inscriptions magnificent. Inscriptions spread even more rapidly and immediately covered the entire sky of the world. At a glance, the entire world, whether heaven or earth, was filled with inscriptions. For people in the outside world, the water droplet that wrapped Wang Baoli now appeared to be thickly dotted and completely occupied by inscriptions. This shocking scene made everyone in the stands astonished. The bald youth was driven completely mad. He even bit his tongue and spat blood while roaring to forcibly control and take back the illusory armament. He was really regretting his decision. Wang Baoli. However, he spat blood, tried to wrangle back control, and roared in vain. Actually, when Wang Baoli realized and wanted to refine the illusory armament, all that was already irreversible. However, the bald youth was not resigned to it, and he could not take the consequences. The water droplet came from his hard work. With precious spirit blood and help from his master, it had finally been refined into the illusory armament. "This is my illusory armament, nobody can take it away," the bald youth said. His expression was ferocious as he conjured hand seals again while roaring. He was determined to take back the weapon again at all costs. But at the same time, in the world that was occupied by the Wang Baoli's inscriptions, Wang Baoli, who pressed the ground using 2 hands, raised his head slowly and looked around. He could feel that the world of the water droplet had become different. For the previous world of the water droplet, Wang Baoli was only a stranger who was dragged into it, but now, he could feel that he had already become its master. It seemed that a thought could change the world. Besides this, the structure and environment of this world of the water droplet struck such a stark contrast and changed completely. There was no fog and no faces. At a glance, heaven or earth, everything was all inscriptions. Among these inscriptions, there seemed to be some lightning. The irregular lightning shuttled among inscriptions ceaselessly. Sometimes, many bolts of lightning collided with one another to either disappear or become stronger. Taking in all of that, there was a glimmer of inspiration in Wang Baoli's eyes. Oh, this is the feeling of refining all things into a dharmic armament, Wang Baoli muttered to himself. This kind of experience was immensely imperative to him. This experience truly opened the doors of dharmic armaments for him. Everything is viewed as spirit stones. Endless inscriptions are made, condensing them into supreme spirit kernels. This sentence surfaced in Wang Baoli's mind again. However, he suddenly felt that he had gained a deeper understanding this time. So, I am currently inside the spirit kernel that I refined. Oh, this is actually how the interior of a spirit kernel looks. Actually, not only can inscriptions be carved outside but also inside. There was yet another glimmer of understanding and inspiration in Wang Baoli's eyes. Inscriptions are connected with one another by these lightning that cannot be seen with the naked eye, which in turn unleashes this amazing power. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and had an intoxicated expression. It seemed that this world of inscriptions had become the most marvelous thing in the world to him. After a long while, he gave a slight smile. So, how do these lightning bolts form? Perhaps this is the function of the spirit stones. Wang Baoli thought with eyes flashing with excitement. He looked around carefully and suddenly realized that there was a wisp of golden threads blinking and moving in the surrounding sea of inscriptions. Eh? Wang Baoli exclaimed with eyes lighting up. This wisp of golden threads seemed to contain amazing spirit momentum that was formed by the compression of magnificent spirit chi. While it was moving around, it seemed to have a mind of its own and had destroyed the inscriptions ceaselessly, aiming to turn the world back to the original world of fog. However, since there were too many inscriptions there that also complemented one another, even though the golden threads were powerful, it would not succeed by itself. But if no action was taken to impede it, maybe as time went by, it could do it. Is this what little Baldy did? Wang Baoli muttered with a smile. He could feel the breath of the bald youth from this golden threads. He rose up and waved his right hand, and the world started to shake immediately. While all the inscriptions were twinkling, the lightning had turned the whole world into a pool of lighting and swept away everything with thunder. The golden threads attempted to evade in vain, and it was quickly overwhelmed by the sea of lightning. After the lightning disappeared, the golden threads turned into the color of blood. The breath of the bald youth inside it was gone. I can go out now, Wang Baoli said and gave a loud laugh. He leaned forward and stepped out. At the same time, the bald youth in the outside world, who was trying his best to control and take the illusory armament back, trembled abruptly with his face turning pale. He staggered and stepped back. With unspeakable rage in his eyes, he was going to roar. But before he shouted even one word, at the battleground of the last gathering point on the mountaintop, the water droplet illusory armament that enveloped Wang Baoli released a brilliant light. The light was like numerous sharp swords. While it was spreading around, Wang Baoli stepped out of the water droplet. As he walked out, he raised his right hand, and the world of the water droplet twinkled and shrunk into a small water droplet in the blink of an eye. It floated above Wang Baoli's palm and shimmered. It looked like a droplet of ambrosia instead of water. Wang Baoli, return my illusory armament now, the bald youth, Li Wuchen, glared at Wang Baoli in an extremely bad mood. You dare command me? This bead looks delicious, Wang Baoli glanced at the bald youth. He raised his hand and threw this drip of water into his mouth directly. He swallowed it while the bald youth was staring at him in astonishment. Wang Baoli burped with a smile. That was rather delicious. Chapter 157, The Burst of Spirit Blood. Chapter 157, The Burst of Spirit Blood. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The bald youth was dumbfounded and froze on the spot. It seemed that he could not accept what he had just seen, and his eyes were full of blankness. He muttered while in a trance, "He ate my illusory armament?" "Yeah, of course I ate it. I can show you if you don't believe me," Wang Baoli said after hearing the youth. He opened his mouth and showed to the bald youth that he really had eaten it. Even Lu Zihao, who had constantly been paying close attention to the battle, had an odd look after seeing this. He looked at the bald youth and then at Wang Baoli. Even though he really disliked the former, he still could not help but curse Wang Baoli. Bastard, that's such a low blow. Where does he come from? The Dharmic Armament Pavilion or the Gourmand Pavilion? Isn't he afraid of dying because of this? While Lu Zihao was muttering, the purple-armored cultivator was also dumbstruck and frightened by what Wang Baoli had just done. As for the bald youth, he seemed to have been struck dumb with amazement and could not accept all of this. He actually looked at Wang Baoli's mouth and started to tremble. You really ate it," the bald youth murmured, and his breathing started to hasten. He seemed to gradually accept this fact, and his brain was buzzing at this moment. There were seemingly thousands of lightning bolts exploding in his brain continuously. They became increasingly powerful and finally led to endless echoes that shocked his mind and soul, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After which, he raised his head suddenly and started to roar with eyes full of dense blood streaks. "Wang Baoli," he yelled to the sky, and he was driven completely mad. With hastened breath, unprecedented madness and a sense of absurdity seemed to cause his blood vessels to explode. He even spurted a mouthful of blood because of the rage. You really ate it," the bald youth howled. He intended to kill Wang Baoli, but because of the setback, his eyes dulled, and his steps staggered just after moving a few steps. He felt that the whole world in front of him was spinning. Luckily, the purple-armored cultivator beside him walked up quickly and held onto him so that he did not fall down. However, his eyes had already turned red like blood, and if eyes could be used as weapons, Wang Baoli would certainly have been stabbed to death with his body riddled with holes. "Wang Baoli, spit it out. Return my illusory armament, that's mine. I refined it with my tears and blood, how can you eat it?" the bald youth screamed. He held the purple-armored cultivator's arms and barely steadied himself. He could not help but start to cry and scream. After seeing him overreacting, Wang Baoli moved a few steps back instinctively with vigilance. He blinked and lightly coughed. He felt that he was bullying the bald youth and had even made him cry. Thus, he waved his hand and took out a golden bell shield bead. He threw it to the youth and then said, "It's just a droplet. This is your compensation. You're still humiliating me. What is this? I used spirit blood to refine it." "Spirit blood, do you understand?" the bald youth roared even louder than before. He swung his sleeve and knocked the bead away. "Are you trying to racketeer? Blackmail me?" Wang Baoli stared at him. Just before he spoke, his expression had changed abruptly as he realized the water droplet that he had just swallowed had started to change strangely. In fact, the reason Wang Baoli dared to swallow the water droplet was because he had refined it out of nothing and turned it into the spirit kernel. There was also his seal inside it, which caused him to think naturally that his body could coalesce with this thing. That is why he had swallowed it. At first, it was in his stomach and did not change at all. However, at this moment, there was a wisp of blood coming out from the water droplet. This wisp of blood was exactly the same as the one seen by Wang Baoli in the world of the water droplet. The moment when it appeared, it started to release spirit force and accelerate suddenly. It even wrapped the water drip and tried to rush out of Wang Baoli's body. At the same time, the furious bald youth realized this, and his eyes were filled with excitement. "It's still there," he said and sat cross-legged at once. He activated the hand seals and pointed toward his brows. With his body trembling, an unknown spell was conjured, which caused the wisp of blood to expand rapidly. Wang Baoli was frightened and wanted to spit it out. But at that moment, the vortex of Wang Baoli's devouring seed in his dantian suddenly rotated. An amazing suction force started to leak outside his body and disappeared instantly. Although it only burst out in a flash, the powerful suction force sucked the wisp of blood back immediately. This wisp of blood seemed to have been grabbed by an invisible hand. It resisted in vain and was dragged forcibly into the devouring seed, as if it had been pulverized and absorbed by the devouring seed. Everything happened instantaneously. Wang Baoli's devouring seed had already devoured the wisp of blood even before he could react. As for the water droplet, it had been ignored as if the devouring seed despised it. Wang Baoli was taken aback, and his expression changed. After his devouring seed devoured the wisp of blood, it seemed to digest the blood, and an amazing wave of spirit qi burst out from his dantian. The spirit qi was extremely powerful and dense. It even exceeded the total amount of spirit qi absorbed by Wang Baoli until that moment. After the devouring seed burst, the spirit qi started to explode in Wang Baoli's body like an avalanche. The extremely dense spirit chi crazily spread and accumulated in Wang Baoli's body, as if he had become a balloon that was inflated consistently. When Wang Baoli saw his body, which was going to explode, his face drained, and he let out a tragic cry. What is happening? This is too abrupt. Wang Baoli held his breath and instinctively started to use the cloud ethereal art to absorb the spirit chi at once. With the circulation of cloud ethereal art, tremendous amounts of spirit chi were absorbed into his meridians. After circulating around his body, his cultivation level also started to advance. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the middle of first level of the true breath realm. But he had no time to be pleasantly surprised, he could not care about other matters in such precarious circumstances. He activated his skills crazily, and soon, he had reached the peak of first level of the true breath realm. This speed of enhancement was extremely rapid, as if he had eaten a legendary immortal pill. However, Wang Baoli still cried out as he found that the spirit chi in his body was too dense and far beyond his imagination. Even though he had circulated the cloud ethereal art and used his perfect spirit meridians to absorb it, this only prevented him from exploding. As for the spirit chi that could not be absorbed within a short period of time, it all accumulated automatically in Wang Baoli's organs, flesh, and blood and turned into spirit fat, even after he tried hopelessly to stop it. The spirit fat thickened consistently, and Wang Baoli's body rapidly inflated. In the blink of an eye, his whole body had turned into a ball, which stunned everyone. Wang Baoli stammered in anger. He tried to lower his head to look at his body but found himself unable to do it. This familiar feeling caused him to cry out even more hopelessly. How did I become fat again? I've tried so hard to lose weight. My slim body, my handsome face, no. Don't be fatter. I was at fault. I shouldn't overeat. I haven't become the Federation president, I don't want to die of obesity. The angry Wang Baoli did not even care that his cultivation level had broken through the peak of the first level to the second level of the true breath realm. His tragic cries, which contained hate and regret, spread everywhere. At that moment, every disciple on Upper Academy Island who saw this scene through the screens felt their mind and heart quake. Everyone was dumbfounded and kept sucking in deep breaths. Many of them had seen the whole battle between Wang Baoli and the bald youth. Although they did not really understand, Wang Baoli's mighty figure in the end had caught their eyes for a long while. However, following that, things had become really unexpected. It was fine for Wang Baoli to swallow the water droplet, they also could understand that he had become such a fatty, but they could not accept that his cultivation level had also broken through in front of him. This is a major competition of Combat Faculty Pavilion. Yet, he has broken through. What kind of luck is this? I also want to break through. If I can break through, so what if I became a fatty? Spirit blood, what is spirit blood? When there was an uproar and sounds of discussion exploded forth in Upper Academy Island, on the sky platform of the arena, the military, officials from the Federation, and the upper echelons of the Ethereal Tao College were all stunned with eyes widening, staring at the meatball, Wang Baoli. I always felt that this Wang Baoli is very aggressive. He dared to swallow the illusory armament. It's no wonder this Li Wuchen could own an illusory armament at the true breath level. Spirit blood was actually used to refine it. The spirit blood is extracted from the blood of rare alien animals in the ancient sword, and it is extremely precious. The way Li Xingwen treats his disciple is way too extravagant. When everyone was stunned, General Zhu became even more curious and smiled, as if he was completely satisfied with Wang Baoli. As for the upper echelons of the Ethereal Tao College, everyone had odd looks on their faces at this moment. After a while, some people started to whisper. Grand Supreme Elder hasn't come back, right? He has quite a bad temper. While the upper echelons of the Ethereal Tao College were having a headache and the middle-aged man in red robes did not know whether to laugh or cry, at the highest point of the world where they could not feel and sense, there seemed to be a layer of water. Above the water surface, an elder sat cross-legged under the white clouds and the blue sky. This elder was hoary-haired and looked sage-like. He was the Grand Supreme Elder of Ethereal Tao College, the master of the bald youth. At this moment, he lowered his head and stared downward at the rotund Wang Baoli, who was at the gathering point in the mountains. After a while, he seemed to hear Wang Baoli's cries, and the elder's expression became astonished. He could not help but started to laugh. This fatty, isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? While he was saying that, he raised up his hands and pointed downward. Chapter 158, I am pregnant. Chapter 158, I am pregnant. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After the Grand Supreme Elder pointed, a blue light, which seemed to be formed by fog but at the same time had features of light, emerged from his finger and flew out. Its speed was extremely fast and went through the world. When it arrived at the battleground, everyone on Upper Academy Island, as well as disciples in the large competition, were unaware of the light. Even for those in the stands, the number of people who had sensed the light was only 2. One was General Ju, who was one of the upper echelons of the military with an amazing cultivation level. The other one was the red-robed cultivator from the Ethereal Tao College. As one of the deputy sect lords in Ethereal Tao College, he had a profound cultivation. Across the entire arena of the combat faculty pavilion, they were the only 2 who were aware of the fleeting blue light. Even for them, the blue light could barely be sensed, and their expressions changed instantly. They raised up their heads suddenly to look at the emptiness above the ground and then looked toward Wang Baoli. It was because this blue light was directed at Wang Baoli. Instantly, the blue light arrived and landed on Wang Baoli's body without anybody else noticing it. After the light integrated into his body, Wang Baoli's body suddenly quivered. His devouring seed had transformed automatically and turned into the 8-inch spirit root, as if it had sensed the threat. Even part of his spirit meridians had been concealed. After the blue light integrated into Wang Baoli's body, it circulated around his body and checked. However, nothing was found. It did not take away the spirit chi that Wang Baoli had absorbed from the spirit blood. Instead, it went to the water droplet directly and vibrated slightly after approaching the latter. Instantly, Wang Baoli's eyes widened, and his stomach started to brew storms. With a loud sound from his mouth, he spat out the illusory armament that he had swallowed previously. The water droplet went straight to the bald youth and integrated into his glabella. The bald youth also did not care about Wang Baoli's saliva and mucus on the water droplet, and allowed the water droplet to integrate into his body straight away. This took time to describe, but in reality, only split second had passed. Only then did the blue light leave Wang Baoli's body and disappear into the void. What happened? Wang Baoli said with eyes widening. His body now looked like a huge meatball. He wanted to touch his tummy, but his hands were not long enough. Wang Baoli was upset and angry. After seeing that the water droplet had been taken back by the bald youth, he was infuriated. This is robbery. I'd eaten it, and you still took it back. There is my saliva on it. You are so disgusting. The bald youth was also confused, but he suddenly thought of something. He did not care about Wang Baoli's roar and took out his illusory armament instantly to check. His eyes widened immediately after seeing it. Wang Baoli, what kind of digestive ability is this? How could my illusory armament become so weak within such a short period of time? The bald youth was also upset and raised his head to stare at Wang Baoli angrily. After checking the water droplet, he found that it was no longer as radiant and resplendent as it had previously been. Now, it had become dull, and there were even many bumps and hollows, as if it had been corroded. Although he had immediately removed all inscriptions inside the water droplet after gaining back the control, the illusory armament still seemed to be badly damaged. While Wang Baoli was glaring furiously at the bald youth, he also noticed the tragic state of the water droplet in the latter's hand. Wang Baoli blinked as he felt that even though the droplet had been taken back, it had obviously been absorbed fully by him. Furthermore, even my devouring seed despised it. How precious could it be? Wang Baoli laughed, becoming smugger. He habitually put his hands behind his back but found that his hands were still not long enough. Wang Baoli, I will remember this. I hope you will also remember my name. I'm Li Wuchen, the bald youth said. He took a deep breath and barely controlled his temper. After glaring at Wang Baoli hatefully, he turned back and left. The purple-armored cultivator beside him had witnessed everything. Even though he had followed the bald youth and left, he still could not help but take a few looks at Wang Baoli, with awe in his heart. Wang Baoli had made him utterly astonished and impressed in this battle. Why would you give a self-introduction after the battle? That's so stupid, Wang Baoli muttered and looked at the bald youth's back. He felt that not only was the bald youth's behavior foolish, even his name was. He needed to tell the youth what was considered a good name. Foolish Li, remember my name as well, I'm Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli shouted after coming to this realization. The bald youth, Li Wuchen, staggered and became furious again after hearing Wang Baoli's words. He spent quite a while controlling his anger and left rapidly without turning back. Wang Baoli hummed a tune while watching Li Wuchen leave. However, when he lowered his head to look at his tummy, he became upset again. His slim body and handsome face. Wang Baoli was going to go mad. Lu Zihao had an odd expression and tried not to laugh. He did not dare approach Wang Baoli and could only look at his amazing body from afar. He wanted to mock Wang Baoli but instinctively felt that he should not offend Wang Baoli. Otherwise, he would be called son. Thus, he said softly, "Senior brother Wang, what should we do next?" Although he called Wang Baoli senior brother with a polite tone, he did not feel that he had violated his own principles. He did not think that he was compromising. Instead, he believed that he was looking out for his fellow schoolmate. "How would I know?" Wang Baoli said sadly. Even though the path toward the peak had been opened, he did not feel like going up after seeing his body. So, he turned back and wanted to leave. He even forgot to ask Lu Zihao for his dharmic artifact armor. Then I will leave now, senior brother Wang. Thank you so much for your help, Lu Zihao said at once. After saying this, he ran toward the path instantly and charged toward the peak, as if he was so afraid of being asked by Wang Baoli for the armor and flying frost swords that had been given to him previously. As Lu Zihao charged toward the peak, Wang Baoli went down the mountain in a foul mood. But his figure was too special and looked like a huge meatball from afar. While rolling downward, he reached the foothill instantly. Thankfully, when he arrived at the foothill, a teleportation array appeared in front of him before he said anything. With a vexed mood, he stepped into the array and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already back to the square of Upper Academy Island. When he walked out the array, the cheers of spectators from the various pavilions of Upper Academy Island broke out immediately. Wang Baoli is back. If Wang Baoli did not become fat, with a good mood, he surely would have chatted with the spectators and become the focus of their attention. At the same time, he could also sell his dharmic artifacts. But now, he was really not in the mood. Especially when he recalled the family tree that his father had shown to him, he felt that those fatso forefathers, who had originally left, seemed to be waving at him. Why did this happen? I only went to provide some help, I only wanted to advertise my dharmic armaments. Wang Baoli shouted with a sad face. He took out his cruiser and flew to his cave abode in Dharmic Armament Pavilion straight away, leaving the spectators behind. The spectators' facial expressions varied among themselves after seeing this. All of them were wise and did not disturb Wang Baoli, who was obviously going to explode. As Wang Baoli's cruiser was built according to his body, it struggled to maintain a high altitude. With Wang Baoli still upset, it shook all the way and returned to his cave abode in Dharmic Armament Pavilion. After reaching the cave abode, Wang Baoli was angry and mad again because he realized that it was very difficult for him to fit in the door of the cave abode. After trying very hard, he finally got into the cave abode. When he returned to his cave abode, Wang Baoli sat on the cattail hassock, which was far smaller than his butt. He looked around his cave abode and cried. He took out the dharmic artifact that Chen Yutong had given him and put it on his head. With the vicious gleam in his eyes, he turned it on immediately. I haven't eaten for 10 years. Wang Baoli said and prepared for what was to come. Alas, after a while, he found that nothing had happened and became stunned. He took the dharmic artifact and checked carefully. After making sure that there was no problem, he put it on again. I have already run 1,000,000 steps. After finishing his sentence, instantly there are a series of beeping sounds coming from the dharmic artifact. With excitement, Wang Baoli prepared to withstand the pain. However, he was dumbfounded again. Following the beeping sounds, the dharmic artifact, which used to be very useful in losing weight, still remained the same. It seemed that his brain had already gotten used to not eating for years or running millions of steps. It can't be. Wang Baoli started to get worried. I've stayed in the lava chamber for 10 years. I got stabbed 100 times and survived. I need nutrients to recover. I was struck by lightning, all spirit fat melt. Wang Baoli gave many instructions. As the dharmic artifact still remained unchanged, his breathing started to hasten, and he was driven mad completely. He started to think of all kinds of ideas. Finally, when he glanced at his round tummy, and there was a flash of light in his mind suddenly. I am pregnant. I need to melt the spirit fat to provide nutrients. After his words, the dharmic artifact shook suddenly. Obviously, Wang Baoli's words had triggered it, and it started to operate. Wang Baoli was very delighted and roared again immediately, I have multiple births. 100, wait no, 1000. There was a bang sound coming out from the dharmic artifact, as if it was going to explode. It started to operate at an unprecedented rate. Before Wang Baoli could be happy, he felt his mind buzz, and he immediately fell unconscious. Chapter 159, Could this be a kidney stone? Chapter 159, Could this be a kidney stone? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the dharmic artifact was spinning at a dizzying speeds in the dharmic armament pavilion cave abode, the order that Wang Baoli transmitted to the brain was perfectly activated by the dharmic artifact. A momentary explosion resulted in the spirit fat within Wang Baoli's unconscious body to visibly disintegrate. His body gradually recovered. However, the process, compared to normal slimming rates, was indescribably fast. Wang Baoli's body also trembled subconsciously. If seen by others, this would be unnerving. They would not be able to help but be impressed by the fatty's harshness and courage to slim down. At the same time, in Wang Baoli's unconscious state, there was a forbidden zone that was off limits to those not granted permission to access. It was found on the mountain peak of the Tao Enlightenment Pavilion, located at Upper Academy Island. Looking from afar, the peak had a depression that looked like a lake. At the lakeside, there was a wooden house. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Elder, who had pointed at Wang Baoli, was sitting there, looking at the water surface. Along his gaze, the great competition within the combat pavilion appeared clearly beneath the water surface, just like the ones participated in by Wang Baoli. In reality, it was just like a great competition that was held underwater. Under his observation, the bald youth called Li Wuchen paced quickly from far, wearing an ugly expression. As he arrived, he took a deep breath to barely cool himself down. Walking up to the elder's side, he quietly saluted him once. "Master! How do you feel?" his master asked with his eyes fixated on the lake surface, without looking back. At this moment, the large competition within the combat pavilion had already decided on who was the strongest from each mountain peak. The second round of the competition was beginning. Upon hearing his master's words, Li Wuchen, who could already hardly keep his cool, seemed to struggle to contain his anger even after taking a few consecutive deep breaths. He clenched his teeth. That Wang Baoli was too shameless. I merely went to test him, yet he went on to swallow my illusory armament world and even digested a good half of it. Master, I suspect he was originally a beast. Li Wuchen felt more exasperated at this moment. Listening to the words of his disciple, the elder expression somewhat changed. Recalling what had happened earlier, he uncontrollably laughed and turned back to look at the still peeved Li Wuchen. "Wuchen, why not let Wang Baoli be your junior brother?" The elder deliberated, with his eyes having a glint. What? Li Wuchen obviously did not expect that his own master would say such a thing. His mind buzzed. If Wang Baoli became his junior brother, that would be extremely terrible in his mind. Li Wuchen became anxious. However, it would be impossible to persuade his master in such a situation. He can only speak indignantly. "Master, you need to be careful when making such a decision. I am afraid that you may regret it in the future." The elder gave a faint smile and turned to look at the lake surface quietly. However, his eyes seemed to be filled with an even sharper glint. The smile at the corner of his lips did not fade away for a long time. Seeing that his master seemed to have made his decision, Li Wuchen, depressed, could not help but look at the water drops of his own illusory weapon world. Particularly when he suddenly recalled that this was spat out from Wang Baoli's mouth, his anger uncontrollably shot up, his expression changed, and he sharply inhaled. As time gradually elapsed, the Combat Pavilion's competition finally ended after 3 days. Even though Lu Zihao finished strong, he did not come in as champion of the first level of the True Breath realm in the final match. At least, he managed to be among the top 10 of those at the first level of the True Breath realm. The champion this time round was Shui Yifan. In third place was Chen Ziheng. As for the second, it was a female disciple called Wu Hui. She was lesser known. However, the assistant whom she invited was actually Zhao Yameng. With her help, Wu Hui was able to go all the way to the mountain peak. Furthermore, she was augmented by the array formation given by Zhao Yameng afterward, becoming the dark horse of the large competition. At this moment, the Combat Pavilion's competition finally ended. As the military and the Federation officials were leaving, the top 10 warriors of the 1st to the 5th level of the Combat Pavilion immediately became famous on Upper Academy Island, catching the attention of many people. In previous years, the supporting teammates of the other pavilions might be mentioned after the competition, but they would not have received as much attention as those victors of the competition. This was because the competition belonged to the Combat Pavilion after all. However, this time around, it was different. This was due to the appearance of Wang Baoli. Regardless of whether it was the advertisement about dharmic artifacts that displayed fireworks, his outburst during the battle with Li Wuchen, or his breakthrough in swallowing the water droplets to become a huge fatty, each of those acts was enough to discuss for days. As such, his name was mentioned multiple times. In fact, he was gradually mentioned more often than the favored ones in the Combat Pavilion, becoming more famous. Even the victors of the competition were all struck dumb when they heard of Wang Baoli's feat. However, the Wang Baoli at the moment was still lying very still in his own cave abode, in a state of oblivion. His body would twitch once in a while. At the same time, his body was clearly slimming down, no longer as hefty as when he returned, gradually returning to his original size. Only at dusk 2 days later, Wang Baoli's body, which was still lying there, jolted to life. He slowly opened his eyes, appearing lost. After Wang Baoli regained full consciousness, he suddenly sat up, breathed heavily, and looked down to scrutinize his own body. Noticing that his abdomen had become much smaller and that his body had fully recovered, Wang Baoli was so excited that he immediately took a mirror to examine himself. Upon seeing that familiar face in the mirror, he could not help but laugh out loud. Success! Things like slimming down is too easy for me. Wang Baoli stood up while laughing wildly and continuously turned around in front of the mirror, becoming more and more excited. I am still this slim and handsome. While being pleased with himself and high-spirited, Wang Baoli could not help but raise his hand and thump his abdomen. Just as he was about to sigh emotionally, the thump stunned him and prompted him to look down suspiciously. Why is it that I feel like I had hit something? Wang Baoli touched carefully, while his facial expression suddenly changed for the worst. What is this round thing? Wang Baoli's eyes opened widely, and his breath stopped instantaneously. He immediately recalled the order that he had transmitted to his brain before he became unconscious. It can't be. Wang Baoli's head buzzed, and his face turned pale in fear. He quickly took a look and then heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was still stunned for a long while. At this moment, there was an impressive fist-sized crystal in his body that was found on top of the devouring seed, which occupied his dantian. It seemed like a spirit stone but was blood-red in color. In it, it seemed to encapsulate the amazing spirit chi. Upon sensing it a little, Wang Baoli immediately drew a deep breath. Based on his own instincts, this crystal appeared to be like a bomb. Once burst open, the huge amount of spirit chi emitted would definitely cause his body to explode straight away. What is this? Could this be a kidney stone? A kidney stone formed by highly concentrated spirit chi? Wang Baoli was quite nervous. After observing it closely, he was taken aback. Although about 90% of the spirit fat in his body had disappeared and his cultivation level had risen a little, he did not feel it strongly. Combining with his recollections of the order that he had transmitted before losing consciousness, the origin of this crystal became perfectly clear. Just because I tricked my brain that I was pregnant, the spirit fats dissolved and released spirit chi. The spirit chi then coagulated to form this thing, Wang Baoli muttered in fascination, smiling bitterly for a long time. It was good that he had realized that the meridians of the spirit chi were no longer the spirit threads in the past. Instead, it seemed like countless threads had come together to form a small stream, flowing along his own meridians, making his own body clearly much stronger than before. The second level of the true breath realm. Feeling the cultivation level after his own transformation, Wang Baoli was much better. He guessed that the stone was very powerful at a glance. If he slowly absorbed it, it would be comparable to pills, expediting his cultivation and refinement. Wang Baoli was excited by this thought and quickly had a go. He realized that as his cultivation was activated and the spirit stream was flowing along his meridians, the red stone indeed released some spirit energy. After being absorbed by the large network of spirit streams, Wang Baoli was immediately stimulated. This is fate. Wang Baoli laughed wildly in elation. Realizing that he was truly at the second level of the true breath realm, his burning excitement made him control the spirit chi in his body to concentrate on his palms, according to the spells recorded in the cloud ethereal technique. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. A fist-sized fireball immediately appeared with a bang. Indeed, I no longer need to rely on talismans. Wang Baoli's eyes glittered, and he extinguished the fireball with a wave. He tried again, and small wind blades quickly appeared. This excited Wang Baoli, prompting him to try over and over again. However, the spirit chi in his meridian seemed to deplete very quickly, making it hard for him to withstand the expenditure. Looking at what happened, Wang Baoli quickly stopped trying. After meditating for a while, he realized that the spirit chi in his meridians had recovered to normal, and he opened his eyes, unable to contain the look of excitement. Chapter 160, Cloud Finger. Chapter 160, Cloud Finger. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After using it approximately 30 times, the spirit chi will be completely depleted. It requires 5 minutes of meditation to recover. Wang Baoli was excited and delighted, because based on the introduction by someone else he had seen on the spirit intranet, he knew that others at the second level of the true breath realm could release the spells at most 10 times. No one had exceeded 20 times. However, he had made it to 30 times, and his restoration time was much shorter. This meant that he was very powerful. My ability to have multiple transformations with the spirit roots is powerful. Wang Baoli was delighted. At this moment, his spirit chi was fully replenished. He then recalled the cloud finger in the second level of the cloud ethereal technique. This cloud finger was a specified spell of the cloud ethereal technique. At the same time, it was in fact the special spell of the disciples of Ethereal Tao College. Its power was naturally not ordinary. However, this spell could not be used by cultivators at first level of the true breath realm. Only at the second level could this spell be utilized. Upon thinking of this, Wang Baoli's heart warmed. After taking a deep breath, he took out the jade slip for the cloud ethereal technique and studied it. He then fixed his gaze on it, slowly raised his right hand, and controlled the flow of the spirit chi in his body according to the specified method in the cloud ethereal technique. Gradually, a thread of mist was formed, drifting out from the tip of Wang Baoli's right index finger. This grey color mist, though seemingly ordinary, did not show any sign of diffusion or disappearing. Instead, it concentrated on Wang Baoli's index finger and encircled it, just like a short, grey snake. Cloud finger is able to fade into the void and disappear without a trace. At the same time, it can diffuse like clouds, obstruct external enemies, and even be shot out. Depending on the cultivation level, it can demonstrate varying levels of lethality, muttered Wang Baoli. This was the introduction of cloud finger on the jade slip. Looking at the thread of mist on his finger, he was unable to see how powerful it could be. As such, he raised his right hand and waved it once. Suddenly, the thread of mist encircling his finger really looked like a short snake. Carrying a feel of spiritual movement, it was shot out in an instant and faded into nothingness, making it hardly possible to see its path. In an instant, it touched the face of a wall. There was no loud bang, just a thud, but Wang Baoli's eyes widened, and he took a few steps forward, breathing heavily. He saw a small hole where the thread of mist had touched the wall. Although the small hole did not penetrate the rock wall to the adjacent cave abode, the hole was very deep. By Wang Baoli's visual inspection, its depth was about 1 foot. It had to be realized that this wall was no ordinary rock, it contained an array formation. Even so, the cloud finger was able to penetrate 1 foot deep, displaying its great power. This made Wang Baoli take a deep breath. At the same time, he felt physically weak. In fact, about 60% of the spirit chi in his meridians had vanished in an instant. If it is others in the second level of the true breath realm, they can perhaps only use it once. Even for myself, I can barely do it twice. This is too powerful. Wang Baoli immediately realized that the cloud finger was his trump card thus far. In the midst of his excitement, Wang Baoli moved his body. He was again surprised because he felt much stronger than before. As such, he threw a few punches to assess his body, in preparation of a speed test. However, by just moving his body, he almost collided with the wall in an instant. Shocked, Wang Baoli quickly stopped his footsteps, raising his hand and leaning forward to support himself. Immediately, a loud bang came from the wall as if it had been hit by a large force. Wang Baoli took a few steps, feeling shocked and baffled. My strength has increased. But I did not see anyone commenting on the spirit intranet that when advancing a level, the body will become stronger. As for myself, both my strength and speed has at least doubled. Is it because of my devouring seed and 100% spirit meridians? The feeling of being stronger than his peers of the same level made Wang Baoli both happy and satisfied. He did not think further. Just as he was about to continue experiencing how much stronger had he been, the voice transmission ring suddenly started to shake. Wang Baoli looked down and realized that there were a few hundred voice messages in the voice transmission ring. They had clearly been sent when he was still in a state of unconsciousness. And even when Wang Baoli had regained consciousness, he had not really noticed it. After seeing that, he recalled his order form for dharmic artifacts and quickly took a look. After taking a glance, he instantaneously laughed joyously. Apart from the voice transmission inquiries from his good friends, the others were order forms from unfamiliar disciples. As Wang Baoli flipped through them, his eyes slowly glowed with delight. I've struck it rich. Most of them are to buy golden bell bead and shut up. Other purchases are not common. Looks like the focal point of the advertisement is really very important. Wang Baoli was excited and continued flipping, but very quickly, he was puzzled. Someone actually wants to buy my small wooden pail for fireworks? What would they want to buy this for? To confess their love? After reading finish all the order forms behind in awe, Wang Baoli scratched his head, fascinated. Indeed, the number of people buying the small wooden pail for fireworks was second only to the golden bell bead and shut up. However, he was immediately delighted. Looks like this brand has already gained traction. Nevertheless, I still need to stabilize longer and put a mark on the dharmic artifacts to prevent counterfeit goods from appearing. Wang Baoli happily counted and took out all the dharmic artifacts that he had refined and made in the past from his storage bracelet and storage bag. However, he was still short of a significant number of artifacts. But Wang Baoli was not at all worried. After much deliberation, he thought of carving the word happiness 1 on all those artifacts. I am called Wang Baoli. With this method, I can separate my treasures into 3 different grades. I will carve the word happiness on this batch. After refining and making the numinous treasures, I will carve the word treasure 2. Lastly, when I am able to refine and manufacture dharmic armaments, I will carve the word king 3. If there is one day that I am able to refine and make divine armaments, then only these divine armaments are worthy to have my full name carved on them. Unfortunately, although he felt that his words were incredibly grand, there was no one around to suck up to him. While feeling quite wistful, he suddenly thought of Liu Daobin. I hope that Liu Daobin can work harder and aim to quickly come and help me. I am facing a shortage of manpower. While sighing, Wang Baoli carved the word happiness on all the dharmic artifacts and immediately contacted the department in the Tao College that managed the spirit intranet. He would send all the artifacts there and let those buyers retrieve and trade them. Such a trading method was most common on Upper Academy Island. Although the department that managed the spirit intranet would collect some fees, this relieved producers from the need of meeting their customers face-to-face, as well as validating that the Dharmic artifacts were real as it was officially recognized. This helped to eliminate many more undue troubles. At the same time, this allowed people to sell their Dharmic artifacts anonymously. The department that managed the Spirit intranet had done a perfect job in protecting privacy all those years. In days, the first batch of Wang Baoli's Dharmic artifacts was out of stock. With the reflux of a large amount of spirit stones, Wang Baoli started the refinement and manufacture of the second batch. After half a month, he finally completed all the orders for Dharmic artifacts. Looking at then spirit stones she earned, his eyes glimmered. This helped me earn faster than the refinement of rainbow spirit stones, and it's not exhausting either. Wang Baoli was very happy and used all the spirit stones that he had earned to buy materials for refining artifacts. Then, he opened up the Dharmic Artifacts guidebook from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. After searching, he chose the batch that was the hardest to make and refine. He then started to familiarize himself with the manufacturing process and refine the perfect second-grade Dharmic armaments. In this batch of Dharmic artifacts, there were fly whisks, precious beads, seals, ropes, lotus flower platforms, and many others. Although he was able to refine the perfect second-grade Dharmic artifacts, the probability of failing was significant, and he could not be considered skilled at it. With a sufficient amount of materials, he immediately went into seclusion and began his refinement. Very soon, in the process of manufacture and refining, Wang Baoli surprisingly realized that he seemed to be different from the past. Regardless of whether it was the carving of inscriptions or the making of spirit kernels, he was much sharper and more precise. It was as if that at a glance, he was able to feel the internal structure of the spirit kernel that was placed in front of him. Moreover, during the carving of inscriptions, he was able to consider the internal parts of the spirit kernel. He could then imprint some of the inscriptions through the spirit kernels. With this, the inscriptions became versatile and flexible. The availability of so many choices allowed Wang Baoli to improve tremendously in the refinement of Dharmic artifacts. Even though there was no major difference in the materials or the refinement process, the phase of spirit kernels had reached a nearly perfect level. As if he already had a strong foundation, by laying another foundation, it became extremely strong. This resulted in the probability of failing at the stage of materials, manufacture, and refinement to be much lower. The success rate of producing a perfect product would drastically increase. This is because of my enlightenment in the water droplet? Wang Baoli's eyes glittered with happiness. I am not far from the day of the refinement of the third-grade numinous treasures and reaching the benchmark of an armament soldier. Full of hope, Wang Baoli was immersed in manufacturing and refining during seclusion. As 1 month gradually elapsed, when the ripples of the combat pavilion's competition finally subsided, Wang Baoli finally completed the refinement of the perfect second-grade Dharmic artifact. Looking at each and every Dharmic artifact placed there emanating streams of light, Wang Baoli stood up and laughed out loud. At that moment, he was completely able to achieve a success rate of 100% for any Dharmic artifacts of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, in the list, even if it was the hardest batch to refine. Even in the whole of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, few were able to achieve this. Even among the armament soldiers who were able to refine numinous treasure, there were only a few that could accomplish this. Can I now try to refine numinous treasures? Wang Baoli held his breath. To him, numinous treasures contained too much unfathomable power, at a completely different level from the Dharmic artifacts. If one made the analogy of Dharmic artifacts as iron, then numinous treasures would be steel. Chapter 161, Armament Sand. Chapter 161, Armament Sand. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. With this in mind, Wang Baoli couldn't help but feel moved. He quickly opened the jade slip of the technique of infinite armament transformation. After reviewing it, he took out the materials and tried manufacturing and refining numinous treasures for the first time. Let me choose an easy one first. Wang Baoli's eyes showed anticipation. Using the Dharmic Armament Guidebook from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, he found a numinous treasure known as a water droplet separator. It was considered an easy to refine among the third-grade numinous treasures. However, it required 100,000 inscriptions. Looking at the requirements for the inscriptions, Wang Baoli was quite speechless, but after regulating his own breathing, he decided to give it a shot. Time passed, and after 5 days, Wang Baoli let out a long sigh. he was forced to give up on this attempt. Spirit kernels for numinous treasures usually required at least 100 spirit stones to condense. Since too many inscriptions were required, and almost all of them required advanced variations of the study of inscriptions, it was strenuous even for Wang Baoli. A single mistake could lead to the spirit stone's collapse, resulting in the failure of the refinement process. After studying the recipe, he realized that the second stage of refinement was way harder than dharmic artifacts. More importantly, Wang Baoli discovered that though the inscriptions of the numinous treasures looked the same as dharmic artifacts, he had a nagging feeling that they were somewhat different. Yet, he was unable to figure it out exactly. I was too complacent in the past. The knowledge required for making dharmic armaments is too vast. I still need to continue learning and studying. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He knew that his biggest issue was not craftsmanship but that he had not mastered the knowledge of Upper Academy Island's dharmic armaments. As such, for the days ahead, he frequently went to the various halls in the dharmic armament pavilion to learn the knowledge in the technique of infinite armament transformation, and searched for videos and information on the spirit intranet. Occasionally, he also consulted Chen Yutong. Like a sponge, he kept absorbing the more advanced knowledge of dharmic armaments, as well as studied the recipe for the third-grade numinous treasure. Just like that, time passed. Gradually, Wang Baoli started to have a better understanding of the differences between dharmic artifacts and numinous treasures. Regardless of whether it is the seniors in the halls or Chen Yutong, they all tell me that the linchpin of refining numinous treasures is the temperature and the changes of the inscriptions. However, for the specifics, I will still need to figure them out and understand them all by myself. The requirement for perceptivity and aptitude is high for dharmic armaments. Many of the principles explained by others are just the basics. Only with my own understanding can I master it. After trying, Wang Baoli realized that even though he knew the principles, when it came to actual work, it seemed virtually impossible to complete because of a lack of understanding. This made him quite worried, but he knew that he could not rush the matter. Unless there were other opportunities, he could only accumulate knowledge and wait for the fruits of success to ripen when the conditions were right. As such, he had no other choice but to settle down and treat the refinement of the third-grade numinous treasures as a mid to long-term goal. But I cannot waste this period of time. Can I start refining using the recipe given by Little Missy? Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He felt that making dharmic armaments would only become harder. However, he did not give up. Instead, he became more spirited and pumped. In the following days, he simultaneously learned and studied the numinous treasure recipe, as well as attempting to refine the scabbard. Since Wang Baoli was already extremely familiar with making perfect second-grade dharmic artifacts, the past difficulties of refining the scabbard were no longer challenging to him, regardless of whether it was sword-shaped spirit stones or the extremely complex inscriptions that became spirit kernels. Although he didn't succeed at once, after failing multiple times, he finally. After 10 days, Wang Baoli completely refined the scabbard spirit kernel. Furthermore, in terms of quality, it was considered perfect. Looking at the colorful scabbard-shaped spirit kernel that seemed to be circulated with light, Wang Baoli was a little excited. It had been quite some time since he first obtained the recipe for the scabbard, but only then had he managed to complete the first phase. The difficulty level of scabbards is second only to numinous treasures. Wang Baoli sighed and settled down. He proceeded to the materials stage, by infusing the spirit kernels into various materials, which could be used to refine artifacts at the end. But at that step, Wang Baoli knew that there was a difficulty that had to be overcome, otherwise, the material forging stage might not be successful. It requires 100 grains of armament sand. Wang Baoli muttered. He had seen this material when he studied the recipe earlier and had gone on the spirit intranet to search. Nevertheless, he could not find the armament sand on either the spirit intranet or the material list of the dharmic armament pavilion. He had even gone to ask Sir Haiyang, but he had not heard of such a thing. At this stage, Wang Baoli understood that this armament sand was one of the materials that had not been found by the Federation. In order to obtain it, the only solution was to ask Little Missy. Coming to this conclusion, he took out his hallucination pillow and plunged straight into his dream to start asking. This time round, Little Missy, wearing a black mask, did not pose difficulties for Wang Baoli. After Wang Baoli completed his question, she immediately gave the answer, as if she already knew that he would come and ask. But after Wang Baoli took a look, he started to be suspicious. Recipe for armament sand? Is this armament sand not a material, but a dharmic artifact? Wang Baoli scrutinized it while still puzzled. Slowly, he became astonished. The armament sand was indeed a material, but it required refinement processes. As for the materials required for these processes, they were mostly ordinary. The main component required was even simpler, rainbow spirit stones. Why do I feel that this seems to be specially prepared for me? Wang Baoli hesitated for a while and looked at the black mask suspiciously. Then, he continued to look down and study the recipe for making armament sand. According to the method mentioned, armament sand was an extremely special spirit material. Once successfully refined, it contained many magical powers. Its effect was to activate all the potential that was contained within the dharmic artifact, reaching the stage of transforming a rotten object to having mystical effects. However, it carried the risk of failure and required precise control during the fusion process. As for the method of refining armament sand, it required the materials to first be melted to a molten state. Immediately after this, the rainbow spirit stones should be immersed, allowing the materials to absorb and cool. Then, inscriptions found in the recipe would be carved on the spirit stones. These inscriptions were so unique that Wang Baoli had never seen them before. According to the method written, the inscriptions would cause the spirit stones to shrink, forming a grain of sand at last. The result was armament sand. Although he still had some hesitation, but Wang Baoli decided to try after giving it some thought. As such, after leaving the hallucination realm, he immediately bought large amounts of materials required to make and refine armament sand. He then began the process. To Wang Baoli, if he did not consider its consumption, refining armament sand was not really difficult. Both the melting and engraving processes proceeded smoothly. Very quickly, he successfully refined the first grain of armament sand. Placing the armament sand on his hand, Wang Baoli raised his hand up to his eyes and examined it closely for a long while. This grain of armament sand was completely black and did not seem to be in any way intriguing. Most others would simply think that it was an ordinary sand grain. Is this thing as magical as the little missy said? Wang Baoli muttered and put away the grain of armament sand before proceeding to refining more armament sand. When he gradually completed the refinement of all 100 grains of armament sand, Wang Baoli was shocked by the amount of materials consumed by making the armament sand. These were actually rainbow spirit stones. If the armament sand was refined by others, the consumption level would be unimaginable. Even for Wang Baoli himself, the period in which he refined both the spirit stones and the armament sand exhausted him so much that he had no time for other activities. These are actually 100 rainbow spirit stones. I hope they really have magical powers. Seeing that he was about to complete the refinement of the armament sand, his eyes gleamed. He took out his scabbard spirit kernel and started to fuse it with the materials according to the recipe's instructions. As precious materials were fused one by Wang Baoli, within a short time span, a blue scabbard gradually formed on the smelting furnace in front of him. Furthermore, a suppressive force, far exceeding a first-grade dharmic artifact, exuded from the scabbard. After experiencing it, Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. It already has such a spiritual force before completely becoming an artifact. With anticipation, Wang Baoli focused on putting in all the materials, other than the armament sand. In a flash, the scabbard was immediately formed. He suddenly waved his right hand, fusing all 100 grains of armament sand into it. The instant that it touched the scabbard, the armament sand melted, forming black lines in a bid to fuse with the scabbard. Wang Baoli was shaken. Unleashing his cultivation, he dispersed his spirit energy, his mind and body completely immersed in the process. He controlled the black lines formed by the armament sand, allowing them to fuse into the scabbard bit by bit. The whole process was slow, and Wang Baoli did not dare allow himself to get distracted. 6 hours quickly passed. Wang Baoli's forehead was already coated in sweat. With his cautiousness, the black lines formed by the armament sand has completely fused with the scabbard. In fact, under his observation, the black lines penetrated the material that covered the scabbard, touching the spirit kernel. But the moment when they touched the spirit kernel, the inscriptions carved on the spirit kernel by Wang Baoli shone brightly, seemingly coming alive, and even swam on the spirit kernel on its own accord. Rushing to the fore, they seemed like they wanted to touch the 100 black lines. Even among themselves, they contested and started to devour and fuse with each other. This sight made Wang Baoli open his eyes widely and exclaim in shock. "What's happening?" Wang Baoli's body shook, shocked by whatever had unfolded before his eyes. The 100 black lines shattered in unison and fused together with the scabbard. Jumping to his feet, Wang Baoli rubbed his eyes. He recalled his memory many times to ensure that his eyes were not playing tricks. Slowly, he breathed heavily, and his eyes lit up. It really works. He became high-spirited and immediately refined the scabbard spirit kernel and the armament sand. After 10 days of no rest, he finally used the preparatory materials to restart the refinement of scabbards. Just like 10 days ago, before the scabbard was in shape, the armament sand was thrown in. Wang Baoli used all his might to control the process. He was mentally prepared this time around. When he once again saw that the inscriptions appeared to be alive, fighting for the right to be fused with the black lines, he was calmer than before despite still being somewhat shaken. Under his careful observation, the inscriptions continuously fused and devoured each other, forming 100 inscriptions that Wang Baoli had never seen before. They leaped and absorbed the 100 black lines. Then, the scabbard shone intensely, shaking the whole smelting furnace. Wang Baoli was so shocked that he took a few steps back. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. Immediately, a beam of blue light sparkled. The scabbard flew out of the smelting furnace and floated before Wang Baoli. The scabbard shook, emanating a suppressive force that exceeded the first grade and, to a certain extent, even the perfect second grade. Chapter 162, Detached. Chapter 162, Detached. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's mind buzzed, and his breathing halted. Staring at the scabbard in front of him, his eyes widened and slowly emitted an intense gaze. This suppressive force, could this be a first-grade dharmic artifact? Wang Baoli drew a gasp as he carefully examined the scabbard. Upon confirming that it was indeed first grade, a wave of shock and excitement unwittingly began to well up in his heart. This unbelievable suppressive force coming from just a first-grade weapon. Imagine this to be second grade, or even third grade, how much more powerful will this be? Wang Baoli exclaimed. Just the mere thought of it caused whirlwinds in his heart. With his mind still in disarray, it took him a while before he could suppress his shock and settle down. Suddenly, with a strange glint in his eyes, Wang Baoli thought of what little Missy had said: when it reached its top level, the ancient greenish bronze sword could be attracted. Although it seemed unreliable, it might still be a more plausible option. Still pondering over the situation, Wang Baoli waited for the scabbard to cool before grabbing it. With a fiery gaze in his eyes, he decided to test the prowess of the scabbard by transferring his spirit chi to it. However, the scabbard merely shimmered. Nothing happened. Wang Baoli was taken aback. He stared at the scabbard, empty yet emitting spirit chi. Upon checking the interior of the scabbard, Wang Baoli found out that the inscriptions on the spirit kernel were not the same as what he had previously seen. Instead of 100 of them, the inscriptions were now countless and dense, as if it was some form of encryption. Even Wang Baoli himself had to carefully study those inscriptions before arriving at only a superficial understanding of it. As for outsiders who did not have knowledge of these inscriptions, it would be a highly difficult task for them to fully understand. Inscription mutation? Oh, and didn't little Missy say before that a sword-like spirit chi needle would appear on the scabbard? Wang Baoli remarked and sighed deeply. Refusing to have his beliefs shaken, Wang Baoli once again gathered his spirit chi and transferred it to the scabbard before swinging the scabbard outward. However, the scabbard remained as before. "Is this a lie?" remarked Wang Baoli with a tinge of anger in his tone. Refusing to admit defeat, Wang Baoli once again decided to confirm the suppressive force emitted from the scabbard. It was indeed a remarkable force. In a state of confusion, Wang Baoli casually used the scabbard as a dagger and stabbed at the wall beside him. With a bang, the walls cracked slightly, but nothing else happened. Seeing this, Wang Baoli momentarily became dumbfounded. In the heat of the moment, he decided to take out the hallucination pillow and ask little Missy for a clear explanation. Just as Wang Baoli was about to take out the hallucination pillow, he paused for a moment. Recalling little Missy's eccentric temper behind that mask of hers, he pondered for a while before turning his head around and leaving the cave abode. Upon returning from the marketplace, where he had bought a bouquet of fresh flowers, he entered the hallucination realm. With an affectionate gaze, he removed the mask, placed it on the ground, and softly said, "Little Missy, I have come to see you. There was nothing much to do today. I coincidentally passed by a cliff, saw these flowers, and instinctively thought of you." Having said that, Wang Baoli took out the flowers that he had bought and placed them beside the mask. The purple petals, together with the black mask, seemed to cast a beautiful radiance. Especially in the wintry hallucination realm, a small breeze could gently cause the petals to flutter and be carried away by the wind. "Little Missy, these flowers grow ever so lonely on the cliff, which reminded me of the lonely you. I cannot visit you frequently. I hope these flowers can take my place and accompany you," Wang Baoli muttered. With that, he immediately went to observe the mask. No signs of change. A wave of disappointment began to rise in him. Seems like little Missy is also an experienced being. "It's so difficult to please her," Wang Baoli remarked. Heaving a sigh of relief internally, he blinked and coughed. "Oh right, little Missy, I suddenly thought of something. I have already refined the scabbard, which you asked me to do, but the problem is, how do I use it? I have tried a couple of times already." Just as Wang Baoli was about to complete his sentence, a gust of wind blew, brushing the flowers against the mask. It seemed like these flowers were about to be blown away into the distance. At that moment, a seemingly invisible hand appeared from the mask and gently pinched a fluttering flower petal. The flower petal froze and stopped in midair. This scene made Wang Baoli's pupils shrink suddenly, and his breathing hastened. Staring at the flower that hung in midair, he saw the flower rise slightly, as if someone had brought it near their nose to take a whiff. Not sure if it was just an illusion, Wang Baoli vaguely saw a woman's silhouette above the mask. She had long hair that was swaying lightly. With an indistinct face, she was wearing a traditional regal gown. Yet, she appeared to stand aloof from the world, detached. At that instant, her tender hands held onto the flower, taking in the faint scent. "Thank you." A cold, tranquil voice suddenly sounded out of the black mask while Wang Baoli's heart was racing. This sudden voice gave Wang Baoli a fright as he hurriedly took a few steps back. After suppressing his alarm, Wang Baoli blinked and hurriedly said, "Little Missy, you have such a pleasant voice." The black mask remained silent. After a while, the originally cold-hearted voice became apparently less cold and seemed to have more emotions in it, just as it started to say more. "The scabbard is a growth-type dharmic artifact. Only by refining it to the 3rd grade will you be able to release the sword-like spirit chi needles. Let me teach you a way where you can infuse the scabbard into your body for nurturing. This will allow you to become one with your weapon, granting you the ability to command it with ease as you wish. At the same time, throughout this cultivation period, it will also serve as your intrinsic dharma treasure. In the future, in terms of function and physical changes, this scabbard will also match your personality as well as your state of mind. In addition, I will impart the knowledge on how to refine this scabbard to the 3rd grade to you. You must remember that you have to quickly refine this to the 3rd grade." As little Missy's voice constantly spoke, Wang Baoli became more agitated and excited. This was the longest conversation that Wang Baoli had held with the mask ever since he obtained it. This time, it was evident that the tone was not as cold-hearted as before. This made Wang Baoli excited. He realized that he had given the correct present. As he pondered over his stupidity in the past, he recognized that it was becoming apparent that there were still many things that he had to individually understand and dive deeper into. It looks like I have to put in more work to please her in the future. I should quickly grab hold of the opportunity to understand everything, obtain a mutual cordial relationship, and boost our impression of each other. Feeling delighted, Wang Baoli faithfully remembered what little Missy had taught him, about how he had to use his scabbard as his intrinsic dharmic artifact as well as how he could refine it to the 3rd grade. Only then did he decide to leave. Just as he was about to pick up the mask and leave the hallucination realm, little Missy's cold-hearted voice once again reverberated. "I wish to remain here." "Ah?" Wang Baoli was taken aback. Pausing for a moment, he left the hallucination realm on his own. Before he left, he turned back to look at the mask with the flower floating in midair as before. It was as if she was always looking, gently taking in the flowery scent. All of this left a deep impression on Wang Baoli. It appeared that he could genuinely feel the loneliness of the woman. Amid the silence, Wang Baoli returned to reality. As he opened his eyes, he realized that the mask had indeed disappeared. All that was left was just the hallucination pillow. As such, he carefully put away the pillow, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged. Following the teachings imparted from Little Missy, Wang Baoli attempted to infuse the scabbard into his body for cultivation. Little Missy's technique was simple, and the process ran smoothly. In a matter of seconds, the scabbard vanished from the outside world into his body. As for the formula to refine the scabbard to the second grade, the materials required were far more precious than those required for the first grade, and the quantity needed was at least 10 times greater. Furthermore, he also needed to acquire armament sand, not just 100 grains, but 1,000. This was still not worth mentioning. To refine the scabbard to the third grade, the materials required were far more exaggerated, especially the armament sand. It required 10,000 grains. These numbers, even if Wang Baoli himself could refine the rainbow spirit stones himself, were still an astounding amount that would leave one speechless. However, upon thinking of the prowess of the scabbard, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. Filled with anticipation, he began to refine the armament sand. However, in the midst of his refinement, an idea suddenly flashed across Wang Baoli's mind. The armament sand can fully trigger the potential of the scabbard and cause the inscriptions to evolve, then, can I use it on other dharmic artifacts? The thought of this excited him. The scabbard's power is hindered by its grade. Up till now, the refinement of the scabbard still has not shown any obvious effects. However, those flawless and unparalleled second-grade dharmic artifacts that I have are extraordinarily powerful. If I can fully trigger the potential of my scabbard and cause the inscriptions to evolve, then won't my power increase exponentially? With this in mind, Wang Baoli's eyes shone, and he sighed deeply. Thinking of all the possibilities, he decided to attempt to refine the scabbard and observe the outcome of it. With that, instead of the precious dharmic artifacts that he had, Wang Baoli retrieved several leftover second-grade dharmic artifacts from his storage bag that he had used in his previous refinement, many of which he had been unable to sell. He then ran toward the smelting furnace and started his refinement process. It doesn't matter if I fail, but once I succeed, my dharmic artifacts will undoubtedly possess unimaginable power. However, due to the wild and uncontrollable nature of the evolution, even I myself do not know what will happen if the dharmic artifact evolves. Wang Baoli's eyes were filled with longing, unable to suppress the desire in him. Will some kind of nascent divine armament appear? Chapter 163, Cross-Dharmic Artifacts. Chapter 163, Cross-Dharmic Artifacts. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. On Wang Baoli's first attempt, he took out a small shield and put it into the smelting furnace. After making some measurements, he put in an armament sand particle. However, as soon as it was integrated, the small shield vibrated vigorously and immediately lost all its spirit force. Wang Baoli frowned while taking it out to examine it. He realized that all the inscriptions on the spirit kernel had already been destroyed. The dharmic artifact needed to be filled with new inscriptions again, and the materials on its exterior also needed to be removed. Overall, it was considered half-broken. Wang Baoli sighed and retrieved the second dharmic artifact to try again. His progress was initially going well, but after half an hour, a loud boom accompanied the complete deconstruction of the second dharmic artifact. Wang Baoli got a shock, and upon taking the second dharmic artifact out for examination, he found that not only had the spirit kernel been completely destroyed, its inscriptions were also all warped. Is it really impossible? Wang Baoli scratched his head as he looked at the large number of dharmic artifacts that he could not sell off. After thinking about it, he decided to continue trying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In those 3 days, Wang Baoli was immersed in the process of trying to integrate the armament sand with the dharmic artifacts. He failed 18 times and was so demoralized that he was about to give up. In most of those 18 failures, the entire Dharmic artifact had destabilized not long after the armament sand was integrated. All the inscriptions within the Dharmic artifact were destroyed and warped one after another. It was as if the Dharmic artifacts could not withstand the integration of the armament sand and were being immediately destroyed. However, when Wang Baoli was about to give up dejectedly, on his 19th refinement trial, which involved a second-grade flying sword, a bright glow suddenly appeared after the flying sword vibrated as it integrated with the armament sand. The appearance of the glow made Wang Baoli excited. He immediately put in his best effort to control it. After 5 minutes, as he retrieved the flying sword following the disappearance of the glow, he realized that there were obvious changes being made to it. Success! Wang Baoli was extremely surprised as he quickly examined it. He realized that the flying sword had become heavier than before. Therefore, he integrated some spirit chi within it to inspect its interior, and immediately found that inscriptions of greater complexity had appeared on the flying sword's spirit kernel, similar to the scabbard. The only difference was that those on the scabbard were more complex. At the same time, the inscriptions on the flying sword were clearly different from before. After analyzing it closely, Wang Baoli found that 9 inscriptions had been changed, and it was those changes that created subtle differences in the overall arrangement of the inscriptions. However, even though the differences were minor, it created major transformations in the potency of the flying sword. Wang Baoli had never seen this inscription arrangement on the jade slip before, and was unable to work out what effect had occurred to the flying sword after its transformation. Fortunately, he had his formula for the inscriptions. Therefore, he sat down and tried to derive them. After a while, as Wang Baoli lifted his head, he was mildly bewildered. Its speed has been decreased, and so has its degree of sharpness. Every aspect has been sacrificed, except that, it has been strengthened almost tenfold in terms of hardiness. Wang Baoli mumbled to himself. That was the conclusion that he had arrived at after using the formula to derive the inscriptions. After a long while, with his head lowered, he took out the Flying Frost Sword, a perfect second-grade Dharmic artifact, and slammed it directly on the transformed sword. Theoretically, even though both swords were second-grade Dharmic artifacts, one was perfect, and the other was just ordinary. One was extremely difficult to refine, while the other was easily made. One required the expenditure of many precious materials, while the other merely required cheaper materials. This way, upon contact, the transformed sword should be broken. However, right now, as Wang Baoli's Flying Frost Sword landed, the crisp sound of metal clashing was produced. The Flying Frost Sword violently rebounded, and a hairline crack even appeared on it. Instead, the ordinary sword remained undamaged. It's so strong. That scene caused Wang Baoli to gasp in shock. He held up the transformed flying sword and flung it forward. Instantly, the flying sword floated forward slowly, with a speed akin to a mosquito. That made Wang Baoli dumbfounded. After testing out the extent of its sharpness, he looked at the transformed sword. It could no longer be considered a sword, calling it a spear would be more appropriate. What is this? It was previously trash, and now, it's still trash. Wang Baoli sighed, tempted to change some inscriptions in order to preserve its hardiness while increasing its speed and sharpness. However, after spending time trying to figure it out, Wang Baoli had no choice but to give up, for he could not seem to find any clues as to how to go about doing it. Despite that, it was not all bad. At least Wang Baoli had managed to record the order of the mutated inscriptions so that if he wanted to strengthen his Dharmic artifacts in the future, he could just carve the same inscriptions in that particular order. He finally tossed the Dharmic artifact aside. After pondering for a moment, Wang Baoli was still indignant and continued trying to make alterations using the armament sand. Just like that, a month passed. After Wang Baoli had exhausted all his trashy Dharmic artifacts and tried transforming dozens of Dharmic artifact puppets, he slapped his forehead dejectedly as he looked at the Dharmic artifacts strewn before him. Why is everything in a mess? In his refinement process, he had quite a substantial number of refinement failures. Even though he had managed to succeed in transforming dozens of Dharmic artifacts, none of them were what he wanted. The transformation that occurred after integration of the armament sand was too unpredictable and uncontrollable. It was impossible to attain a particular change in a specific domain, seemingly a result purely based on luck. If that was all, it might not have been so troubling. However, what made matters more complicated was that in the Dharmic artifacts that he had succeeded in transforming, some ridiculous functions had appeared, which put Wang Baoli at a loss. For example, the flying sword originally had advantages in terms of speed, sharpness, and hardiness. However, not only was the first flying sword a disaster after Wang Baoli further refined it, of the two that followed, one of them was incredibly fast yet extremely fragile and blunt, and it almost disintegrated while flying in the air. The other flying sword was even more ridiculous. It was not able to differentiate between friend and foe, charging ferociously at Wang Baoli in a crazy manner once it was activated. There were also several golden bell beads, which had yet to become perfect second-grade Dharmic artifacts, that transformed into self-destructing beads. They did not have to be thrown at others, as they would explode by themselves under the slightest pressure. As Wang Baoli simply held the beads after refining them, they immediately exploded. Yet, none of that was what gave Wang Baoli the most trouble. The ones that drove him up the wall were an umbrella, a fly whisk, and a deity immobilization rope. The transformations made to these three Dharmic artifacts did not seem to make much sense. The umbrella was originally for shielding and protection, and even though its protective effect was increased significantly after refinement, it seemed to always malfunction. Every time that it malfunctioned, it would fly out like a flying sword. It was as if it was a flying sword born into the body of an umbrella. The fly whisk made Wang Baoli sigh disappointingly. It had originally been made of soft whisk threads but became extremely tough after being transformed by the armament sand. The threads were like strands of steel and seemed to be extremely hardy. Logically, Wang Baoli should have been glad that such a transformation occurred, but in reality, the threads turned limp after a maximum of 3 seconds. What made Wang Baoli most troubled was the rope. Wang Baoli still remembered vividly that he had refined the rope 5 days ago. When he stepped out of his cave abode to try its functions out, the rope simply rose into the skies and disappeared. That darned rope. I've no idea what happened to it after it flew away. It hasn't returned since then. The more Wang Baoli thought about the rope, the more agitated he became, as he felt that the rope had created the greatest problem. Even so, of the dozens of Dharmic artifacts, there were a few that Wang Baoli felt were acceptable. For example, there was a large seal that was originally an ordinary second-grade Dharmic artifact. However, after the random mutation, it became a perfect second-grade Dharmic artifact that was even more powerful. Wang Baoli was shocked, as he felt that it was not too different from a third-grade numinous treasure. However, when Wang Baoli tried it out, he realized that the large seal would occasionally malfunction. When this happened, it became useless. It would become highly flexible such that, at the slightest touch, it would be tossed into the sky. As for Wang Baoli's puppet Dharmic artifacts, there were 2 that were successful. One of them was incredibly tough, such that Wang Baoli's punch could not even break it apart. That made Wang Baoli surprised. The other puppet was changed in terms of speed. Wang Baoli took it out for a trial and realized that it was running faster than even he could. Therefore, Wang Baoli hurriedly studied the inscriptions on the puppet's spirit kernel and made a note of them. What on earth are all these? Wang Baoli looked at the Dharmic artifacts in front of him and sighed deeply. He felt that he had wasted both time and armament sand during this period. Thankfully, he had gained an understanding of the arrangement of some inscriptions that were not found in the Tao College's records. That somehow soothed his troubled mind a little. Now, as he planned to put his Dharmic artifacts away, he stopped suddenly. This is not the way to go. I have so many Dharmic artifacts, both good ones and bad ones. If they are mixed together. Wang Baoli thought about the scenario where he was in a battle and wanting to injure the enemy using his flying sword. Instead of attacking the enemy, the flying sword would end up trying to stab him instead. This made Wang Baoli sigh, and he quickly carved a cross on the surface of each modified Dharmic artifact. Chapter 164, Free if it breaks. Chapter 164, Free if it breaks. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After crossing out the Dharmic artifacts one by one, Wang Baoli felt more at peace. He decided that, in future, he would put a cross on all the other Dharmic artifacts that he was unsatisfied with. This way, not only would it be more convenient to classify them, his own reputation would also not be at stake if the undesirable Dharmic artifacts happened to be leaked out. I don't have much use for all this trash. Why don't I sell it? Wang Baoli rubbed his chin. He had grown proficient at selling dharmic artifacts through his previous experience. Thus, as he looked at those dharmic artifacts, he felt that it was not a bad idea to sell off the trashy dharmic artifacts as a way to recoup some losses. However, I can't sell them in my name. If I do, the branding that I've worked so hard to create will be ruined. Wang Baoli thought about it and decided to stay anonymous as he listed them in the management department in charge of the Spirit Intranet. This way, other than the management department of the Spirit Intranet, nobody would know the origins of these dharmic artifacts. Furthermore, the management department had always been strict in terms of confidentiality. I'll sell whatever I can. If no one wants to buy anything in the end, so be it. With that thought, Wang Baoli immediately sprang into action. He only listed a portion of them, and not everything at the same time. In order to attract attention, Wang Baoli also named the few dharmic artifacts that he had listed with what he thought were impressive names. As for the prices, they were not exorbitant. After finishing all that, Wang Baoli did not pay further attention to the matter. Gradually, his life was restored to the state that it had been a month ago. Other than studying and researching, his days were spent refining dharmic artifacts and armament sand. 2 weeks soon flew by. Wang Baoli had already accumulated hundreds of armament sand grains. As he continued working toward his goal of accumulating 1,000 of them, he received a payment of 500 spirit stones. This payment was entered directly into his account at the Tao College. After receiving the notification, Wang Baoli was slightly confused. After checking it up, he realized that someone had bought one of the trashy dharmic artifacts that he had listed. The dharmic artifact sold was the extremely sturdy flying sword that Wang Baoli had made previously by successfully integrating armament sand with it. It seems like there are many hidden talents on Upper Academy Island who have an eye for treasures. Wang Baoli was extremely delighted. He recalled that he had given the flying sword an impressive-sounding name. He basked in delight as he continued refining more armament sand, while anticipating that more of his trashy dharmic artifacts would be sold. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. That day, in the public square of the combat pavilion stood an ugly youth who was dressed in a simple grey daoist robe. He was Shannan, a new disciple of the combat pavilion. He stared with his eyes red at a man and a woman, clenching his fists. The woman looked relatively attractive, with a provocative figure that could not be completely hidden by the Tao College's robe. The man beside her was thin and looked ordinary, but he obviously had an advantage in terms of height. Now, he lowered his head slightly, speaking as he looked condescendingly at the youth. "Shannan, are you sure you want to battle me?" Shannan's breathing quickened, and his eyes were filled with rage and bitterness. Both he and the woman beside the man were disciples who had just gained admission to Upper Academy Island. They were lovers, but he had never expected that the woman would abandon him and get together with Li Fei, the senior disciple, once she was on Upper Academy Island. He was indignant and was insulted when he came to confront the man. Anger overrode his logic, which had made him propose a battle. "Fine, if you want to battle, I'll fulfill your wish." Just as Shannan stared angrily at him, Li Fei grew annoyed. He raised his right hand and slammed forcefully. Instantly, a flying sword appeared, charging toward Shannan. It was moving at a high speed. Even though it did not cause a sonic boom, it made a bright sword mark in midair. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Shannan. Shannan was taken aback, as the gust of wind following the flying sword's movement fell on his face and felt like a cold bucket of water. He was immediately awakened from his agitated state. As a newbie who had just gained admission to Upper Academy Island, there was a substantial difference between him and Li Fei. Now, he scrambled and retreated as he was at a loss as to what to do. He quickly took out several dharmic artifacts from his storage bag, but most of them were first-grade dharmic artifacts. Regrettably, only the flying sword was a second-grade dharmic artifact. He tossed the flying sword out without thinking further as he wanted to put up some resistance. However, Li Fei's flying sword, as a perfect second-grade dharmic artifact, was extremely sharp and reliable. As it neared, it immediately turned many of Shannan's dharmic artifacts to dust. It was a hair's length from Shannan's glabella when an ordinary-looking flying sword blocked it. The moment contact was made, a deafening boom was created, causing passers-by to stop instantly in their tracks in shock. Shannan, who had turned pale, immediately retreated by taking several steps back. Most of the dharmic artifacts in front of him had already been damaged. Only the second-grade flying sword floated before him, acting like a shield and giving off a blinding glow. On the other hand, Li Fei's flying sword seemed to behave as if it has hit an immovable rock, as it directly bounced off as the loud boom continued reverberating. There were also cracking sounds produced as the sword tip was blunted. Even the sword body was severely broken, with a frightening crack appearing on it. Seeing what had happened, Li Fei gasped in shock as his mind buzzed noisily. He was taken aback, his surprise swiftly apparent on his face as he looked at the half-damaged flying sword that scrambled back to him, and then at the sword floating in front of Shannan. He felt his heart ache with pain. "I was wondering about why you would dare to battle me. Seems like you're relying on this dharmic artifact, huh?" Li Fei narrowed his eyes and revealed a chilly look. He flailed his hands again as he did not believe what had just happened. Immediately, 7 flying swords flew out from his storage bag. Every single one of them was a perfect second-grade dharmic artifact, amazing both in terms of their speed and sharpness. He had accumulated them over the course of 2 years, and now, as he activated his hand seals, the flying swords charged forward at an astounding speed. "Then I'll just destroy your dharmic artifact. Let's see if you can still act so arrogant after that." As Li Fei spoke, the flying sword neared Shannan, who was still frozen with shock, at high speed. Loud booms instantly erupted. All the onlookers stared incredulously with their mouths agape. Some of them were even dumbfounded as their eyes widened in disbelief. "Gosh! My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, are they? That flying sword is too strong to be true. What dharmic artifact is that? A dharma shield in the shape of a sword? There seems to be a cross at the top of it. What does the cross mean?" Looking at everything from their perspective, Li Fei's flying swords formed something like a sword rain, colliding with Shannan's flying sword directly. However, in the blink of an eye, all those flying swords were completely repelled, breaking apart almost completely due to the high speed and force. Some of them even instantly broke into pieces. Even the most minor damage involved the sword tip breaking off the sword. Whatever happened was unusual and bizarre. Very soon, as the loud boom quieted down, large amounts of flying sword debris flew around Shannan. He was still in a daze, and Li Fei was frozen with shock. His body was trembling as he stared at the flying sword in front of Shannan, as if he had just seen a ghost. "Is it a numinous treasure? How shameless of you, Shannan. It's just a battle fellow disciples, and you used a numinous treasure." Li Fei trembled and was feeling so appalled that he no longer felt his physical pain. With his eyes wide open, he retreated several steps. Even though the sword did not look like a numinous treasure at all, he also could not figure out which dharmic artifact could be so robust to such a sickening degree. The onlookers were also gasping in shock. Even Shannan's ex-girlfriend was thrown into a daze. Shannan, on the other hand, had become tongue-tied with shock before everyone else. He was breathing rapidly now, staring at the flying sword in front of him. He clearly remembered that he had bought the sword a week before simply because he thought that it was cheap. After he bought it, however, he had soon realized that the sword was annoyingly slow and was not sharp at all. Despite its hardiness, he felt that a flying sword was useless if it was not equipped with high speed and sharpness. If not for a no-refund policy, he would have long returned it. However, right now, those thoughts were thrown out of his head. He snapped back to reality and clutched the flying sword before him, looking agitated. "This is not a numinous treasure but a second-grade dharmic artifact that I had bought a week ago. It is named Free if it breaks." Shannan shouted loudly in excitement. The moment that he heard those words, Li Fei's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. To him, that dharmic artifact was of supreme grade, but its name was even more unbelievable. However, he agreed that its name matched its characteristics very well. The onlookers all looked puzzled after hearing the flying sword's name. However, very quickly, someone shrieked loudly, apparently having thought of something. "That name! I remember now. I saw someone buy it on the transaction zone, and it only cost 500 spirit stones. I saw it before as well. I think there are 7 or 8 of them on sale, all marked with a cross. They only cost 500 spirit stones? Then I want to buy one, too. As everyone listened to the conversation, they suddenly all became agitated. Some of them immediately logged onto the spirit intranet with the intention to purchase the items. Even Li Fei joined in and opened up the spirit intranet without hesitation. Seeing how things had turned out, Shannan also grew anxious. He quickly tried to make more purchases as well. Instantly, everyone seemed to have forgotten about the battle. They all rushed to search for the items on the spirit intranet, and before long, the dharmic artifacts that Wang Baoli had listed on it were completely sold out. Some were delighted, while some ended up in disappointment. Wang Baoli, who was refining armament sand inside the dharmic armament pavilion, was confused as he read the messages appearing continuously on his voice transmission jade slip. 500 spirit stones have been transferred to your account. Your balance now is 700 spirit stones have been transferred to your account. 1000 spirit stones have been transferred to your account. Wang Baoli immediately put away his armament sand to check the situation out. What on earth is going on? Chapter 165, Provocation. Chapter 165, Provocation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. How are there so many people with an eye for treasure? After checking the situation out, Wang Baoli felt incredulous, especially upon discovering that some people were posting messages on the spirit intranet to purchase cross-dharmic artifacts. Cross-dharmic artifacts. Wang Baoli instantly realized that they were talking about the dharmic artifacts that he was selling upon hearing the term. He did not continue listing the remainder of his trashy dharmic artifacts on the spirit intranet, as he was still suspicious of what was happening. He planned to observe the situation for a few more days, as he felt that it was ridiculous that the popularity of the cross-dharmic artifacts has grown so quickly. However, upon observation, the results were completely not what Wang Baoli had expected. In the days that followed, the term cross-dharmic artifact was increasingly mentioned by users of Upper Academy Island Spirit Intranet. At the same time, the number of people who wanted to purchase the items visibly grew. Most of them had never heard of the term cross-dharma artifact prior to this, but curiosity got the better of them, which led them to find out more about it. Very quickly, they became aware of the item's origin and inevitably grew surprised. They had strong desires to purchase one for themselves but were unable to buy them anywhere. This made the cross-dharmic artifact even more mysterious. If that was the case, the commotion would have died down quickly without causing much fanfare. However, very soon, a recorded video of Shannan and Li Fei's battle was put up on the spirit intranet by someone, which immediately created shock waves among many the moment it was published. This dharmic artifact is so unbelievably hardy. This is obviously not a flying sword but a shield. An extremely strong and resistant shield. The effect of the video was akin to the ripples in the water created when one tossed a small rock into the pond. If more time passed, everything would have returned to normalcy. However, even before this ripple was attenuated, a disciple who was quick to purchase one of the cross-dharmic artifacts put up another video. Look here, everyone. This is the flying sword that I have just bought. Don't be fooled by how tattered it seems, for you would never expect how shockingly fast it is. In one of the videos, a disciple from the combat pavilion agitatedly threw out a flying sword that looked as if it was about to disintegrate. As the sword flew out, it instantly vanished, creating a sonic boom but did not leave behind any visible tracks. However, even by looking at it in action through the video, one could still feel that at the instant the flying sword flew out, its speed was already out of the world. In the short time needed to take a few breaths, the sword returned in a flash. The sonic boom was even louder, creating a strong gust of wind swept around the disciple. As the dust settled, the disciple stood there agitatedly, holding the sword that had just flown out. However, from the video, one could clearly see that the sword had become more damaged than before. Did you see that? The speed of this sword instantly trumps all the other dharmic artifacts. What do you think? What's more, this sword only cost me 700 spirit stones. The disciple laughed heartily, with an extremely happy look on his face as he had picked up a treasure for cheap. The video immediately created a bigger commotion around the cross-dharmic artifacts, which made those who already had their attention on the cross-dharmic artifacts even more tempted. Even those who originally had not been following the trend began to curiously find out more about it after watching the video. In the days that followed, similar videos also emerged one after another. Every dharmic artifact that appeared in the videos had some astonishing and wondrous features. The way to go about using it depended on the user. What was more iconic was that every dharmic artifact of this type was marked with a cross. The cross dharmic artifacts became an instant hit, creating a huge commotion among the masses. However, Wang Baoli did not continue selling the dharmic artifacts during this critical period. That made the first batch of the cross dharmic artifacts limited products. No matter how much one desired it, they could not buy it. The concept of that which is rare is dear immediately boosted people's attention on the cross dharmic artifacts. At the same time, resale transactions of the cross dharma artifacts were also taking place. The prices involved were all shockingly exorbitant. Everything that happened shocked Wang Baoli himself. Looking at all the posts on the Spirit intranet requesting for purchase of the cross dharmic artifacts, he lowered his head and looked at all the trashy dharmic artifacts in his storage bag, and his eyes slowly lit up. Perhaps all these are not trash after all? Wang Baoli thought about it and listed the second batch of trashy dharmic artifacts in order to ride the rising popularity of the items. Just as that happened, another post suddenly appeared on the Spirit intranet. That post was a video, where an arrogant-looking disciple from the Dharmic Armament Pavilion slowly peeled open the flying sword before him, as if he was carrying out a dissection. My fellow Taoists, I have heard about these cross-dharmic artifacts from others, and many people have come forward to ask me about my thoughts on them. Therefore, I bought one of them at a high price out of curiosity. Initially, I was filled with excitement, but after checking them out, the armament soldier laughed condescendingly, as he was seen to swiftly disassemble the flying sword in the video. Before long, all that was left of the flying sword was the spirit kernel. Looking at the inscriptions on the spirit kernel, the armament soldier shook his head disappointingly. Based on my analysis, this dharmic artifact is a piece of trash. Almost all of its functions are being sacrificed, with only a few of them being specifically strengthened. What's the point of that? This is simply a dishonest practice that is out to cheat people of their money. No one wants to make dharmic artifacts like these, which is why it garnered all your attention. In reality, if I put my heart into it, I could refine tens of them in a day. Trash like this is useless. The armament soldier spoke calmly. As the inscriptions on the spirit kernel were equipped with additional protection, he was unable to erase them. However, he did not care much and simply tossed them aside. Lastly, I would like to encourage everyone to be rational in their purchases. I would also want to take the opportunity to warn the black sheep who is making all these trashy dharmic artifacts to not taint the reputation of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion. The moment the video was published, a huge commotion erupted on the Spirit intranet. It was important to note that the armament soldier in the video was a high-ranking figure. He was the leader of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's audit department. It was in charge of the auditing tasks in all the departments within the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, and no one dared to provoke them for no reason. His video naturally garnered a lot of attention. As the number of people who viewed it increased, discussions began to emerge among the masses. I see. Isn't this fraud, selling trash to us? Who is this? Such a lousy object. I still thought that it was some kind of treasure, but it's actually far from it. Those who made those comments were people who did not manage to purchase the cross-dharmic artifacts. However, despite people who had successfully bought the dharmic artifacts defending the cross-dharmic artifacts, by posting about their efficacy as proof, it was of little use in dispelling the unnecessary discussion among people. Wang Baoli instantly grew furious when he noticed the situation. The video extinguished the interest that people had in his dharmic artifacts, severely impacting his original sales plan. Even though his dharmic artifacts were nothing to shout about, they were definitely not as bad as the other party claimed. Furthermore, the boastful claim that the armament soldier could refine tens of them in a single day was an impossible task in Wang Baoli's eyes. Even if he did manage to do so, it would never be as hardy as Wang Baoli's flying sword. Therefore, Wang Baoli laughed coldly and immediately retrieved another flying sword from his storage bag. He anonymously listed it and specifically put up a post directed to the armament soldier. Hey, armament soldier from the audit department, if you have the ability to successfully understand this, I will concede defeat to you. Even Wang Baoli was troubled over the flying sword that he had just listed. That was the reason he had not listed it on the spirit intranet, managed to create the self-exploding beads. It was a pity that he did not know that, in reality, even Wang Baoli was clueless as to how the beads were made. This dharmic artifact is so difficult to make and is not particularly impressive. No one would go to the effort to make it. Therefore, this must be a carefully prepared trick by the other party to defeat me. After sending the people away, Zhao Hailin sat in his cave abode and laughed chillingly to himself. However, even though that was the case, I still managed to solve it. Retaliation is part of my personality. Zhao Hailin took a deep breath and combed his messy hair. He then swallowed a pill to dissipate the blood in his eyes before recording the video and sending it out. This dharmic artifact was indeed somewhat challenging, but it was still a small feat. Its spirit chi was too concentrated and not properly blocked, resulting in the spirit chi being unable to flow in the correct path to spread around the necessary inscriptions after being integrated. The accumulation of spirit chi results in itself exploding with the slightest touch. The video was very detailed and even included the lines of inscriptions where errors were found. Zhao Hailin's tone and facial expression were as disdainful as before. In the end, he listed yet another numinous treasure. It is rude to not reciprocate. Do you dare find out where the problem lies in this numinous treasure? Wang Baoli did not care about the commotion that had erupted on the spirit intranet. Now, all his attention was on the answer that Zhao Hailin had given. His breathing hastened while he gained enlightenment, as if lightning was erupting in his mind. This is another problem in the refinement process of numinous treasures. Not only it is necessary to estimate the temperature that is optimal for the materials, it is also important to be able to spread the spirit chi in the correct sequence so that it can be perfectly functioning. Wang Baoli's face showed his enlightenment. The only thought he had was that this exchange with the armament soldier had benefited him significantly. Senior brother Zhao is indeed impressive. In his agitation, Wang Baoli immediately obtained the numinous treasure from the spirit intranet. When he received it, he sprang into action to research it. After several days, Wang Baoli looked exhausted, but he was energetic and in high spirits. After announcing the answer, he listed yet another dharmic artifact. The dharmic artifact he listed was an umbrella that thought of itself as a flying sword. In his anticipation, Zhao Hailin, with his eyes reddened, paid the price to invite others to join him in the battle of deciphering the umbrella. Just like that, the entire process cycled between the two of them, and a never-before-seen battle of treasures began. In the days that followed, relying on Zhao Hailin's help, Wang Baoli's knowledge of the dharmic armament grew significantly. That allowed him to refine the scabbard into a perfect second-grade dharmic artifact. In his agitation, he became even more passionate about Zhao Hailin's videos. Wang Baoli treated all the minor details in the videos as an opportunity for him to learn. Senior brother Zhao is so impressive. Senior brother Zhao is so capable. He could even find out the problem with the umbrella. Senior brother Zhao's knowledge of dharmic armaments is so profound. The more Wang Baoli watched the videos, the more agitated he became. He continuously listed all sorts of cross-dharmic artifacts on the spirit intranet. In the end, as he listed the large seal, Zhao Hailin seemed to have been driven crazy. The 20 or so armament soldiers that he had invited all felt that they have been surrounded by bad luck to be involved in the entire fiasco. No matter what benefits Zhao Hailin promised them, they no longer wanted to participate. As they left one by one, Zhao Hailin stood solemnly in his cave abode and was left with no choice but to give up on this battle of the treasures. To him, the battle of the treasures was of secondary importance. It was imperative to find out the details of the other party's plot. However, even then, no matter how hard he analyzed the situation, he was unable to find out the motive of the other party's ploy. This, in his opinion, was what made the entire situation so frightening. The other party is very well prepared. I imagine that this plot against me definitely took more than 2 years to plan. What should I do? Zhao Hailin took a deep breath to calm himself down. He began to feel that this was the biggest challenge that he had faced since becoming the supervisor of the audit department. The dharmic artifacts prepared by the other party, as well as the speed at which he managed to understand his own dharmic artifacts, made him completely frightened and confirmed his hypothesis at the same time. There is definitely a group of people backing this person. Chapter 168, Buzz Buzz. Chapter 168, Buzz Buzz. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Zhao Hailin's withdrawal, while causing a huge commotion, also thoroughly built up the reputation of the crossed dharmic artifacts. Combined with the small number of them, they soon became rare items. Even though this scuffle had come to an end and it was no longer trending, the 3 words, crossed dharmic artifact, were deeply ingrained in the hearts of people. One could say that almost everyone knew about them. Naturally, many people started guessing the identity of the crossed dharmic artifact creator. However, Wang Baoli was full of regret. Zhao Hailin's withdrawal made him extremely dejected. He felt that he had learned a lot from this friendly exchange of ideas with Zhao Hailin. Not only did he gain a deeper understanding of numinous treasures, he was also more confident about his capabilities in creating them. Previously, he had no confidence in creating a numinous treasure, but now, Wang Baoli felt like he could start refining numinous treasures. As for exposing himself as the creator of the crossed dharmic artifacts, Wang Baoli thought for a while and felt it inappropriate to do so. On one hand, the crossed dharmic artifacts did indeed have problems. On the other hand, Wang Baoli personally enjoyed the feeling that he had his own brand on the light side and the crossed dharmic artifacts on the dark side. Having these 2 brands on the light and dark side made him feel like he was really powerful. The high official's autobiographies once said that, in one's glorious life, people used many titles to describe them. Right now, I can be considered to have met that criteria. Although he might have misunderstood the meaning of the quote, he felt that he was very extraordinary at that moment. With a prideful smile, Wang Baoli started officially researching and refining 3rd-grade numinous treasures. Combined with the various methods that he understood from Zhao Hailin's videos, other than his fixed daily routine of refining armament sand, he spent almost all his attention on refining 3rd-grade numinous treasures in the days that followed. At that point in time, his list of rewards from the Spirit Breath Village was finally recorded and sent to him. Wang Baoli took a rough look, and even he got a shock. Over 13,600 items. Wang Baoli had not counted the specific number of items when he ransacked the Spirit Breath Village. Now that he saw the items, he finally understood why the Tao College had taken so long to record down the items. This number was way too large. That was especially so because all of the items had to be entered into the Tao College's records. Hence, it had taken a longer time for them to be sent to Wang Baoli. In fact, there were over 3,000 items with effects unknown even to the Tao College. These items were specially marked in the list. After checking, Wang Baoli discovered that he could choose over 1,000 items from the list of the items. However, for items such as corpses and pills, he could not take everything. He could only choose at most 1 item from each category. After contemplation, Wang Baoli chose to keep half of his right to choose the items, and gave the other half back to the Tao College in exchange for spirit stones of equal value. Immediately, the number of spirit stones that he had grew to an alarming amount. Seeing the massive number of spirit stones that he had in his account, Wang Baoli was extremely excited. He took a deep breath after a long while. I'm rich. His eyes glowed. Seeing how he suddenly had so many spirit stones, he bought many ingredients he could not bear to buy in the past few months in one shot and started refining new 3rd-grade numinous treasures. But the difficulty of refining 3rd-grade numinous treasures was still immense even though Wang Baoli had already come to understand a lot more. 2 months passed, and Wang Baoli had accumulated 7,000 pieces of armament sand after a lot of effort. Finally, he succeeded once after going through countless failures. He had refined his first numinous treasure. This numinous treasure was nothing special. It was a flying sword named Heaven Wave Sword. Once released, this sword could conjure waves. While its aura was alarming, its offensive power was also impressive. Although it could only be considered ordinary among 3rd-grade numinous treasures, and it could not cleave through perfect 2nd-grade dharmic artifacts per se, it could still cause them to break into fragments. Wang Baoli was extremely excited after experiencing the Heaven Wave Sword's power. But he understood that to become an armament soldier, it was not enough for him to only know how to refine a Heaven Wave Sword. After all, the armament soldier test in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion was a huge deal. After asking around, He understood the rules clearly and knew that every armament soldier test required the examinees to prepare a numinous treasure for the test. The main point of the test was the excellence level of the numinous treasure. A third-grade numinous treasure was just the most basic requirement. It was possible to become an armament soldier by randomly refining a numinous treasure, but it depended very much on luck. So, for a conventional armament soldier test, one would always try their best to prepare the best numinous treasure that they could refine with their abilities. Once they were done with their preparation, they could apply for the test. Once the Dharmic Armament Pavilion approved their application, they would be given a test date. When that day came, the 4 deputy pavilion heads, and the pavilion head of the Dharmic Armament Pavilion would make an appearance at the armament soldier test's designated area. As examiners, they would decide whether the examinees could become armament soldiers. Meanwhile, they would also require examinees to answer various questions on the refinement of numinous treasures. Of course, they would sometimes ask an examinee to refine another piece of the same numinous treasure in front of them. There were even times when a deputy pavilion head asked an examinee to refine a different numinous treasure on the spot. Once there was a mistake in the process, they would fail to become an armament soldier. If they were caught cheating, the consequences were pretty serious. It was enough to get one expelled from Upper Academy Island, and Upper Academy Island would take back everything that they had learned. As a result, there were still people who dared cheat in the armament soldier test, but those cases were extremely rare, and they faced extremely severe consequences. Realizing this, Wang Baoli understood deeply that his current standard was still not enough. Meanwhile, he also had not prepared the numinous treasure required for the test. Besides, my target is to get to a level where I could refine perfect third-grade numinous treasures like how I refine second-grade Dharmic artifacts without much effort. That way, even if someone makes things difficult for me, no one will be able to stop me from becoming an armament soldier. This was the requirement that Wang Baoli had set for himself. He had a decisive look in his eyes and went into seclusion again, refining third-grade numinous treasures with greater intensity. As time passed and Wang Baoli refined his 7th numinous treasure, he could feel that his proficiency level in refining numinous treasures increased as the days went by. It was at this time that he finished refining his 10,000 pieces of armament sand. Looking at the armament sand and feeling the scabbard within him, Wang Baoli pondered. He was at a loss as to whether he should stick to his plan and continue familiarizing himself with third-grade numinous treasures, or refine his scabbard first. The former took a long time, and Wang Baoli felt that he had to keep experimenting. Although he was not very confident about the latter, he had already gathered the key ingredients, and he could get the remaining ingredients on Upper Academy Island. Moments later, Wang Baoli made his decision. The armament sand and scabbard were too precious, and Wang Baoli did not have enough confidence to try refining them. Hence, he continued immersing himself in refining third-grade numinous treasures. Time trickled by. When he went into seclusion this time, Wang Baoli steeled his heart and even ate fewer snacks. He lost some weight and seemed a lot more handsome. Finally, after 3 months with the support of enough spirit stones, Wang Baoli became more proficient in the refinement of third-grade numinous treasures through countless failures. He could finally refine perfect third-grade numinous treasures. Although they were of the type that were easy to refine, Wang Baoli was already very motivated. At the same time, he also upgraded all of his perfect second-grade Dharmic artifacts. He even upgraded some of his cross-Dharmic artifacts. With his tremendous wealth, they all became third-grade. Under the brave experimentation of Wang Baoli and supported by his skill and a little bit of luck, Wang Baoli succeeded in one try. Although not perfect, the scabbard also became a third-grade numinous treasure. However, as the extremely excited Wang Baoli waved the scabbard around excitedly and expected sword aura needles to appear within it, something happened to make his jaw drop. Buzzing sounds spread from within the scabbard. Wang Baoli was shocked. He stared while in a daze as 9 mosquitoes flew out from the scabbard. His gaze momentarily lost its focus, and his head buzzed. What the heck? Wang Baoli rubbed his eyes in disbelief and felt that what had just happened was too unbelievable. After coming to his senses moments later, he became anxious and immediately checked the inscriptions on the scabbard. Upon closer inspection, he finally found the reason. Because there were problems with his technique, an accident happened when upgrading the scabbard to the 3rd grade. While the armament sand was being infused into the scabbard, it had caused the inscriptions to change and caused an unusual transformation that Wang Baoli could not understand at that moment. Hence, this unknown effect appeared. To a certain degree, this scabbard was both a success and a failure. But it was different from a typical cross-dharmic artifact. The transformations for those cross-dharmic artifacts were caused by a grain of armament sand. However, the scabbard had 10,000 grains of armament sand infused into it. No way, Wang Baoli felt like crying, but no tears appeared. He regretted having itchy hands and refining the scabbard so early. As though someone had thrown cold water on him, Wang Baoli's expectations and excitement disappeared completely. That was especially so when he saw the 9 mosquitoes flying in front of him. He almost raised his hand to kill one of them, but when he thought of how he had spent 10,000 grains of armament sand and countless ingredients to refine this dharmic artifact, he could not bear to do so. Mosquitoes can also be very powerful. Wang Baoli cried and comforted himself. He thought of the horrifying giant mosquito that he had encountered in the pond cloud rainforest. Thus, he gathered his courage with a grimace and walked out of his cave abode. He decided to test just how strong these mosquitoes were. Fatso forefathers and the grandfathers in the high officials' autobiographies, please bless me. These mosquitoes must have some uses, they must at least be worth my armament sand. After all, I spent 10,000 grains of armament sand. Chapter 169, The Rumbling Smoke Signal. Chapter 169, The Rumbling Smoke Signal. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Pained, Wang Baoli grimaced and left his cave abode. It was dusk, so the sky in the horizon was awash with orange hues. It was approaching spring. Even though the location of Ethereal Tao College made it seem like spring all year round, during the actual spring season, the temperature outside still carried a hint of the coldness. The humidity was also higher. The winds blowing into one's face went straight to the bones. It might not have seemed too cold initially, but one would start feeling the cold after an extended period outdoors. To a cultivator, however, a little cold was something that could be disregarded. Wang Baoli was not bothered by the cold winds that preceded the approach of spring. He walked out of the cave abode area, toward the setting sun, and ended up in a corner with no one in sight. He prayed inwardly, raised his right hand in a wave, and saw, instead of the scabbard appearing, invisible strands of sword chi shooting out from his palm soundlessly. The sword chi transformed into 9 mosquitoes in mid-air. The 9 mosquitoes looked extremely realistic, their appearances no different from real mosquitoes. They possessed a certain mind of their own and started flying around Wang Baoli. They gave off a similar feeling. Wang Baoli shivered as he heard the endless buzzing in his ears. He almost raised his hand and swatted them, but he held back his sudden urges, took a deep breath, and forced his agitated mind to calm down. Instead, he tried to control the mosquitoes. As soon as the thought rose in Wang Baoli's mind, the 9 mosquitoes shook. They flew in front of Wang Baoli instantly and lined up in one row, like soldiers, before him. Wang Baoli's eyes brightened. Another thought formed. In an instant, the mosquitoes kept reorganizing themselves before him, forming all kinds of formations that were identical to what Wang Baoli had thought up. They're so agile. Wang Baoli was slightly surprised and pleased. He had been too glum earlier and had not immediately realized how different the mosquitoes were. He suddenly felt the mosquitoes to be quite powerful. What if I don't go for precise control and instead issued a command? Upon thinking that, Wang Baoli immediately tried doing it. He soon realized to his surprise that these mosquitoes seemed to possess a certain mind of their own and could likely carry out the orders that he issued, patrolling, for example, or guarding against enemies. After Wang Baoli infused more spirit chi into the scabbard inside his body, he was surprised to find a huge transformation in his vision. An ordinary person, when staring straight ahead without moving their eyes, would maybe have a field of vision of approximately 45 degrees. This was something even being a cultivator could not change. The most he could do was to hone his 5 senses and acquire a vague sensing of his surroundings. But now, Wang Baoli discovered, much to his shock, That his field of vision had transformed from its original 45 degrees to a full 360-degree field of vision. Wang Baoli's breathing halted. After detailed observations, he immediately realized the cause. He was borrowing the field of vision from the 9 mosquitoes. Each mosquito was like a pair of eyes. In this manner, he was able to exceed the limits of his original vision. This discovery sent Wang Baoli shaking inside. He immediately realized very clearly that such a field of vision would prove to be of immense help to him. When facing an enemy, it would be as if he had grown eyes all around his head, making him even more agile and aware of his surroundings. In addition, if someone attempted to ambush him, it would be difficult for them to do so without his discovery. Excited, Wang Baoli felt that he needed to study this ability more. He maneuvered the mosquitoes and shifted their lines of sight endlessly. He found out excitedly that it did not matter if it was one mosquito or all 9 mosquitoes, they could all become his eyes. He was able to control them flawlessly. This ability alone is worth the 10,000 armament sand. Wang Baoli was beyond excited. He eagerly tried to manipulate the mosquitoes into flying further away into the distance. Let's see how far they can fly. The thought had just appeared in Wang Baoli's mind before a wave of emotions stirred within him again. As the 9 mosquitoes flew rapidly away, Wang Baoli discovered his vision transforming instantly again. It was like 10 different images being layered together without affecting one another, sharing one another's vision. He could see almost half of the Dharmic armament pavilion. Even though blind spots started appearing as the mosquitoes flew further and further away, such an experience was already unprecedented to Wang Baoli. It was at that moment that a cacophony of noises suddenly appeared and exploded in Wang Baoli's head. He could hear countless voices. The armament disciple exam is too hard. I hope I can pass this time. Senior Brother Jew, can this mystic flame metal of yours be cheaper? I need loads of it. Fried potatoes, freshly made fried potatoes. Have you heard? The beast tide this year is approaching. A primary stronghold near my hometown is already preparing for war. All kinds of sounds exploded in Wang Baoli's ears. It was like a huge tsunami that nearly flooded and drowned Wang Baoli. The sensation was akin to being teleported instantly to a marketplace from a silent environment. Wang Baoli was dazed instantly. He quickly controlled the mosquitoes into flying higher. This made him feel slightly better. These mosquitoes can actually hear sounds. It's just that there is too much noise. Wang Baoli felt his head swelling in pain. However, he was more excited than pained. He tried filtering the noises. The effect was not very promising, but it was still acceptable, though barely. After that, he maneuvered the mosquitoes into flying in the further parts of the Dharmic armament pavilion. He soon heard voices and saw an image. It was the inside of the hall in the college administrative department. Sun Fang, his face grave, was about to leave the hall. Someone chased after him and shouted for him to stop. Senior Brother Sun, we. Upon hearing that, the look on Sun Fang's face changed. He surveyed the surroundings with great care, then turned and glared angrily at the new arrival. Shut up. Next time, when we're in public, call me Senior Brother Fang. I'm called Fang Sun. Watching Sun Fang, and hearing Sun Fang's words, the remote Wang Baoli could not help but cough. This Sun Fang had offended him previously and had been disciplined by the college administrative department. Wang Baoli felt himself to be a forgiving man, and especially with him recently promoted, he did not wish for others to find himself too harsh. That was why he had let him off lightly. He had intended to wait a while longer before finding an opportunity to deal with him, but this person was like a devious monkey spirit. After the incident, the genius had claimed to have changed his name and, from then on, was called Fang Sun. Wang Baoli could not, in good conscience, continue to pursue the matter. He thought of how forgiving and benevolent he was and truly let the matter rest. At present, he did a sweeping glance and disregarded the scene, continued to maneuver the 9 mosquitoes into flying farther ahead, and finally found that they could fly as far as 3 miles away from him. Wang Baoli was overjoyed. He tested how fast they could go in a short distance dash as well as the strength of their attacks. The former was astonishing. The sudden burst of speed was too fast for the human eye to see. The latter was considerably weaker. The most that they could achieve was piercing some trees. Rocks were more challenging. That's okay, they're mosquitoes. They're supposed to bite people, not bulldoze them. After comforting himself, Wang Baoli wanted to test the effects of the mosquito's bite on a person, but even though there were plenty of people in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, they had done nothing to offend him. As for Lin Qianhao, he was away in seclusion. Wang Baoli manipulated the mosquitoes into making a few rounds in front of the cave abode that Lin Qianhao had recently moved into, but he gave up after they could find no way in. It's a pity the shameless monkey isn't around, Wang Baoli muttered regretfully. He planned to test out the power of his mosquito's bite when either the shameless monkey turned up or when Lin Qianhao emerged from his seclusion. Then, he recalled the 9 mosquitoes. Right, I still have to test their defense. When the 9 mosquitoes appeared before Wang Baoli again, he thought for a bit before pinching one of them. It seemed quite hardy, but after Wang Baoli used his strength. Smack! The mosquito shattered into pieces. Wang Baoli frowned and quickly his heart stirred. Spirit chi surged into the scabbard. With a wave of his hand, another mosquito appeared. Wang Baoli's eyes shone brightly at the sight of it. After multiple tries, he realized that as long as he did not exhaust his spirit chi, the mosquitoes could be regenerated for an infinite number of times after they were destroyed. This is too much. Wang Baoli examined all the data he had collected. As a soon-to-be armament soldier who could refine numinous treasures, he was blown away. Even though he did not know how powerful the actual scabbard that could shoot out flying sword needles would be if he had followed the instructions of Little Missy in the Black Mask and refined that scabbard, from how he saw it, this mutated scabbard of his was not that much weaker. In some respects, it might even surpass the real deal. While Wang Baoli was about to test out the Dharmic artifact that were the mosquitoes, a signal was activated a long distance away from Ethereal Tao College in a vast expanse of mountains. From afar, the mountain range was obscured in darkness. Only a smoke signal rose in thick waves into the sky. It seemed like it would never be extinguished and exuded an aura that was beyond description. It seemed to be connected directly to the heavens and made the entire sky appear to be scattered with rings of clouds. However, if one should approach for a closer look, one would discover that the mountains seemed like they were coated in metal. On the peak of the mountain, where the smoke signal rose, sat a giant stronghold. This stronghold was imposing and grand, made not from bricks and mortar but from a special kind of metal. It glimmered with a pitch-black light. Constructed against one side of the mountain, the walls of the stronghold were covered with spikes. The spikes varied in length, some long and some short, and were stained in dried blood. At the edge of some of the spikes stood a ring-shaped platform. Upon the platform sat what looked like a giant cannon. This was the composite numinous treasure that had been invented by the Federation. It was extremely powerful. With a single glance, one could see numerous numinous treasures like it on the spikes lining the stronghold walls. It was almost impossible to count them all. The main body of the stronghold spanned hundreds of yards. It stood impressively tall, towering 5,000 yards. It was as if a gate that could seal the heavens stood on the mountain, merged with the entire mountain range. It impressed, astounded, and at the same time, divided the lands into what lay inside and what was kept outside. Inside was the Federation. As for what lay outside, it was an expanse of scorched land. Even further beyond it were endless jungles. One could almost hear the howls of ferocious beasts thundering from within the jungles, resounding through the air. It was like a primordial land. Chapter 170, The Seventh Stronghold. Chapter 170, The Seventh Stronghold. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At present, a swamp of ferocious beasts, their flying forms illuminated by lightning, approached rapidly. The numinous treasures outside the stronghold retaliated swiftly before the beasts could draw near. With a terrifying roar, the sharp spears and cannons let loose a blast of light, slaughtering the creatures without mercy. The flying lightning beasts stood no chance of escape. Their deaths were instant. The cries that they released before their deaths could shake one to their core. However, to the countless soldiers in the stronghold bustling around with their affairs, this was but the daily course of affairs, nothing that they were not accustomed to. There lay one of the primary strongholds guarding the Federation, also known as the Seventh Imperial Gate. 7 primary strongholds spread across the entire Federation. Within each area that fell under the protection and command of a primary stronghold were hundreds of smaller, minor strongholds. The military stationed all year round in the strongholds exterminated all beasts that ventured near, and defended against minor beast tides that occurred from time to time. At every primary stronghold, a general stood watch and held the fort. The general was responsible for and directed the mission of hundreds of minor strongholds within the primary stronghold sphere of influence, the mission of defending against the beasts. At this precise moment, within the 7th Imperial Gate, General Zhu, who first made his appearance at the Combat Pavilion tournament alongside Zhu Lu, stood on a tower. He had his hands behind his back, his gaze set upon the wild jungles in the distance. He stood like this for a long time, and a tinge of concern colored his eyes. The Federation predicted that the upcoming beast tide will take place on a small scale, so why can't I rid myself of the nagging sense of worry that has been plaguing me for the past few days? General Zhu frowned and muttered to himself. Then, he barked out an order. Contact the 4 Dao colleges. The numbers joining our party this year are to be increased. General Zhu's orders were sent without delay to the 4 Dao colleges. Similar requests from other strongholds arrived at the same time. While the colleges went about their preparations, Wang Baoli ended his examination of the mosquitoes in a great mood. He was humming a tune softly while strolling back to his cave abode. It was when he saw his cave abode in the distance that it happened. Suddenly, a rope flew out of nowhere and flung itself, not at Wang Baoli, at the huge tree beside him. As soon as it wrapped itself around the tree trunk, it tightened into a strangle. Who's there? Wang Baoli's eyes brightened in a flash. His body surged a step forward in an instant, and with a swift wave of his hand, 9 mosquitoes appeared. A glove appeared around his right hand, faint strands of mist wove themselves around his left hand. He stared warily in the direction that the rope had come from. He stared for a very long while and could stop doubts from surfacing. There did not seem to be anything out of place. Stunned, he turned and looked at the rope that had the tree in a chokehold. It was a common item that often turned up among dharmic artifacts on Upper Academy Island. Recognition escaped Wang Baoli at first. After repeated looks, his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that? Wang Baoli stepped forward for a closer examination. He could feel his own seal within the rope, and his eyes narrowed. It really is, there was a look of disbelief on Wang Baoli's face. This was the rope that he had refined with armament sand a few months ago, the one that had flown into the sky and disappeared without a trace as soon as he had flung it out. Wang Baoli had almost forgotten it. Who could have expected that it would make its way back a few months later? There's something seriously wrong with this rope. Wang Baoli sighed and retrieved the rope. He intended to take a closer look at it when he was back, to see if there was any possibility for modification. If there was not, this rope would just be trash. For something that, after being thrown at the enemy, would rise into the sky and disappear, only to reappear a few months later, anything that it could do then would be too little, too late. Not to mention where the rope had actually gone those few months, it was something that defied Wang Baoli's imagination. As he immersed himself in thought, Wang Baoli placed the rope in his storage bag and returned to his cave abode. He immediately marched over to the smelting furnace. After hours of study, he finally stepped out. He let loose a deep sigh of exasperation. The rope was an unsolvable puzzle. Under his close examination, he had found that the inscriptions carved within the rope had been completely transformed. The inscriptions clustered together like the messy, overlapping lines of a cipher, thwarting his attempt at analyzing them. There was nothing to do but store the rope and come back to it again when he was more well-versed in dharmic armaments. Let's not care about the rope now. Now that I've achieved the basic requirements of becoming an armament soldier, the next step is to familiarize myself with the refinement of third-grade numinous treasures as well as to prepare the numinous treasure for the advancement assessment. After thinking for a bit, Wang Baoli sat down and opened up the dharmic armament guidebook. He went down the list, his eyes finally pausing on a third-grade numinous treasure named Dragon's Tooth. Among third-grade numinous treasures, the Dragon's Tooth was considered a top-tier treasure. It was a challenge to refine. Not only were the inscriptions complicated, the materials required to craft it were extremely rare. Besides metals and precious stones, a large quantity of teeth had to be harvested from monsters. There was even a note in the Dharmic Armament Guidebook stating that the more monsters' teeth used, the greater this numinous treasure would turn out. In theory, if one could venture into the unfathomable sea, slaughter the sea dragon, a fearsome beast whose sightings started in the spirit inception era, and harvest its teeth for crafting, the final treasure created would have power rivaling that of a fifth-grade numinous treasure. The same principle applied for the use of any teeth belonging to monsters stronger and more fearsome than the sea dragon. With such teeth, the power of this numinous treasure would increase exponentially. This numinous treasure looks like a mace. Wang Baoli stared at the picture of the numinous treasure on the Dharmic armament scroll hesitantly. He was ambivalent. After studying the other numinous treasures in the guidebook though, Wang Baoli concluded that he could only guarantee a smooth advancement by crafting the dragon's tooth. Monsters' teeth are sold in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, but there aren't many for sale, and the variety's limited. Besides, this dragon's tooth will need a core tooth. What should I choose for its core tooth? Wang Baoli thought. His mind instantaneously brought up the image of the diamond ape grinning fiercely at Wang Baoli. The stupid monkey's teeth are very white. They look to be in pretty good shape. If I can get my hands on one of its teeth and use it as the core material, this numinous treasure of mine should turn out to be pretty strong. The temptation was strong, but Wang Baoli knew that the task was too challenging. Putting aside the question of whether he would even succeed in the first place, even if he did successfully get his hands on one of the teeth, he would not dare to flaunt its use in public. With some regret, he moved on to consider other potential options. Even though there were few monsters' teeth available in the Dharmic Armament Pavilion, Wang Baoli received many replies from Upper Academy Island disciples after posting his request on the Spirit Intranet. Many of these disciples were from the Combat Pavilion. They had many monsters' teeth in their possession. After some hunting, Wang Baoli finally had his eyes set on the tooth of a severed finger wolf. It would form the core tooth of the numinous treasure that he was going to craft. Severed finger wolves traveled and lived in packs. A full-grown wolf would rival one who was at the second, maybe even third, level of the true breath realm. In addition to its brutal nature was its gruesome appearance. Tentacle-like cartilage in the shape of human fingers grew all over its body. For someone seeing a severed finger wolf for the first time, a glance at a distance was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Its teeth were razor-sharp and poisonous. Wang Baoli spent quite a number of spirit stones on the purchase. After a few tests, he was impressed and awed. At the same time, he believed his choice of the tooth as the core tooth for his numinous treasure to be quite the sound decision. Before he could continue his purchase of other monsters' teeth, a piece of news turned up and spread across the entire Upper Academy Island like wildfire. There's a beast tide approaching. Think it won't be long before we are summoned to fight. These wretched monsters. Not only do they compete with us for spirit chi, evolve faster than us, and leave us in the dust, they even intrude upon our lands every year. Who cares? During the Beast Wars, we were the ones who won. We annihilated every one of those monsters in all the beast tides that followed. We've had casualties every year, but the senior brothers who returned were all richly rewarded with wealth and other benefits. The spreading news was a surprise to many new disciples. After all, they had not had full access to such news when they were at the Lower Academy Island. They had some vague semblance of awareness, superficial and limited. Now, having entered Upper Academy Island, they finally understood the order of the world and the horror that were the monstrous beasts. The news traveled. Wang Baoli heard it all. More information surfaced on the Spirit Intranet without pause. Wang Baoli set aside his shopping and instead focused on the upcoming beast tide. He browsed through some readings and a number of Spirit Intranet posts, which cemented what he had known previously. The Federation had 7 generals. In the Beast Wars, the 7 generals had expanded Federation territories, pushed the frontiers ever closer to the primordial lands, and finally established the 7 primary strongholds. Surrounding each primary stronghold were hundreds of minor strongholds that guarded against and exterminated all encroaching monsters. For the strongholds in the entire Federation, the beast tide every spring was a season of war. The 4 Dao colleges that enjoyed elevated statuses were also obliged to shoulder a portion of the responsibility. Every year, the respective upper academies would send out numerous disciples to join the 7 primary strongholds. The disciples would fall under the military's command. Their assistance in the monster extermination also served as a form of cultivation. Combat disciples killed, alchemy disciples healed, array formation disciples supported with their array formations. Disciples from the other pavilions were tasked with their own responsibilities. As for the dharmic armament disciples, they repaired and restored damaged dharmic treasures, especially the large-scale composite numinous treasures in the stronghold. Every disciple who headed toward the stronghold faced the threat of death. If they returned, they would be gifted with praise and rewards from the college. There would even be a record made in their academic dossier. When they took up a position in the Federation in the future, this would form a part of their qualifications. The news on the beast tide spread further and wider. It was then that Wang Baoli received a missive from the college. He was to join Chen Yutong and head for the 7th primary stronghold. Chapter 171, to be bestowed the rank of a general, extinguish a species. Chapter 171, to be bestowed the rank of a general, extinguish a species. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The delivery of the missive was followed swiftly by a voice transmission from Chen Yutong. Junior brother Baoli, you should have received the missive as well. We'll be traveling to the 7th stronghold to support the repair and restoration of the composite numinous treasure. Nearly all of us dharmic armament pavilion disciples have been dispatched to the different primary strongholds. There are a few who will be traveling with me, you, Ju Penghai, and someone called Sun Fang will be in my team. There are 7 great generals in the Federation. The general stationed at the 7th primary stronghold is Ju Dishi. Junior brother Baoli, do you know what it takes to be a general? It takes a primary stronghold, a 9th grade dharmic armament, a conquest of new lands for mankind. It is the utmost glory. Chen Yutong's voice was overwhelmed with excitement, as if he was brimming with anticipation for the mission to support the war efforts. If one wishes to become a general, one must extinguish an entire species. Annihilate any one of the top 20 species found in the beast records, destroy the entire bloodline, and one will receive the honored rank of general. Every time that a new general appears, the Federation will declare a war of expansion on the wilderness where the monsters reside. A new primary stronghold will be built in the newly conquered lands. There, we will light the eternal smoke signal that will strike fear straight into the hearts of the monsters. The eternal smoke signal is a 9th grade dharmic armament crafted by all living top-rate dharmic armament cultivators who have been gathered by the Federation, made from the spirit blood of the extinguished species. My passion is to create a living puppet, and my dream has always been to destroy an entire monster species, to become a general, and for an 8th primary stronghold to appear in the Federation, lighting the 8th eternal smoke signal. Chen Yutong's words climbed steadily toward a near-feverish intensity as he shared his dream. He continued speaking with inexhaustible excitement before ending the voice transmission with their date of departure. Wang Baoli placed the voice transmission token away and took a deep breath. His expression became solemn as his mind digested what Chen Yutong had said. Wang Baoli was cautious but hardly a coward, prone to anger, even more so toward violence, forceful to the extent of being overly aggressive. He understood that the threat of the monsters was akin to a sharp sword hanging over the Federation's head. Many even believed that the Second Beast War would inevitably break out in the future. With regard to the general status and the eternal smoke signal, Wang Baoli felt that neither were what his final goal was. That was because his dream was to become the Federation president. If exterminating one monster species is what it takes to become a general, then to become the Federation president, I'll have to at least exterminate 10 monster species, expand our lands and build 10 primary strongholds, and light 10 eternal smoke signals. Else, I won't be able to keep the generals in order. Taking a deep breath, a fierce light burned in his eyes. He held the same fervor as Chen Yutong when it came to conquering new lands. With that thought, Wang Baoli started his preparations. He organized his dharmic artifacts and sold quite a few pills. During that period, he noticed the daily cruisers, each ferrying 3 to 5 people, dashing through the layered clouds from one place to another, disciples who had set off early for their respective assigned strongholds. His eyes shone with anticipation as he saw them off. 3 days later, after he had purchased all his necessities for the trip, the day of departure as agreed upon with Chen Yutong arrived. Wang Baoli left his cave abode early that morning and headed straight for the disciplinary department. He was in high spirits and greatly looking forward to the mission. He soon reached the disciplinary department and spotted Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang. The pair had arrived early and were waiting for Chen Yutong and Wang Baoli. Sun Fang seemed especially nervous. He was speaking in hushed, respectful tones beside Zhu Penghai while his eyes wandered all over the place. Upon seeing Wang Baoli, he sucked in a deep breath and took a few hurried steps toward Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was hardly given any time to approach before Sun Fang cupped his fists hastily and bowed deeply. Fang Sun greet senior brother Wang. When Zhu Penghai, who had been standing alongside Sun Fang, heard that, an odd expression fell across his face. He had caught wind of news that Sun Fang had been referring to himself as Fang Sunday. At present, after observing Sun Fang's behavior before Wang Baoli, he could not help but smile. He cupped his fists and greeted Wang Baoli, a tinge of deference in his demeanor. Wang Baoli broke out into laughter as well after seeing how quickly Sun Fang had fallen in line. He gave Sun Fang a pat on the shoulder before greeting Zhu Penghai warmly and drawing the latter into a lively conversation. As for Sun Fang, he felt as if a burden had been lifted off him with that mere pat on the shoulder from Wang Baoli. A great portion of the heaviness that had been weighing upon his heart finally dispersed. His spirits excited and energized, he remained cautious as he stood beside the two, nodding incessantly in agreement regardless of what Wang Baoli or Zhu Penghai said. Not much time passed before Chen Yutong also appeared, fully equipped. He looked at Wang Baoli and the rest, laughed, and without saying a word, retrieved his cruiser. Chen Yutong's cruiser was incomparable to Wang Baoli's. It was of unquestionably superior quality, could seat 10 people, and was painted completely silver. Its mere appearance was exceptional. "Let's set off." With a wave of his hand, Chen Yutong leapt on board. Wang Baoli followed his lead, followed by Zhu Penghai and finally the meek Sun Fang. Once everyone had gathered on board, Chen Yutong took a deep breath as his eyes shone brightly. "Everyone, let's all pull together as a team for this mission. I hope that when we return, no one will be left behind." After saying that, Chen Yutong's spirit chi suddenly unfurled, energy that far surpassed the cultivation level of Wang Baoli and the rest, the peak of the true breath realm, exploded instantaneously and fused with cruiser. That sent a tremor throughout the cruiser and sparked an incredible propulsive force. The cruiser crossed a vast distance in a blink of an eye. Wang Baoli stood in the middle of the cruiser and turned toward a green forest lake, which shrunk rapidly as the distance grew. He took a slow, deep breath. His determination and resolve toward the mission shone clear in his eyes. Chen Yutong's cruiser differed from the cruisers of the ancient martial realm and the common folk. As someone who was not only a top-tier disciple of Upper Academy Island, but was also a popular candidate in the running for deputy pavilion head as well as a cultivator at the peak of true breath realm, Chen Yutong's cruising speed was extremely fast. Despite the vast distance separating the 7th primary stronghold and Upper Academy Island, if all things went well, it would be a matter of hours before they reached their destination. In comparison, if Wang Baoli had taken the cruiser at Lower Academy Island, the traveling time would have been much, much longer. After all, they were bound to encounter numerous bad weather conditions, every manner of which would affect the speed of the cruiser. Only cruisers such as Chen Yutong's could, due to his exceptional cultivation level, ignore and pass safely through most parts of the adverse weather. There were of course quite a few changes in the weather and atmosphere that even Chen Yutong's cruiser had to steer clear of. As for the threat of monsters, though there existed ferocious beasts within the Federation lands, most were of the ancient martial realm. True breath realm beasts generally lay low. The Federation had plans of exterminating all beasts within their territory, but this was a nearly insurmountable task. Each year, common beasts, nourished by spirit chi, mutated into ferocious beasts in great numbers. It would not be completely impossible a task if the Federation was to put its mind to it. However, due to reasons unknown, the Federation only set their sights on ferocious beasts of the true breath realm. Every year, a specialized department would conduct a targeted extermination. There were also some territories that seemed to have reached an agreement with the Federation to keep out of each other's backyard. Presently, Chen Yutong's cruiser dashed through the clouds. From afar, one could see a streak of white arcing across the blue heavens, accompanied by the thundering boom of the sound barrier being broken resonating all around. It was like the roar of a giant beast, formidable and awe-inspiring. Within the cruiser, Chen Yutong and Wang Baoli stood at the front of the deck, gazing into the distant lands. Town after cities could be sighted on the ground that passed speedily by. Most were, regrettably, in ruins and had been taken over by the encroaching jungles. A few times, they could see the remains of what had once been cities. When the Beast War broke out, humankind was on the losing end of the war. More than half the population died, Chen Yutong said softly as the sight of city ruins sped past. I've read a lot about that war. During that time, among all the various political forces in the Federation camp, the highest cultivation level reached then was the Foundation Establishment realm. No one had attained the core formation realm. The Monsters camp, on the other hand, had 3 core formation realm beast kings. Fortunately, during that pivotal moment of crisis, someone in the Federation finally broke through the Foundation Establishment realm and stepped into the core formation realm. It was this that turned the tide of the war. The divine armament came into being then. After battling the other political forces as well as the monsters for the divine armament, the 4 great Tao colleges finally emerged victorious. The appearance of the divine armament resulted in the Federation's decisive victory. The Federation built the 7 primary strongholds and killed all the beast kings. However, they failed to drive the beasts to extinction. But I believe that as we continuously advance and improve, this planet beneath our feet will one day be fully ours. A fierce light shone in Chen Yutong's eyes. Wang Baoli was experiencing a roller coaster of emotions. He was about to speak before he noticed a stronghold appearing on the land ahead. It sat on a mountain valley, armed with fierce-looking spikes, pitch-black stronghold walls of metal, numerous treasure-grade grand cannons on numerous ring-shaped platforms nested within the spikes. The stronghold exuded a fearsome aura that shook one to the core. The countless warriors in the stronghold and the air of violence emanating from their persons were equally terror-inducing. Are we here? Wang Baoli looked over immediately. Chen Yutong, Zhu Penghai, and Sun Fang followed suit. This is a minor stronghold. The one slightly ahead is the 7th primary stronghold, the one we're to report at. Chen Yutong said in a low voice after he had taken a look. This is just a minor stronghold? Wang Baoli was stunned. He soon noticed many more strongholds like the one that he had just seen ahead. Even though they were referred to as minor, the size and scale of each stronghold was, in actuality, huge. They were often built on mountain ranges and mirrored the primary stronghold. Together, the strongholds formed an irregular blockade. Within an hour, Chen Yutong announced that the 7th primary stronghold was right ahead of them. Wang Baoli stared, in awe, at the earth-shattering, great metal wall on the mountain range in the distance. No words could describe the tempest of emotions that he was experiencing. Wang Baoli was shaken to his core. The stronghold before him, whose size and magnitude vastly exceeded the many minor strongholds that they had seen, and the imperial gate that seemed to support the heaven and earth held his gaze captive. It was at this precise moment of weakness, of faltering, that he saw, from within the majestic stronghold walls, rising into the skies, rings of smoke clouds that continued their ascent up the heavens. The eternal smoke signal. Chapter 172, A Celebrity? Chapter 172, A Celebrity? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The eternal smoke signal rose for more than 30 meters, appearing spectacular from afar and breathtaking up close. One could not see its source or fathom how it came to be. What was clear in one's eyes were the rings that rose steadily and endlessly heavenward, expanded across the blue skies, and transformed into spirals in the skies. It was like a giant eye hung upon the heavens. An earth-shattering spirit force could be felt within the smoke signal, the potency of which felt so strong it seemed as if it could, upon triggering, level mountains. Even true breath realm cultivators like Wang Baoli and Chen Yutong would be instantly disintegrated. 9th grade Dharmic armament. The most powerful Dharmic armament that the Federation is capable of crafting at present. Chen Yutong sucked in a deep breath. Beside him, Wang Baoli's breathing hastened as well. The smoke signal was indeed a staggering sight. However, it was incomparable to the majestic Imperial Gate, the spike-ridden moat surrounding the metal walls, and beyond the Imperial Gate, the expanse of scorched lands and the vastly different spirit energy that spoke of a world that was drastically different from the Federation. It was a world that seemed full of primordiality, of madness, and of violence. The 7th primary stronghold, Wang Baoli murmured to himself. Their cruiser approached the towering stronghold walls and, drawn by the array formation, lost all power suddenly. It was akin to being picked by an invisible hand and then placed within the walls among the countless camps. As they descended, a dozen or so cruisers in the distance approached rapidly. They were disciples, like Wang Baoli and the rest, from the various colleges. The cruisers were similarly drawn by the array and landed after another. The campsite was vast and could accommodate 100,000 warriors. Upon their cruisers landing, Wang Baoli and the rest disembarked. A warrior approached immediately, saluted, and led them away. Wang Baoli turned serious as he sensed the solemn atmosphere. Alongside Chen Yutong and the others, he went through a series of examinations and was led by the same warrior to the front of another tent. After you've registered here, you'll receive your respective missions. Thank you all for your invaluable help. The warrior who had led them there was a young man. He finished speaking then saluted them again. For mankind. Chen Yutong, Wang Baoli, and the rest of the team cupped their fists and returned the salute respectfully. The young warrior turned away and went on to receive other newcomers. Outside the tent, 100 people stood waiting. Every one of them was in the true breath realm. They wore different attire, coming from different Dao colleges. Some were excited, some were nervous, and others were silent. Some gazed repeatedly at the distant untamed wilderness, a cold light in their eyes. We have quite a number of people from the 4 Dao colleges this around, Chen Yutong whispered to Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli nodded. He noticed more people who had arrived after going through the examinations. Time passed steadily as they waited. Chen Yutong was obviously well known around there. People standing in front or behind them in the queue soon recognized him and came forward to say hello. Some were from Upper Academy Island of Ethereal Dao College, but there were also quite a few from the other 3 Dao colleges. Chen Yutong greeted all of them with a smile. He was well-mannered and charming, laughing and chatting with them. During the conversations, he would bring Wang Baoli in and introduce the latter. Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang could only look on in envy at Chen Yutong, surrounded by friends, as well as Wang Baoli, who was showered by constant attention from Chen Yutong. They were not in the same league, unable to compete against Chen Yutong and his wide social network across the 4 Dao colleges. However, they were soon surprised to find out that Wang Baoli seemed equally capable in his ability to make friends. Wang Baoli. It's Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was all smiles and friendliness to the people to whom Chen Yutong introduced him. Gradually, many of the new disciples from the 4 Dao colleges started taking notice. When they caught his face, an odd look fell over their faces. These were the people who had participated in the examination at Spirit Breath Village, and had all advanced to become disciples in their respective colleges' upper academies. They knew Wang Baoli all too well. They smiled wryly, and some approached him to say hello. As this went on, Chen Yutong's curiosity grew. He tugged at Chen Yutong and asked in hushed tones. Junior brother Baoli, these people are giving you strange looks. What's up with them? It's nothing. Basically, they all think I robbed them of their fortunes at Spirit Breath Village, Wang Baoli said, almost smugly. He briefly explained what had happened in Spirit Breath Village. Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang widened their eyes in amazement and fear, as if gazing at a godly figure before them. A look fell over Chen Yutong's face after he heard the story as well. He felt as if he had gained a whole new understanding of this junior brother of his. He patted Wang Baoli on the shoulder and was about to say something when suddenly, a newcomer in the new batch of arrivals, a girl, saw Wang Baoli and narrowed her eyes. Wang Baoli. The girl was wearing the robes of White Deer Dao College. Her pretty, petite features were marred by the glaring almond-shaped eyes and gnashing teeth. Li Yi? Wang Baoli turned his head and gave an enthusiastic wave. This girl was Li Yi. She glared at Wang Baoli, snorted, and turned her head the other way, ignoring him. Chen Yutong, witnessing the scene before him, whispered to Wang Baoli questioningly, also someone you got to know in Spirit Breath Village? Yep. This girl is vicious. She wanted to strip me naked then. Luckily, I was careful, else I would have been in danger, Wang Baoli lamented. Chen Yutong opened his mouth, as if to say something. Moments passed, and the words would not form. He simply shook his head and smiled wryly. As for Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang, they were once again stunned beyond words. In the following time, the people waiting outside the tent got to know one another. Those queuing in the front entered the tent, and when they reappeared, they retrieved their cruisers and left. It was as if the registration dispelled the effects of the array formation on them. Finally, the row of people ahead of Wang Baoli stepped into the tent as well. Soon, it would be their turn. It was then that a shout resounded in the distance. The explosion of the sound barrier being broken pierced through the air. It was an ear-piercing sound, driving pain into all who heard it. They were compelled to look upward, and when they did, the expressions on their faces changed. Wang Baoli raised his head hastily. Beyond the stronghold wall, in the skies above the wilderness, 3 gigantic flying beasts were headed straight for the stronghold. The 3 flying beasts had huge forms that spanned more than 30 meters. Their serpentine bodies were covered with feelers while countless pairs of wings grew on their backs. They were swift and looked ferocious. The waves of cultivation energy being emanated struck fear in everyone's heart. The cultivation energy was more powerful than even that of Chen Yutong. As the beasts dashed through the skies, the stronghold wall tremored. 3 beams of light exploded from within. Their force was earth-shattering, it felt as if they could pierce the heavens itself. Where the light passed, they left scorching heat in their paths. The 3 flying beasts tried to escape, but to no avail. Light pierced through their bodies, and the beasts exploded into clouds of dust, killed instantly. That's the fire god cannon! Chen Yutong exclaimed, excitement bright in his eyes. The Federation gathered all its top-tier dharmic armament cultivators, who researched and fused hundreds of numinous treasures together to finally craft a great cannon of devastating, destructive power. That is the mission that the Tao College has given us, protect and repair the fire god cannon. Wang Baoli was taken aback by the fire god cannon's destructive power. Then, he realized that the warriors around him had not once raised their heads during the commotion. It was only then that he realized that perhaps for the warriors, who were stationed here year-round, such incidents were a common sight. This is what the frontier is like, Wang Baoli calmed himself down. He had noticed the fire god cannon that Chen Yutong spoke of when he had been traveling in the skies earlier. As he immersed deep in thought, a group of people who had entered the tent stepped out. They bade Wang Baoli and his friends farewell, retrieved their cruisers, and left. Chen Yutong took a deep breath and looked over at Wang Baoli. Both of them entered the tent, one after another. Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang hastily suppressed their feelings of shock and awe as they swiftly followed. The tent was not too spacious. 4 warriors stood on 2 sides, in the middle was a table, and behind the table sat a young woman. She was dressed in uniform and had an air of alertness and competency to her. A more diligent observer might have been able to discern the untamed wildness in her eyes. Zhu Penghai's and Sun Fang's eyes brightened when they saw the young woman. Chen Yutong remained unfazed. As for Wang Baoli, he was flabbergasted. Not this. Wang Baoli subconsciously touched his nose. This was not going well. The young woman before them turned out to be Zhu Lu. Zhu Lu saw Wang Baoli as well. She did not seem the slightest bit surprised. She had gotten hold of the list of names prior and knew that Wang Baoli would be coming. Her eyes were like frost. She eyed Wang Baoli up, then sneered. Wang Baoli, remember me? Her words caught Zhu Penghai, Sun Fang, and Chen Yutong by surprise. They looked toward Wang Baoli in unison. The people who recognized Wang Baoli in this stronghold seemed to keep growing larger and larger in number. Wang Baoli blinked. If this had been ethereal Tao College, based on Wang Baoli's character, his admission might have been without question, but he was in enemy territory now, a momentary retreat was nothing to be ashamed of. He looked at Zhu Lu with surprise and confusion. Fair lady, you know me? Chapter 173, The Calm Before the Storm. Chapter 173, The Calm Before the Storm. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Zhu Lu's breath froze upon hearing Wang Baoli's words. She had expected Wang Baoli's denial, but she never would have thought that he would call her a fair lady. The compliment did nothing for her temper. She snorted. This was not the time for revenge, however. She glared at Wang Baoli and turned toward Chen Yutong, rising to her feet and saluting him. You must be Senior Brother Chen Yutong. If you may, please let me have the Jade Missive issued by Ethereal Dao College, Zhu Lu requested. Regardless of her military status, a greater degree of courtesy was required for someone like Chen Yutong. There was his cultivation level to consider as well as his family background. For someone to become a candidate included in the running for the Dharmic Armament Pavilion's deputy pavilion head, his status outside the college would have to be extremely elevated. Chen Yutong set aside his thoughts and feelings, stepped forward, and presented the Jade Missive. He was courteous and respectful despite Zhu Lu's lower cultivation level. The positive feelings that Zhu Lu had for Chen Yutong increased substantially. It helped that Chen Yutong had the appearance of a gentleman, well-mannered and polite. With such status and cultivation level, he was the object of adoration of many female and male disciples in Ethereal Dao College's Upper Academy Island. Despite that, he remained alone and free of romantic entanglements. The exchange between Zhu Lu and Chen Yutong proceeded smoothly. Ethereal Dao College's missive was swiftly executed by the military. They were arranged to be stationed at a minor stronghold. Between beast tides, they would be charged with the task of repairing and restoring the fire god cannon in that stronghold. After the mission was confirmed and they had received the safe travel jade slip issued by the military, Chen Yutong, alongside Wang Baoli and the rest, walked out of the camp. Zhu Lu leveled an icy glare at Wang Baoli's retreating back and sneered silently. I, Zhu Lu, am not one who abuses public power to avenge a personal wrong. If I were the sort, getting him skinned alive would be a piece of cake. But I will get my revenge, eventually. She turned her eyes away from Wang Baoli and continued with her work. Outside, having left the tent and boarded the cruiser once more, in preparation of heading toward the mission's designated minor stronghold, Chen Yutong, Zhu Penghai, and Sun Fang looked at Wang Baoli. The latter two did not feel like it was their place to ask any questions, but Chen Yutong could not help his curiosity and finally spoke. Baoli, you definitely know the female officer just now. Did you meet her in Spirit Breath Village as well? Can it be that she tried to strip you naked, too? That doesn't seem right. She didn't seem like she had been enrolled in the upper academy of the 4 Dao colleges. If she had, she wouldn't have been able to join the army at such a young age. This must have been some arrangement by some family clan. Chen Yutong looked at Wang Baoli with suspicion. Wang Baoli let out a cough. There was no one else here. He decided not to hide the truth any longer. Exasperated, he spoke. Her name is Zhu Lu. She didn't try to strip me naked, but I kicked her once on her butt. I remember her wearing something skin-tight then. The kick made one cheek bigger than the other, turned a peach into a gourd. Wang Baoli's description was extremely vivid. A very clear picture of what had happened appeared in the other three's minds. Zhu Penghai and Sun Fang had no choice but to concede defeat then. They stared at Wang Baoli and could not help but think that the fatty standing before them had reached a certain pinnacle when it came to flirting with women, one that left them trailing in the dust. Chen Yutong smiled wryly before giving Wang Baoli a pat on the shoulder. He spoke slowly and with great intent. Baoli, women are troublesome creatures. My advice is to stay clear of them in the future. They are too much trouble. I'm speaking from experience, so just take it from me. Wang Baoli thought there was something odd with what Chen Yutong just said. He barely had any chance to mull it over before the cruiser that they were on reached the designated minor stronghold. The minor stronghold was built on a mountain peak. From afar, the stronghold looked pitch black in its entirety and was shaped like an enormous, metallic half-moon. It towered hundreds of meters tall and spanned more than 3,000 meters. The primordial jungle-facing side was curved like an arc. From it, hundreds of branches spread out and ended in a moon-shaped platform. The entire structure looked like a spoon. Atop each round platform stood a huge fire god cannon that rose 30-odd meters skyward. On each round platform, many warriors were stationed, numbering to the 1,000. Some of the warriors were responsible for the basic repair of the fire god cannon. Others were tasked with exterminating monsters during beast tides and preventing the monsters from breaking through and damaging the fire god cannon. The arrangement was decided because, on the one hand, the fire god cannon required guarding, and on the other hand, the collapse of the fire god cannon would result in an explosive self-destructive force, which meant that it could not be placed too near the stronghold. Concurrently, on both sides of the stronghold, within the rise and fall of the mountain range, could be seen a translucent barrier. It flowed with the mountain range and expanded toward both ends. It was like a protective shield that not only served as a defense measure against the beast surging from the wildlands, but also as a link to two farther strongholds on either end. If one were to stand perched on the highest peak and lower their gaze upon the scene before them, they would see that each and every one of the minor strongholds were like tiny spots that surrounded the focal 7th primary stronghold, and sat within a vast and shimmering glow of a protective array formation. Besides defending against the invasion of beast tides, the minor strongholds were also tasked with the mission of guarding against array formation attacks targeting the 7th primary stronghold. Regardless of where the beast tide sprung from, the spirit energy from the array formation attacks that they conjured would be dispersed across the various minor strongholds. Such a strategy strengthened the stability of the protective array formation. As a result, every minor stronghold became a potential breach point in the eyes of the monsters. That was why each minor stronghold was equipped with its own fire god cannons. Though the numbers were not as great as that of the primary strongholds, they still numbered in the hundreds. In addition, there was also a teleportation formation, so backup could be sent or received in a moment's notice. These destructive minor strongholds under the 7th primary stronghold numbered in the hundreds. Together, they formed the Federation's 7th Imperial Gate. They were like an impenetrable wall that had stood the test of countless beast tides to this day, prevailing at the end of each battle. The flying cruiser descended and landed in the stronghold. Wang Baoli and his friends met the commander-in-charge, a strong bulky man with a huge beard, and eased themselves into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Wang Baoli barely had any time for cultivation. He followed Chen Yutong's lead and inspected a portion of the fire god cannons. Many disciples from the 4 Dao colleges had also been assigned to this minor stronghold. Combat cultivators counted for the majority, but a number of alchemy and array formation cultivators, as well as cultivators from other disciplines, were also present. Everyone had their own task. Dharmic armament cultivators tasked with the repair and restoration of fire god cannons, including Wang Baoli's group, numbered at a dozen or more. All of them spread out to repair the cannons. Only 30 cannons fell under the care of Wang Baoli's group. It was a low number, however. The fire god cannon was a machine of great complexity. During those 3 days, Wang Baoli studied and inspected the machines ceaselessly. He had been blown away by the cannon's structure right from the start. Every fire god cannon had been constructed from more than 100 numinous treasures. Each numinous treasure formed one part of the machine. When the fire god cannon was activated, its power was more than the sum of all the numinous treasures combined. It was precisely because of such complexity that ordinary cultivators were unable to manage when things went wrong. The warriors were not qualified to repair numinous treasures. Even Wang Baoli, Zhu Penghai, and Sun Fang could only serve as assistants. The primary duty of repair and restoration fell upon Chen Yutong. Wang Baoli was already capable of crafting numinous treasures, though. As such, during these 3 days' study, his understanding of the composite numinous treasure grew at a rapid pace, astounding even Chen Yutong. The latter eventually grew confident enough to let Wang Baoli go about the repair work independently. This lessened the team's workload substantially. Such busy work continued for a week. Only after they had inspected all fire god cannons, as well as repaired and replaced the necessary parts, did Wang Baoli's team have time to take a breather. At this point, their mission was almost halfway to completion. What remained was to ensure the cannon's smooth operations during the beast tides. During the time leading up to the beast tides, Chen Yutong spent a large part of his making friends with other disciples from the other Dao colleges. Zhu Penghai eagerly followed suit, while Sun Fang got friendly with the military officers. Wang Baoli was the only one who took a greater liking to the warriors instead of the army commanders. During the course of the week, on many occasions, he found that many of the warriors were at the ancient martial realm. They were obviously not his match, but when they looked at him, their eyes were filled with admiration as well as protectiveness. Not seeking to be protected but to protect Wang Baoli, or to be more precise, to protect cultivators like Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli's repeated encounters with such a protective streak left him greatly shaken. Despite being a cultivator, these ancient martial realm warriors still thought of protecting him. In their eyes, cultivators were few and rare, they symbolized hope, they were to be protected at all costs. Cultivators who could create and restore fire god cannons all the more so. As Wang Baoli gradually came to this realization, a strange and indescribable feeling stirred within him. He saw many warriors his age, the battle scars many of them carried, and the marks left on their dharmic artifacts that spoke of countless damages and repair. As he was cultivating in the Tao College, these people were engaging in life-or-death battles with monsters. These were the warriors who gave their blood and life in exchange for time for cultivators to mature and strengthen, and a more peaceful life for the common folk. This was why, as the work slowed down, Wang Baoli chose to approach these warriors and, to the best of his ability, repaired and treated the flaws on dharmic artifact. His work and his character gradually led to his fostering a familiarity with the warriors. After they got familiar with one another, on many occasions, Wang Baoli forgot his position as a cultivator. He was different when he was in the company of the warriors. Come, who was it who said that I won't be able to beat him at arm wrestling? Let's put that to the test today. Loser washes the socks for everybody. At the open square, outside barracks that housed 100-odd warriors, laughter and cheering rang out loudly. Sat there was Wang Baoli. He slammed the fist of a thick-muscled, grimacing man before him onto the table and shouted smugly. Chapter 174, The Beast Tide Begins. Chapter 174, The Beast Tide Begins. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Laughter resounded all around. The cynics soon stepped forward for another round of arm wrestling with Wang Baoli. They had all agreed at the start that Wang Baoli was not to use his spirit chi, he could only rely on his physical strength. The warriors who stepped forward were all of them at the peak of the pulse enrichment level. One after another, they lost to Wang Baoli with grimaces on their faces. Round after round of friendly jeering arose. Wang Baoli, are you sure you are a dharmic armament cultivator and not a combat cultivator? I heard that the combat cultivators from the 4 great Tao colleges were skilled in enhancing their physical abilities. Never heard that the dharmic armament cultivators were the same. Upon hearing what the crowd said, Wang Baoli patted his tummy smugly. That's all due to my good looks. You know how good-looking people are usually geniuses. Wang Baoli laughed. He started letting himself go in this convivial atmosphere. He took out a bag of snacks and started munching. The laughter from the surrounding warriors grew when they heard Wang Baoli's words. The teasing got worse, but Wang Baoli had thick skin and was immune to the friendly heckling. He started taking out more snacks and distributing them to the warriors. Soon, everyone was sitting together, munching on snacks. Wang Baoli, I'm not going to eat your snacks for nothing. Do you have a girlfriend? I have a sister. How about I introduce her to you when I go home visiting? Let me tell you, my sister is real pretty. The muscular man who had lost to Wang Baoli earlier grinned and spoke with great pride, all the while eating Wang Baoli's snacks. Wang Baoli was momentarily stunned. He had lived for quite some time, this was the first time that he had encountered something like this. You're talking about matchmaking me? Upon hearing the exchange between the man and Wang Baoli, the crowd started another round of cheering. The man had likely forgotten the number of people to whom he had told he would introduce his sister. As soon as someone did him a favor or gave him a gift, he would immediately think of introducing his sister to the person. His mentioning of that now sparked unending teasing from everyone. After hearing what everyone else said, Wang Baoli could not help but find the whole thing funny. The thick-muscled man chuckled and continued shoving food into his mouth without a hint of embarrassment. There were so many people snacking together. The sounds of crunching traveled and caught the attention of many patrolling warriors. They also laughed when they saw Wang Baoli. During this period, Wang Baoli's name had traveled far and wide in the barracks, there was no one who did not know of him. He was different from the other cultivators. The warriors were not stupid, they could see that Wang Baoli was sincere in being friends with them, and he had a likable personality. Since his arrival, the stronghold had heard more laughter than in the past. This caught the eye of the military officers as well as big-bearded commander-in-charge. Their impression of Wang Baoli continued to deepen. Half a month passed by harmoniously. Just as Wang Baoli fully assimilated himself into the warriors' group, the beast tide arrived. One night, a shrill, ear-piercing whistle suddenly erupted, shaking every resting person in the entire stronghold. They dashed out and looked into the sky beyond the stronghold. Wang Baoli had been deep in cultivation. He opened his eyes abruptly and immediately came out from his residence. He heard the piercing alarm and saw a number of the warriors in the stronghold marching off in a swift and organized manner toward the spoon-like structure, and the platforms connected to the stronghold and housing the 100-odd fire god cannons. The scene before him was a dose of sobriety. His body shook slightly and burst into sudden speed. When he reached the boundaries of the stronghold, he cast a look outside. In an instant, his pupils contracted. He was utterly stupefied. Beyond the stronghold, on the primordial wildlands, between the heavens and the earth, appeared a boiling mist. Within the fog, one could vaguely make out numerous ferocious-looking beasts. The horde of beasts, roaring and thundering, were headed straight for the stronghold. The beasts were each 3 to 7 meters long. They differed from one another in appearance and speed, but they were all of them exuding ferocity and wildness. They carried the scent of blood, which filled the air. They were filthy and had a strange, gruesome appearance. Some were wolves with 2 heads or some alligators with countless bone spikes growing out from their bodies. There were even a few grotesque-looking beasts that escaped Wang Baoli's identification. Among them was a beast towering 20-odd meters. Be it raging bears, giant elephants, or even dinosaur-like, gigantic beasts, their numbers were great. Wang Baoli was especially stunned by what he thought that he saw in the distant beast-tide, 30-meter-tall giants that held heaven-piercing tree branches, their figures striking fear into hearts with every step that they took. As they drew near, the earth trembled. Standing on the stronghold, Wang Baoli could feel the growing tremors traveling through the mountains under his feet. In the skies, swamps of ferocious beasts gathered like a dark thunder cloud and approached with the beast-tide on land. They were like a great flood threatening to sweep away and destroy everything that stood before them. This was Wang Baoli's first time witnessing a beast-tide and his first time seeing such a huge horde of beasts. He did a rough count, and the number of beasts likely exceeded 1 million. Even the weakest-looking beasts in the horde could rival one at the physical seal level, not to mention the many others who gave Wang Baoli an impression of facing off a true breath realm cultivator. Such a sight not only blew Wang Baoli's mind, it also sent fear deep into the cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges who were participating in their first beast-tide. It was then that a thundering bellow, brimming with violence and ferocity, rose from within the stronghold, from the big-bearded commander in charge. Such a puny beast-tide! Give them a salvo of our fire god cannon and show them what we've got. Big Beard's words resounded throughout. Beyond the stronghold, on each platform where the 100-odd fire god cannons sat, the warriors gathered around the cannons and fired. The entire stronghold shook violently. A roar like thunder rose from the 100 or so fire god cannons. As the sound shook the air, explosions burst forth from the cannons. The explosions were followed by what seemed like a roar from a metal beast. As the 100 fire god cannons fired at the same time, beams of light exploded into being. The beams of light were infused with thick spirit chi and gave off a spirit force that was fearsome beyond measure. Even a true breath realm cultivator would not survive such a cannon blast, they would instantly be disintegrated. And now, more than 100 fire god cannons fired at the same time, the power of which was beyond immense, it shook one to their very core. Wang Baoli watched as the 100 beams of light blasted out and, with stunning speed, hit the beast-tide. The heavens shifted in an instant, while the earth rumbled. Waves of air rolled outward, like a tornado sweeping through the stronghold, sending everyone's hair into a mess. Wang Baoli's breathing hastened. His ears were pounding, and he stared at where the light beams landed. The expanse of jungled ground was completely disintegrated. One following another, the beasts let out savage howls and turned into dust. The sky seemed to darken. One giant took a direct hit from a cannon blast and collapsed instantly. Almost a third of the fearsome beasts in the air were wiped out by the fire god cannon blasts. In a short span of time, the fire god cannon blast ceased. The battleground was an expanse of scorched land, and the beast-tide had been scattered by the blast. The vicious howls and bloodlust of the surviving beasts did not dissipate, however. The horde, thinned out, moved more quickly. They headed straight for the stronghold. A mindless mob. Big Beard snorted and barked out an order. Fire God troops, fire at will. Target the bigger beasts, I want them all exterminated. The First Army, dispatch immediately. The military officers executed Big Beard's commands. Soon, Wang Baoli could see 100,000 warriors surging out from the stronghold gate. The 100,000 warriors donned armor and held dharmic artifacts. As the bloodlust in the air became palpable, the combat cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges rushed out as well. They clashed with the beasts on the grounds before the stronghold, and a massacre began. The fire god cannons fired here and there. Their targets were the 20-odd meter tall beasts. The situation on the battlefield seemed volatile. However, in reality, the beast tide was crumbling and disintegrating rapidly. The array formation cultivators as well as the beast-taming cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges stepped in as well. The battlefield was thrown into earth-shattering chaos. Wang Baoli and the other divine armament cultivators had their own tasks. They were to repair the fire god cannons under their respective charge and made sure that the cannons stayed at peak condition. Chen Yutong led the tense Zhu Penghai and a Sun Fang who was breathing heavily to take care of 20 fire god cannons. Wang Baoli himself was charged with 10 cannons. Wang Baoli made his way from one platform to the other, inspecting the cannons while keeping an eye on the battlefield. The roars of beasts and humans, as well as blasts of explosions, resounded in his ears. He slowly calmed himself down from the earlier shock. Battle lust rose to take its place. With a wave of his hand, 9 mosquitoes appeared. They dashed out from within his palm toward the battleground. Let's test out the bite of my mosquitoes. The skin of the beasts looks thick and furry. Not sure if this will work. Chapter 175, An Itch Beyond Relief. Chapter 175, An Itch Beyond Relief. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The dangers posed to a divine armament cultivator were not great. However, the stress on their technical capabilities was great and the volume of work substantial. This was especially true for Wang Baoli, who was in charge of 10 fire god cannons. He could not spend too much time on a single platform. After each inspection, he had to hurry to the next platform. He had to keep a sharp eye out at the same time for any fire god cannons that might be experiencing malfunctions. Any problems would have to be attended to immediately. In the event that the malfunction was something that he could not manage, he would need to shout for Chen Yutong's urgent help. Time would be needlessly wasted if he returned to the stronghold before heading to the next platform. Wang Baoli retrieved his cruiser and flew it around the grounds outside the stronghold, weaving his way among the 10 platforms. He managed to catch a breather then and called out his mosquitoes. He was just about to search for a test subject for them. It was then that one of the fire god cannons started shaking and experiencing instability. Wang Baoli set aside his attempt at controlling the mosquitoes and raced to the platform where the unstable fire god cannon was. He gave a simple order to the mosquitoes to sting true breath realm beasts. There was no time to tend to them for the time being. The 9 mosquitoes made their way rapidly through the battlefield, hunting for prey. They soon locked onto a target. It was a beast in the form of a leopard. It had surpassed the ancient martial realm, the aura exuding from its body that of the true breath realm. Its fearsome form moved swiftly through the battlefield. The beast was extremely cunning. It avoided the attacks from the combat cultivators of the 4 Dao colleges and instead sought out ancient martial realm warriors. With a leap, it would surge forward, rip the throats of these warriors out, and slip away in a blink of an eye. At present, the leopard carried a cold glint in its eyes as it dodged another attack from the combat cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, and licked its lips. Its eyes narrowed and locked onto the throat of a muscular, middle-aged warrior. The man was in a fierce battle with an ancient martial realm beast. As it dashed out, suddenly, 9 mosquitoes appeared in the vicinity. They landed on the beast without it noticing. Its proboscis, whose length originally seemed unable to penetrate furry skin, suddenly grew in length, piercing through the furry skin and straight into the leopard's body. The 9 mosquitoes drank, and the next moment, they flew off. As they flew further away, a harsh bright light exploded. The leopard that had been charging the middle-aged strongman suddenly widened its eyes. Its body spasmed mid-leap, and a pained howl tore itself out from its throat. The lunging form trembled and, without rhyme or reason, suddenly changed course and charged headfirst into the ground. The leopard hit the ground and started howling madly. Its body wriggled on the ground ceaselessly, its paws trying to scratch itself. It was as if it had been hit by an uncontrollable itch all over. It was an extraordinary itch that seemed to sink through the bones to the depths of the soul. That left a leopard that rivaled a true breath realm cultivator shrieking in agony. Its battle prowess was drained away almost entirely. It was as if there were countless insects biting it, inside and outside its body. Its eyes screamed fear. The beast tried to get onto its feet, but failed. The itch was indescribable. It could only howl madly. Its screams did not travel far. The beast's strange behavior caught the attention of a combat cultivator from one of the 4 Dao colleges. He approached speedily and drove his sword straight through the leopard's forehead. "What's the situation?" Upon seeing how the leopard did not attempt to dodge the attack, allowing itself to be killed instantly, the combat cultivator froze. He could not spare further thought on this though, as he immediately retreated and attacked another beast. The episode was akin to a small wave in the huge ocean, drawing little attention. Even Wang Baoli, busy with inspecting the malfunctioning fire god cannon, had no energy to meld with the mosquitoes. The 9 mosquitoes continued their flight through the battlefield. Violence permeated the battlefield, the smell of blood rose heavy in the air while howls of rage resounded through the battleground. Injuries and death abound. However, the 9 mosquitoes were not only agile but small. Be it cultivators, warriors, or even the beasts, barely anyone noticed them. With such stealth, the 9 mosquitoes accomplished Wang Baoli's order perfectly without drawing attention. They began to frantically sting the true breath realm beasts that appeared before them, one after another. Gradually, a string of strange phenomena took place on the battlefield. Many true breath realm beasts, which had appeared fine and had been engaged in fearsome battles with great prowess a moment before, suddenly widened their eyes and fell to the ground with an agonizing cry, wriggling uncontrollably as if trying to scratch an itch. Those who could reach the itch started scratching at the indescribable itch, as if practicing self-mutilation, until their skin broke and flesh tore. Those who could not ease the itch flew into a mad frenzy. In their howling madness, they did not differentiate ally from foe, charging blindly at and tearing into the beasts around them. An isolated scene started repeating itself, quickly and in large numbers. It was like a plague and caught the attention and surprise of many people. What's going on? These beasts, have they gone mad? What are they doing? Scratching an itch? Are my eyes deceiving me? Warriors and cultivators alike exclaimed in surprise as more and more of such strange beast behavior occurred. This was especially so for the warriors on the fire god cannon platforms. Their elevated positions gave them a grander view. Every one of them was stunned beyond belief. They had lived through countless battles with beasts, fought beasts all year round, but never had they seen such a sight before. As for Wang Baoli, he had just completed the repair of the fire god cannon. He raised his head in surprise when he heard the disbelieving cries. At that timely moment, a flying beast in the sky fell to the bite of the mosquito. It screamed in pain midair, and its wings froze. With an excruciating cry, it crashed heavily to the ground. What was most amazing was how as the beast fell, one could clearly see with one's eyes its body swelling up. As this sight blew everyone's mind away, Wang Baoli's body shook slightly, and the expression on his face shifted, barely noticeable. Spirit chi flowed into the scabbard housed within his body. The scene before his eyes transformed, becoming fused with the mosquito's fields of vision. The scene of the entire battlefield appeared before his eyes. There was no attempt at further control. Instead, Wang Baoli observed as the mosquitoes inflicted swift bites on one true breath realm beast after another before flying away, leaving the bitten beasts in howling, frenzied madness. Wang Baoli sucked in a deep breath, his eyes wide. That's seriously fierce. Wang Baoli muttered to himself in both disbelief and excitement. With the aid of the mosquito's fields of vision, his eyes landed on the beast's teeth, and brightened suddenly. There are teeth everywhere. The dragon's tooth that I'm crafting requires a huge number of beast's teeth. This place is like a treasure trove. Wang Baoli became excited. He immediately commanded a mosquito to return to him. The mosquito's field of vision would be used to monitor the 10 fire god cannons. His form blurred as he sped toward the battlefield before him. His appearance caught the attention of many warriors. They were about to shout out their concern, but Wang Baoli was too fast for them. He appeared almost instantly on the battlegrounds. As he dashed forward, a raging bear-like beast charged toward him, howling. Wang Baoli teleported next to it while it was in mid-leap, raised his left hand, and caught the lower jaw of the raging bear. With a twist of fingers, the bear's mouth fell open. That's not a bad-looking tooth. Wang Baoli's eyes glimmered. His right hand shot right in, grabbed hold of a molar, and broke it off without mercy. With a wave of his hand, 7 to 8 flying swords flew out and beheaded the howling beast. Then, he sped off. The warriors who had been about to call out to Wang Baoli witnessed the entire scene. They gasped and stared at Wang Baoli in shock. That raging bear was a true breath realm beast. Before Wang Baoli, it seemed as weak and fragile as a thin piece of paper. Wang Baoli excitedly tossed the tooth into his storage bag. With the aid of the mosquito stationed at the fire god cannons, he checked that the cannons were in order. Utilizing the field of vision of the other mosquitoes, he moved from one part of the battlefield to the next. Soon, the terrific screams of beasts losing their teeth echoed across the battlefield. Amid their screams were Wang Baoli's shouts of delight. "This tooth will do. Hey, this molar's not bad. This tooth looks sharp, I'm taking it." Wang Baoli wove in and out of battle on the battleground, like a fat ghost. He appeared before beasts that had been bitten from his mosquitoes, pulled teeth out, and slew the beasts. His movements were fast and fluid, like a passing cloud or flowing water, gone the next moment. Gradually, more and more people bore witness to such a scene. Be it warriors, combat cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, or even the many in the stronghold, they all saw Wang Baoli striking and extracting teeth. What sort of hobby is Wang Baoli into? Teeth extraction? As each and every one of them bore an odd expression on their face, they were also amazed in equal measure. It was as if Wang Baoli had eyes on the back of his head. Amid the chaos of the battlefield, his eyes seemed to see all, and his ears hear all. He moved fast, like a fat loach that slipped through the grasp of the beasts that tried to encircle him time and time again. When he struck, he would, without fail, pull a tooth out. Every beast that fought him would fall howling to a strange itch and lose their ability to retaliate. Within a short span of 2 hours, the beasts that died by Wang Baoli's hand rose to a count of 30. He had exterminated an even greater number of ancient martial realm beasts along the way. His body count surpassed that of many combat cultivators, and sparked flames of rivalry in the hearts of many cultivators who witnessed his battle prowess. Thus, their attacks quickened. All of a sudden, those standing on the side of the stronghold seemed fearsome beyond measure. Even though Wang Baoli's mosquitoes suffered some damage, as long as his spirit chi did not run dry, he had an infinite number of mosquitoes at his command. He grew fiercer in battle, and his methods at teeth extraction became more efficient. With a brief glance, he could assess the beast's teeth and determine how to extract it from the root up. Could it be that I am naturally gifted at dentistry? Wang Baoli murmured, surprised. He approached a green-skinned, lion-like beast speedily. The beast's form was obviously swollen and enlarged beyond its original size. It wriggled on the ground, trying to reach an itch.